Hello? Not yet. Not yet today.
Not yet.
Soon. Soon we will take the Holy Sacrament on Mount Sinai with Moses and speak through the burning bush.
There you go. Make sure you
Wrap up.
try and go to New Buffalo, Michigan and get you a Jeter. Thank me later. They're amazing. Jeter pre-roll. That's what you want.
There, Jeter.
That's where it's at. What you doing for Valentine's, man? Where's your Valentine at?
She's coming.
Oh, she's coming?
Well, if I don't get a date tonight, I got a magic trick. I can make any woman fall in love instantaneously with me. Do you know what a caldag is?
No, I've never heard of it.
It's a magic thing. I bought a bunch of them on eBay, and I go to Irish bars and I find my caldag queen for the night. And I give her a little pieces.
You didn't sell your silver while it was at, what was it, at 100, over 100?
No, I'm a long-term holder. Oh, hey, Resistance.
Oh, yeah.
I was thinking about Resistance the other day because you can't really call yourself a Christian unless you love this Schwartz piece of shit in New York who attacks people on the street because they're Jewish. When you're a low IQ scumbag piece of shit like Resistance, you really gotta be Christian to love pieces of shit like that. There's no other way about it. He Resistance, without him, there would be no Christianity because there would be no charity. It takes incredible charity to be patient with a human piece of shit like that. Does somebody smell a turd? Did somebody step in a piece of shit? I smell Resistance!
Stanky, stanky.
He knows he's stanky. He's the worst of all of us. What's it like, Resistance, being the worst person on Clubhouse? Tell us, what is it like knowing that you are rated at a -1 on a scale of 10? Human shit, petrified, dry out turds. You don't know this, but I've been producing the Barthology Show for many months now.
Behind the lights and my
So the belief is that
that's bullshit.
there is an ancient religion that goes by many names, and Christ merely picked up that throne, that power became his. And ever is here.
Jesus.
Hello? I call it the cult of hello. Also, I call it the cult of weird because you'll notice whenever a Schwartz has nothing else to add, they always say, that's weird. 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 Like as if that's like saying anything in a conversation. That's weird. Oh, well, thank you for your opinion. But that doesn't discredit what I'm saying, now does it? In fact, when somebody says that's weird, what they're saying is, I am weird. Meaning they're projecting their own weirdness, the way they feel about what you're saying. So, if that sounds weird to you, well, I just made my point. Hello? A douchebag. A douchebag. You know what's amazing is with regards. You know what's amazing.
Yo, they don't fitna. They love the fitna. They don't like the fitna. I'm telling you, man. They're all about the fitna. Never about the fitna. You made them laugh. You broke it. I'll be staying on that. Great. That's smart. So the fucking thing doesn't get pushed back with the. That's smart. That's smart. You just can't get it out of me.
Hello. So, Barth, I'm setting up multiple recording studios. So I'm so glad you're so cool with me live streaming your rooms.
Hello?
Because I'm dedicating a recording studio to you, big guy. Every time you put in a nail, every time you put in a staple, I'll be there recording you listening to Muslims debate Christians about the validity of their false religion, their cult. Their cult. Is Islam just a Christian cult?
They're not coming in here anymore.
Well, that's why you got to spice up the titles. Your titles are too generic. You need to get into something specific within their theogony in order to attract the flies to the light.
It's not working anymore, man.
It has peak hours and peak usage. That's really what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta give me a heads up. Like, peak hours. You know, when I should plug in.
Some people are so crazy they use this app literally 16 hours a day. They leave it on from the moment they get up with a stupid Bluetooth in their ear to the moment they go to sleep. And they think they're like fucking Iron Man or something. Or, Ultron.
You know what it is? They're so scared of losing a buzz. You know?
Losing a buzz?
The buzz, like being popular, being known. Because I guarantee you, if I stop coming here for a week or so, I'm done. Like I'm already on this.
No, it's just your opinion. Believe me. And see, this is the power of the Holy Spirit.
We're not leaving anytime soon. We're not leaving anytime soon.
You got staying power.
I mean, a lot of stuff.
You got staying power.
Oh, I need some cutoffs. Some stud cutoffs. Not now. Right now.
He's a stud.
Right now. Anybody like that shit?
It's Valentine's Day. He's looking for stud cutoffs. Oh, hello, it's my friend Coptic.
Sorry, motherfucker. No, that's my name. What's going on?
Coptic, for a believer in Christ, you have the worst attitude. Why would you dare use profanity?
Shut up. No.
You shut up. I'm going to read from a book and imitate Coptic as I read from this book.
It's not really my voice, guys.
The seminary is the number of initiation by ordeal. It is the number of equilibrium. It is the hieroglyph of the knowledge of good and evil. He who seeks the origin of evil seeks the source. Hello? He who seeks the origin of evil seeks the source of what is not. Evil is the discordant appetite of God. The unfruitful attempt of an unskillful will.
Everyone possesses the fruit of his work, and poverty is only the spur to toil. For the flock of men, suffering is like the shepherd dog, who bites the wool of the sheep to put them back in the right way. It is because of shadow that we are able to see light, because of cold that we feel heat, because of pain that we are sensible to pleasure.
So now you know what you sound like, Optic. Now you know what you sound like to a nasally Chicagoan. Hello?
It's so annoying. The voice is so annoying, sir.
Yes, that is what you sound like when you talk to other people.
Why? But that's my voice. What should I do about it?
You should try to use your nose more in your conversation.
Like this. Hello?
That's just my voice, sir. I don't know.
I don't know what to tell you, but you need to use your nose instead of your lips when you talk.
I don't know what that means.
That means you talk like this. It's a nasal rasp. You use your nose, not your gut. You're using your stomach too much. Hello? Hi, this is John with Pronunciation Workshop, working with a Coptic Greek Orthodox Christian that just can't seem to get rid of that horrific accent. If you want to learn how to speak like an American and speak American English, go to pronunciationworkshop.com right now and sign up to take a lesson with Dr. Paul Gruber of the Pronunciation Workshop. Hello? Bima. It's all symbolic, Bima. Hello? Hello? The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Coptic, you're Egyptian? Look at my PTR. That's the Temple of Isis, taken from the Nile, brought to New York City at the Metropolitan Museum of Art.
Yo, you see how they took that shit apart and then put it back together?
Crazy, right? Block by block.
No, it's insane, right?
Can't believe it. That when you go in that room, it's like very, unique feeling, energy. Very interesting room. Best part of the museum, I think.
You think so? Nah, the Renaissance, the fucking rooms, like the velvet rooms.
I don't remember seeing that.
Yeah, bro. Remember the Victorian where they have like what's going on?
We're talking
The
about a
Victorian
museum.
rooms? What the fuck? It looks like there's velvet walls and shit.
Hi, Abby.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Hi, Danny. You're in another room called It's All Symbolism. It's all symbolic.
I gotta go to the lobby, right? I gotta get. Huh?
You're in another room called It's All Symbolic. It's all meta. Hello? Does anybody know what the universal symbol is? Is it just the plus sign? Or is it the minus sign? Or is it the multiplication sign?
I gotta get.
Is it the division sign? I think it's probably the division sign. It's symbolic.
Motherfucker. Don't say hello again. You're such a screaming motherfucker.
Hello?
Yeah, don't say that again, okay?
Hello?
Yeah, please. It's getting annoying.
Hello? Are you gonna have a migraine or something if I keep saying hello?
I have a migraine from all the crying and bread I've been eating.
Oh God, that reminds me. I should have a toasted bagel with some cream cheese right now. I forgot to put the cream cheese in the fridge for like maybe 5-6 hours, and I found it on the floor, and I put it back in the fridge. Do you think the cream cheese is still good if it is not refrigerated for 6 hours, 5 hours?
You know what type of shit my mom does?
What kind of shit does your mom do?
That like leave the milk out for like 2 days. Much trauma just based around not knowing like what's gonna happen with the food. It's like one time I was getting ice for my drink and a chicken nugget flew into my drink and I was like, what the fuck? Where did this chicken nugget come from? It's in my ice.
You know, Nora was in a room last night and she had like a photo of her dish dash, or you know, what is that thing called that Muslim women wear? Burqa. It was beautiful.
Hijab.
Or her hijab. It was beautiful. I was like, wow. I was like, that's beautiful. She almost looked like a fish. You know, you're covered up.
It's very beautiful.
What does a burqa do? What does a burqa
I
do
want to get
exactly?
Nora married off to a nice man. You know, I want to marry everyone off.
Yeah. I hear
And I
you.
think that's a fucked up quality that I have.
Well, anyways, Nora, I'm just complimenting your beautiful burqa. It was beautiful.
This may.
But really, that's why I say your face is part of it. It's not just the burqa itself, because the burqa frames the face. The burqa frames the face. Image, welcome to It's All Symbolic in the Hypnosis God House.
Hey, how you been? How's everything been on your end?
Is that the man God?
The man God. What that mean?
The man God. That's what Jesus was. He was the man God.
He was an alien, okay?
An alien. He was an alien. What?
He was an alien.
What do you think about aliens, though, Danny? Like, how do you feel about aliens?
No, I'm not hungry.
Do you think aliens are good?
She supports ICE and law enforcement.
I support law enforcement. I support ICE agents for the most part, I guess. You know, they're doing their job. So maybe there's one or two that act out of line. I don't read the fucking news. I get annoyed when one cop does something, all of a sudden all the cops are bad.
That's supposed to be the narrative to keep people, you know, don't let that narrative get pushed to the world, because the world takes it in.
Yeah.
The world will take it in. So if you see someone get bit by a pit bull or something like that, they're like, pit bulls are crazy. Yeah. You know, so the world is just like a bunch of delusional people. So they're just basically pick things off the ground because they're like so deep inside of somebody's head. Like people are like so deep in the countries, like the countries that they're born into, that they don't know that they're just in the stomach of their country. So everything that the country eats or anything happens, like the whole world eats it. And some people throw it up, some people devour it and just keep it inside of them. So I'm like, this is disgusting. I'm not about to get that. That's just knowledge in general, you know. So I feel you as well, you know, when it comes down to people just doing their job. Some people don't do a good job though. They just do a job, you know. So not everybody is good, you know. So many people decide to make something good to be ignorant, you know.
Well, point of order, moderator, point of order. It's my responsibility as the moderator in It's All Symbolic Hypnosis God to maybe guide the conversation for the sake of the room, the house. And so I would just like to ask, Image, if you could just give us a prayer for peace, for strength, for health, and for love this beautiful Valentine's Day.
Surely will, Lord. Our Father in heaven, please bring great health and wisdom to all that's on this earth today. Have all people follow your word. Have all hear your voice. Have all people follow your way. Have all people get their tears wiped away from hearing your voice. Let no one see any other choice besides you. your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I think you might have left off in the name of Jesus at the end of that prayer.
But what do you think the name of Jesus is?
Joshua!
Well, if Jesus is an alien, I don't think he's a mean alien, if that's what you mean.
As far as yeah, the name of Jesus is just the name that he walked in. He walked with wisdom. So many people don't walk with wisdom. They walk with probably like fleshly wisdom. Fleshly wisdom is different from spiritual wisdom. So when it comes down to what fleshly wisdom looks like, it looks like basically somebody's history in this world. So when they say, oh, back yesterday, or last week, that's fleshly history. You know, but when it comes down to the wisdom of the spirit, yeah, it's
Image, let me ask you a question. How many people betrayed Jesus?
The whole world. Because the whole world doesn't know wisdom. They don't have wisdom.
That's not true.
They can't understand wisdom.
That's not true. His mother never abandoned Jesus.
Because she was in a part of the world. So that's why he says we're in the world but not of it.
Did God the Father abandon Jesus? Did God the Father, did the Godfather abandon his son, Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior?
No, Jesus said himself, he said, heaven and earth will pass away, but my word will remain forever. So the word prevailed at the end. Because he rose up. So the word can't be destroyed. So God is not a liar. So even if someone dies, he shows that he's the one that has all power. Even the power over death as well. It's wisdom, you know? So, like I said, when someone decides to go against wisdom, wisdom is just, like I said, it surpasses the years of all people.
Well,
so if says, hey, don't go out there, you're going to get hit by a car. Wisdom might not really be even talking about you. You might be talking about your children. You know? So, the one that you have.
Well, have you ever broken the word wisdom down?
Is that word wisdom down?
Broken it down. It's two words. It's domination plus wise. So the domination of the wise.
You said the domination of the wise.
Wisdom. It's like a dom.
Domination sounds like dominion.
Dominion is part of it. It's all symbolic. Do you know what the difference between symbolic and metaphor?
No, let it be known.
Do you know what an analogy is? What's an analogy?
This is to this as this is to that.
Is that symbolic or is that a metaphor?
That is an analogy.
It's an analogy, but not a metaphor, and it's not symbolic?
I would say they all look the same to me, but I'm not sure what the difference is, to be honest.
So A equals A equals A.
What is an allegory?
Hello?
What is a proverbial proverb?
Ribono Shalom. It's all symbolic.
She's trying to put you under hypnotism. She's trying to put you under hypnotism right now.
My Jewess is a powerful hypnotist.
Fight back. Danny's going to put you into hypnotism.
Nora is a hypnotist. You know what's funny about Nora? She spent all this time in the Ultra Derecha with her Dom, Diego. And the question is, who was hypnotizing who? Because when I hear Nora speak, she sounds so pleasant to me. And yesterday she was like, I feel since my injury, I have to spend a lot of time articulating. And they couldn't stop laughing because my favorite word to hear on Clubhouse is articulation. When I hear somebody start talking about articulation. That's when I know that we've crossed over into the to articulate. To articulate. To articulate. Put it in a sentence.
It's the art, and then you tickle later.
And then you're late. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That is so deep. Like to art and then tickle it, but you're late on the tickle. That is deep. You know people really be doing that with words.
Nora, I've actually got more than one anon. I've decided not to just double down. I'm tripling down. And I've opened up 3 new recording studios, and I'm live streaming Clubhouse 24/7 across multiple anons, multiple YouTubes, multiple X's, multiple everywhere. Anything you say on this app, if I am there, it will be recorded and put on multiple platforms. We've also developed.
You've gotten me blocked from several rooms because they're telling me that I'm the reason that you're getting into their room.
I know. I heard yesterday. Jeff said I actually made a song out of it. It's called.
Hey Lord.
Yeah.
You got a whole bunch of shadow clone rooms. I wish I could go into your shadow clone room, but yeah, you don't let me out. So I wish I looked at the original room. So it's like he got to be in one of these rooms. I'm in his shadow clone room right now.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I just see the screensaver goes on, and then I don't look to see who's in the room because I'm busy doing my show or whatever. But
yeah, I heard you singing in one of the rooms.
Yeah. What did I sing? The Chicago song?
I don't know, some song. And you said something about I don't know if you added somebody's name to it or something like that. And they said, "Oh, that was amazing."
You should be on like Big Brother or something. Like,
I got my own show. I got my own thing going. We got almost 100,000 videos up. And
how's it working?
do you need like marketers? Like, do you need to hire like someone or like to?
Yeah, you can help. You can help me downloading the Sora app and casting me in videos, and then putting up John Kitover sitcom videos, because the John Kitover comedy show, the sitcom, is taking off. Right? Anything. And actually, what I'm doing is I'm listening to Clubhouse conversations, and then I'm plugging in what people are saying, but like stupid stuff, like, "Are you gonna die on that hill?" And then I'll put that in, and then I'll cast myself as in the sitcom, and then it'll just make this.
You never told me.
Yeah, there's a video
What
of
hill
you.
did I die on?
There's a video of you in a conversation, and the guy's like,
"Yeah, my phone's moving so slow. I'll be back."
"Okay."
I need to get a new iPhone. I'm about to get a new iPhone 17 today.
The problem is, you can't run this off of cellular. You have to have like high-speed internet to Wi-Fi into to do Clubhouse. In my opinion, really good, because people that are like in their car or walking, it's always like a lower quality conversation because of the lag. High-speed internet is amazing. Like, I have AT&T, and before this I had Comcast, and Comcast sucks. It's like a fucking like energy wave. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But AT&T is like seamless. I never have an interruption. Okay, so it's all symbolic. And that's a little bit like saying in Yiddish, alles ist Gott, or it's all God, because God is not a symbol. God is most likely a movement or an action. It's more of a physics equation as opposed to a symbol. A symbol is the analog to God. And so I've been reading an incredibly rare book, very expensive. It's an old book. A lot of people know this book, but it's by Eliphas Levi. And this is my, Shabbos study. I hope you'll stick around and give me 60 seconds of your attention, because let's be honest, the conversation is not intelligent. And this book specifically says that God deals with intelligence and love. And the ultimate maxim is love thy neighbor. That's it. That's the whole prophet. That's everything summed up. Love thy neighbor. If you really live your life in love, guess what? You get the message. And so if you're struggling with love in your life, it's because you don't get the intelligence of the Bible. The Bible is an analog, a symbolic toolbook to get you to love, because love is the smartest component of intelligence. It supersedes and transcends all other conversations. That's it. And I can read you the passage from this book, and it was a big aha moment for me yesterday. I was like, wow. Because it basically explains it in like a math equation. It uses all the analogs, narrows it down, and then you get to love and intelligence. That's God. Oh my God. Huh. Love and intelligence. So the question is, can you always stay in love? Can you always remain intelligent? Not really. It's very difficult. But once you read it and you practice it, then it becomes easier. It's like riding a bicycle. And too many people on this app are resisting love. They are resisting because you're smart enough to stick around. It's all symbolic. You've now heard the secret magical alchemical formula for the man God. That's right. Jesus Christ lived in love. Even up until his death, even at his resurrection, he was still emitting love. He wasn't angry. He didn't complain. When Jesus went to Pentecost through a big dinner, did he complain about the Roman that stuck him with the spear? Or the Pharisee, that got him mucked up with the Roman? So my point is, Jesus Christ never complained. He would never come to Clubhouse and complain. That wasn't the kind of guy he was. He just lived his life with intelligence, aka wisdom, and love. Obviously, Jesus knew it's all symbolic. And he was a hypnosis god. He was a man god. He was a fisherman who took artisans and he set them free by teaching them the power of charity.
Cannabis oil.
And cannabis oil. Castor, which is a house, a fortified encampment. It's a hermetic seal. It's Hermes, Thoth, Trismegistus, the Mercury. The Mercury is what gets us to the copper. Just like resistance is attracted to a light as a fly, we are now emitting a brilliant light, attracting all the disgusting little horse flies like resistance. A little bit like flies on shite.
Does he work for you?
Everyone works for the Lord. Everyone. Whether they know it or not, they're all working for the Lord.
Even the atheists? Oh, my son keeps saying I love you to his dad and never me. No, he says that sometimes. Look, resistance is here. Resistance, you were summoned. Were you tagged on here, or are you just working with
I did a complicated invocation to create a human turd shitball demon. And it turns out that resistance was the best that my magic could create.
So resistance is a bot?
No, he's an invocation. He is a combination of a horsefly and a 180-pound pile of human excrement.
I'm a cockroach.
You know what bugs live the longest on the planet?
Cockroach?
Nope. It's probably part of the cockroach family.
What is it?
What eats wood?
Holy?
No, what eats wood?
Termites.
Termites. Termites are the oldest living organisms on the planet. In the Brazilian,
Really?
the Brazilian rainforest, they have termites that have been alive for 200,000 years. Do you think the N-word is symbolic?
Nigger.
Do you think
It's saying a prime
I
trade.
just want your YouTube channel to get clipped. Nigger.
it won't get clipped?
Who is
It won't. It doesn't get clipped when you use the N-word.
We love.
Hello?
We love John Kitover, folks. Don't we, folks? We love John Kitover, don't we?
You
Who
know,
do you think hates me the most on this app, Goo?
TIL. I think she hates you the most.
Does she really?
I mean, she's always like making fun of you and shit. Like you're the butt of the joke every time you're in those rooms. I don't know why you stay in there and allow them to fucking humiliate you.
Okay.
And look at all the AI edits they make.
Are you using Goo? You know, I'm trying to recruit
Do you
people.
like mine? Look, Karamat is in this one.
That movie was the greatest movie ever made, even better than The Godfather.
Oh my gosh!
Let's go. We love the John Kitover lore.
Wow, I'm gonna have to clip that.
Can you make up some like fake true crime and then get people to like read it?
Fucking nigger.
You should just make like fake true crime shit on
This is what I call N-word Tourette syndrome. Like, this is a bad case of. It's not quite as bad as T-Rob's because, you know, I can't stand that Irish accent, to tell you the truth. I don't mind hearing Goose say N-word like this, but T-Rob's is horrifically annoying because when you already have an obnoxious and horrible sounding, you know, version of English and you're using the N-word all the time, you really are just Irish shanty trash. That's just the, you know, you got to keep it classy. If you're already challenged and your name is T-Robs, don't do it. You are, you know, you're damning yourself to a pit of hell. And so, anyways, listen, the point is, it's all symbolic. Hi, Saxon, welcome. I'm about to do an English Lord impersonation. I hope you'll stick around. You probably won't because you're very retarded and you have a short attention span of only like 3 seconds, generally, probably. Go back to your room and get your little green bean and sit up in your corner where you think you're actually accomplishing something, but you're not. Hello?
Yeah.
Saxon, do you want to come up and say anything? That's when you say, I love you too, honey. I love you back. 10x.
Oh, I didn't know I was unmuted.
Welcome to It's All Symbolic, Saxon.
You said that I've only got an attention span of 3 seconds. Bro, that's bullshit.
It's my opinion. And I think
Your
most...
opinion's bullshit.
All right, well then prove to me you can stick around because I'm going to read a book for 60 seconds and we'll see if you leave or not. Chances are you'll leave because maybe you won't get the dopamine you're looking for. 1,500 words a day and you listen to 3,000 words a day. But it's your choice of what you say and what you listen to. Most people just aren't in control of what they say or what they listen to. Like the way you're listening to me right now, if you were to choose to go to YouTube and listen to an audiobook or music, that could be a part of your 3,000 words. But instead, you're getting me filling you up with my words, and I'm getting up to my 1,500 number. So when we know the rules of the word game, we're more discerning and discriminating about what we listen to because it's all symbolic. And if you listen to somebody on this app and they talk just endlessly, the thing is, the worst thing about this app is any prompt I give a room, like a purple elephant, the room will start talking about a purple elephant. And a purple elephant conversation could go on for 2 hours. So it's a little bit like inserting a command into a line of code. And therefore, the 1530 rule is, if you're smart, you will be very discerning about what codes get, you know, put in front of your command prompt. That, you know, that's my symbolic or analog, you know, interpretation of the situation. What do you think, Saxon? What do you think about my master theory?
I like listening to you, bro. Like, I think you're very soothing, and I like that. But I like your master theory. It's great. So what's the room about then?
I'm gonna read a book. It's called "It's All Symbolic." That's not the real name of the book, but it's a book called "The Secret Key to the Mysteries" by Eliphas Levi. If you don't know who Eliphas Levi is, let me Google that for you. I'm eating a banana, and what's funny is in my sitcom, I picked up the phone, but it was a banana. And then my girlfriend said, "John, that's a banana." And then I got on the phone with my mom, and my mom says, "Yeah." And I said to my mom, "Yeah, I'm eating vegetables, Mom." I'll be right back. I'm going to go get my coffee.
Right, sounds like you've had a bit too much coffee today. In fact, every day you sound like you've had too much coffee.
Okay, let me ask you a question. What is the difference between a concentration and a compression? Hello?
Yeah, I'm silly. Just 1 minute. I'm just fucking doing something. I've just been shopping, so I'm just packing my shopping away. So when I have to ask or say, I was watching some random shit, and it was just some guy in the city, and he just goes up to people and he's like, what makes you confident, right? And it's like, then he started talking about reading books, and it like sounded like you, and he was like, talked about that book you always read, and he was saying how it changed his life. The Tao, whatever, by Lao, whatever thing.
Yeah, Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu.
Yeah, that one is what that guy, Machine Gun Kelly, was talking about.
Yeah, it's a very, it's not Christian, it's not Jewish, it's not Hindu. So it's kind of like a fourth way, and it deals with the way. And the Tao, is a nameless name. It's a powerful book. It's a magic book. But what it is it's psychological. And
so,
yeah, go ahead.
Do you want me to answer? So you said, what's the difference between concentration and compression?
Mm-hmm.
I believe it's mainly about what is changing.
Interesting. Okay, that's a nice way to put it. I never heard it put that way.
Do you want me to define both or not?
If you want to define both, if you want to tell us the truth, it's up to you. I didn't know you talk like a Schwartz. Anyways, hello?
What's that? What's a Schwartz?
Well, you said truth. Go ahead, tell us the truth. Or wow, look at all the people flowing into the room.
Yeah, that's because I'm here.
Well,
Hey, Mrs. Saxon.
See, the thing is that I've noticed about Clownhouse is that when a large group gathers, it is actually usually one woman that brings the crowd together. That's what I've noticed. And for example, Issa, Watermelon Guatemala, you know her?
No.
You don't know Loudmouth Issa? She goes on forever. Anyways, the point is, you're right, Saxon. It is you. It is you. Book,
yeah,
welcome.
I mean, I just have that effect on people. I'm a beautiful woman. I'm British. They like the accent.
Even Ludwig came in for a quick little peek. Wow. Book, welcome to the room.
Book means by their bio that says I'm a farmer. What do you think they mean by that?
I've been trying to get Book to change that PTR because it terrifies me and haunts my dreams.
It's Adam on the sap as a cat. It's that guy, Adam.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Chuck, welcome. Peace and blessings.
I don't want to bring this topic, but, I can agree with you that as a Muslim, Bukhari is similar to the Talmud and the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm.
Kinda, yeah. There are similarities between the Talmud, the Old Testament, and the Sahih.
Yeah.
Bukhari.
Do you think Islam is just a Christian cult?
Islam
Yeah, because Jesus Christ to Christians is the man God, the Son of God, the Redeemer of mankind. So Muhammad comes along and makes a one up. And he says, guess what, everybody? I'm the new Jesus. The old Jesus is dead. I'm the new revelation. Don't you think that's kind of arrogant?
But he never said that. He never claimed that he's a new Jesus, and all he said that, you know, I'm just a prophet. I know about your religion, and you know about your life. So even the Sunnah, are you familiar with what a Sunnah is?
Wait, hold on. We got a question in the chat from the Arabian horse farm. Danny, tell John how you got blocked by Jeff. I was there with my Anon, and I created a song about it, Arabian. It goes like this. I kicked Danny. I blocked Zach. I kicked Danny. I blocked Zach. That's basically Jeff's mentality. Many people think he's like a grown man. He's actually just a young child in an old man's body with a 40-year-old coffers lung. The point is, Jeff is a good guy. He's a great host, but he's not the smartest tool in the shed. So check. We're gonna move on. Nora, welcome back. The Arabian Horse Farm, by the way, loves me. And the Arabian Horse Farm made an incredible offer, and I'm going to take you up on that offer. I'm moving to Saudi Arabia to retire with a beautiful Muslima woman, and we're going to race horses together. What do you think about that? Hello?
Hello?
There you go, Saxon. Now you got it. You got it, Saxon. That was the best hello I've ever heard from you. Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Where does this psyop begin and end?
The psyop doesn't start and doesn't stop. It's just there, like Saxon said, change. That's the difference between a compression and a concentrate. Hello?
Hello? Hi. Hi, Danny. Hi. Isn't that a bad hi? Who, me? Me. My. Yes, I feel kind of sad. May I ask why? Because I have a gluten allergy and I ate the bread. So why do you eat the bread if you have a gluten? I convinced myself, soon I might as well just eat bread for the rest of my life. Eating the bread may cause you to die. Yeah, but it's a slow death. Whereas if something happens with my heart, then it would be quick. But I don't think it's that bad, you know. Yeah, it's not that bad. I'm lactose intolerant. I think a lot of people are. They just won't admit it. And they suffer, but I think it's worse for some people, and some people are just allergic to the proteins. Yeah, I've got ulcerative colitis, so anything that's lactose, oh my god, it causes me horrific pain. So you probably can't have a lot of stuff, like seeds and stuff, or is that different? No, I can eat seeds and I have nuts and things, so I'm okay with all that kind of stuff, but it's more I'm more intolerant to dairy products more than anything. But if you just pasteurized or unpasteurized or anything like that? I just get lactose intolerant milk that's got no lactose in, or I will get almond milk which is no dairy, but it is if I have like full cow's milk, dairy products, it just really, really gives me a bad stomach. And bread's not good. Have you tried any different bread? Other, like sourdough bread?
I love sourdough bread. I love the sourdough bread from this place called Panera. It's so good.
Sourdough bread's nice. I have that with some avocado in the morning.
So good.
So I want to dedicate this bagel to you, Danny. It's almost finished, and I'm about to put the cream cheese that I left on the floor for about 6 hours. I think it's okay. I think it's okay.
Fine, yeah.
Philadelphia cheese. So what did you have on your bagel? Cream cheese or what else?
I took a bite of a bagel today.
I like bacon on my bagel.
I gave up bacon, but I did have some beef bacon lately.
I love a bit of bacon on my bagel or salmon.
I don't like salmon. I wish I could eat fish. It's so good for you.
Yeah, I like salmon, shrimp. I like fish. I don't fry it, I like to steam it. Or you can eat salmon raw as well. Like you get little salmon, like little thin sheets of sharp salmon that you can put on a bagel. So you don't like any kind of fish? Or is it just you don't like it, or have you tried it?
I'm allergic to shrimp, but I'm allergic to shrimp. I'm allergic to other seafood.
That sucks.
Then I gave up pork, and I'm not supposed to have shrimp. And I think it's funny I became allergic. And it was like my favorite food. I used to love popcorn shrimp so much.
I was just thinking about Nora, and there she is.
She's been here the whole time. I feel like you guys are a team.
She's upset still that she can't have her Dom, Diego, her hypnosis
For
master.
what?
I think Nora hypnotized Diego more than Diego hypnotized her. That's just my opinion.
I was kind of thinking that earlier. Like before you said that, I was kind of like, who is in control there?
Mm-hmm. I think that's why she's actually upset, because she lost her control.
That's probably hard on both of them.
No, what it means is they're both perverse. And Nora just feels slighted because she feels like he got the last word, had more hand. So she can't get her dopamine to go high enough to get her to let it go, to get the satisfaction.
Yeah.
But that's just a childish way of looking at life. Thus, why they're both stupid and retarded. And I am actually the master of these supposed masters, because I've recorded them wasting years of their life talking about nothing. Nothing important. Hello?
Well, you got years of me almost.
I know. That's why I say, if you don't read a book, you're really wasting your time on this app. And I'm about to read a
What's
book.
gonna happen? What do you think's gonna happen with everything? Because I'm trolling like 99% of the time.
I don't know. When I die, Because I've seen dead people, in caskets, and they all, they're all shriveled up, and they weigh like, 40 pounds. They're just like a dried corpse. When I get to that stage, and I become a mummy, I know that my brain is going to be so huge and powerful and brilliantly beautiful. It'll probably be like a diamond, like a crystal. And my body will deteriorate, and then there will just be like this brain-shaped crystal. And everybody will say, wow, he turned his brain into a diamond. He polished it. He must have somehow figured out a way to turn his brain into a brilliant, shining diamond of intelligence. How did he do it? He must have read a book. Because conversations won't polish my brain in the way that a book does. Hello?
Yeah.
I told you, Saxon has no patience. She's got like a 60-second ADHD timer. It must have gone ding. Anyways, I'm looking forward to living on an Arabian horse farm. Of course, I don't want to pick any of the horse shit up. Will we have any...
So explain to me, what's going on with Lou?
Who knew?
Like, why are you fucking with this Arabian shit?
No, Arabian put it in the chat. I just like the suggestion.
I feel like you're Arabian.
Really?
Everyone thinks you're Arabian.
I got cream cheese on my fucking mouth. Hey, Resistance is here.
It just feels such a psyop.
Does it feel synthetic?
I mean, it did, like, since a specific day. But then it subsided a little. Have you seen the movie Old?
No.
It's like about these people on an island, and they like speed up their like life so they could be tested for some like pharmaceutical drug.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a crazy movie.
That bagel was good. You know what the difference is between a bagel and a pizza?
Cheese on the top.
There ain't no marinara on a bagel. That's it. It's just it's a baked item. Most people don't think about it, but technically a pizzeria is a bakery. They're just baking bread with melted cheese. That's it. That's what a bagel is. Hello?
Yeah. Did you make a song about Jeff?
No. No. I don't really...
Why did you say you made a song about it?
Because when you got lectured about how we're talking and he has to block you and kick you and block Zach, I couldn't stop laughing. I was sitting here in my office playing my drums going, I'm kicking Danny. It felt like he was a little kid. It just felt so juvenile.
I feel like he just like has wanted to for like a long time.
But see, that's a Jeff emotional problem for him personally. And, that's just like him, like being sad and angry and hurt. Like, not because of you, but because, Jeff, I mean, people if you ask, what the most, upsetting question is to ask somebody?
What?
Tell me something from your memory that's very painful.
Yeah, is that it?
That's it. That's a very difficult question to ask and a very difficult question to answer. Some people can
Yeah.
never truly actually tell another person what their most painful memory is. They just can't do it. It's too painful. So, that's kind of the feeling that I get from Jeff, that, the way he plays his game in the Mr. Jeff show is, everyone has an emotional vitality, and it never goes away. It's always there. That's why I do yoga, because if you got pain in your body, that's the worst pain.
Yeah.
Because my memory of pain, it's not present. But if you actually have physical pain in your body, that's real pain.
Yeah.
Saxon, welcome back to It's All Symbolic. Let me ask you a question. Why do you go by the name Saxon?
I don't know. I just like it.
Is it symbolic?
Well, it's my lineage, so obviously I'm indigenous to British land because I'm, English, Welsh, Scottish, Celtic, whatever you want to call me, Irish. But then also I have Viking from my DNA lineage that I did. It says that I came from also the tribe of the Vikings and the Saxons.
Interesting.
What's your haplogroup? You know your fraternal haplogroup?
My what?
Your DNA haplogroup?
Yeah, so I know all my lineage, and it's basically most of my percentage is English, Welsh, Irish, and Celtic, Scottish. Then I had some Germanic, Sweden, a bit of Northern American, Danish, Dutch, French. So a mixture. So when it explains all your lineage, it says that I came from the tribe of the Saxon Vikings, the Danes.
It's all symbolic. Well, Nora, I want to thank you for coming into the room and being such a great listener, because, Nora said she's trying to work with how I listen so much with burner accounts and record people and put them on YouTube for eternity. Because listening is powerful. And anyone who says that listening isn't powerful doesn't understand the value of speaking. Because listening and speaking are connected. In what you might.
Have you ruined anyone's life yet with their recordings?
Not as far as I can tell. I don't think I've actually. See, I'm just a trash man. I gather up garbage and I put it in a landfill, a wasteland. And whoever happens to go into that wasteland to pick up something that they found that I collected in my garbage gathering efforts, well, I don't know what they're going to do with garbage, but personally, I just throw it in the garbage when I have garbage, and I leave it in the garbage. I don't go back and fish around in the garbage for garbage. I just leave the garbage in the garbage. And thus, if you want to go into my wasteland and pick up some garbage, well, that's your... Probably, I'm a trash collector. I gather garbage. But, there's, the difference between garbage is and a book? Garbage in, garbage out. It's just change. It's like when I asked you what's the difference between compression and concentration. Many people are...
It's all about change.
Change. Got any change? You ever hear anybody on the street say, got any change? Got any change? Couldn't stop laughing the first time I heard that, because I was like, imagine if I went up to him and was like, yeah, I can change your life. He'd be like, no, I want some change. I'd be like, oh, I want to give you real change forever. I want some change. All right, man, here's $1. Thank you.
Somebody once asked if I could spare some change for gas I need to get myself away from this place. I said yes, what a concept. I could use a little fuel myself, and we could all use a little change.
Danny, do you think you could do like theatrical, like improv, meaning that like if you were to read that again, can you do it more dramatic? As if you were my AI Suno, and I said, make it dramatic. Can you do it dramatic?
But I didn't read it. It was from memory. It's
I
from
got
the
it.
song All Star.
I get it. Can you try to do it more theatrical, like you're on Broadway? Imagine you got your hands up and you're in a dress and you're dancing on Broadway. Now give us that rendition, but do it Broadway, dramatic.
I've only been in like one play and I have one line, but I could try it. Like, okay.
Take a deep breath.
I can't do it. I don't think I'm like, okay. I don't want to sing it either, so I'm on the spot. It's like I did it, but it was just like out of instinct. And if I was to do it purposefully, I'd be able to do it. I may truly be retarded. Am I allowed to say that word?
Okay, so it's all symbolic. Narjas, welcome. Narjas, thanks for being here. Narjas, sometimes I hear Narjas say things that are so stupid that I get the feeling sometimes she's just like talking just to like talk to get the dopamine, but to just be a part of the conversation maybe. But sometimes they're so incoherent that I worry about Narjas' mental health because I'm like, am I going crazy? Because that sounded incoherent, like, and it sounded not part of the conversation at all. Almost just like, see, people are giving Narjas the love, like I'm being mean. But Narjas, I ask you, what's the difference between compression and concentration? Or concentrate?
Hi, Kitover. You can't be more right. Like sometimes I am so incoherent, so eccentric, so rational.
See, that type of statement right there is what I'm talking about, where you say it's so incoherent and then it's so rational. Like you just say things that are totally opposed to each other in one sentence.
I said irrational.
Well, it's all symbolic anyways.
Yeah.
And that's kind of my point, where criticize or critique anyone you want, because everyone here's contribution is their art. That is their art contribution. Like, look at Danny's PTR. Look at Saxon. Look at yours. Look at mine. Like, this is everything you do is an emoji. It's an embodiment of your art, which is your spirit flowing out of you. How do you represent? Why do you think blacks created FUBU? Like Danny and I, we came up with Jews Boo, Jewish Zionists for us, by us, Jay-Z FUBU. We got our own clothing now for Zionists. And I've never been in the clothing industry, the haberdashery, but I know Jews love fabric. And so we are confident that Jay-Z FUBU, the Jewish Zionist for us, by us clothing store, is going to be very popular because it's so controversial. And Kanye West has decided to make the first purchase order of 1,000 units, and he's going to put them up on his website. And he's going to sell Jay-Z FUBU clothes for us. We already got a great partnership going. So let's stay on topic here and get back to the symbols. Narjas, tell us a powerful symbol. Zero. What's the difference between a 0 and an O?
One is longer, the other's fatter.
Mm-hmm. Fat versus long. Long versus fat. Fat long. Long fat.
Thick versus length. Width versus length.
Thick versus length, length versus. So how does everything rapidly become phallic? If it's all symbolic, how?
Lost out Sigmund Freud now.
Well, how did we immediately get back to the girth?
Just so good at it.
We're just born to be them, Danny.
Is this a psyop? Because do you know what framing is, Narjas?
Framing, yeah, NLP.
Do you know how to frame a frame?
Yeah, with NLP.
Do you know how to frame a framer?
Don't know how to frame a framer. Sometimes, yeah. He's getting upset. It's my doggy.
He's getting so upset. He's framing the dog.
So the dog, it turns out that dogs know how to frame humans by beeping. Dog is like, are you mocking me? You're mocking me. You're mocking me! Stop mocking me! And a cymbal is a metallic musical instrument that you clap. You bring together left to the right, bong, ding, ding, bong, bong. And we get the sound of a cymbal, which is the all sound, because the cymbal drones and, dilutes out all other sounds by overriding all the other sounds. So the question is, what is the universal symbol? Is it Om?
That's Gayatri Mantra, sung in the morning. Sorry, Surya, for the recognition of the beauty of the sun.
Well, you didn't really sing it correctly, unfortunately. You missed some key parts in
Yeah,
there.
I missed the last, I think.
If you translate that beautiful poem, it is so powerful. It is so powerful. Om Bhuva Swaha Tatsavitu Varenyam Bhargo Deva Sandhimahi Nyo Yona Prachodaya.
One word I think I missed.
No, you missed like 3 words.
Which one?
I'm just teasing. Okay, so it's all symbolic.
Can you just check me? Om Bhur Bhuva Swaha Tat Savitar Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi. That?
Nyo Yona Prachodaya. Okay, so there's 4 parts to the Om. There's the O, then the then the and then the silence. Most people don't know that silence is the 4th part of Om. It's the hidden part. So you have to notate the silence, and you can't have music without intervals. And the interval is the silence between the notes. So there's a pause between the Oms, which is the silence, which is the peace of silence. And a sigh is how you get to lets. So sigh, then the lets, the silence. That's the peace. It deals with breathing. Or as they like to say in the Babonic community, breathing, breath, the breath of life. Because if you're not breathing, guess what happens? That means you're dead. So keep breathing before you die, because when you die, there's no more breathing. So therefore, breath is the most important thing anyone can do. And it turns out that breath, when translated into multiple languages, it becomes the truth of the earth. The spirit of the earth is breathing you. Are you breathing it, or is it breathing you? Am I doing that? Or is the breath, is the air, the nitrogen, the oxygen, forcing its way into my nose? Do I know what I'm talking about? Or is my nose all wisdom? Is my nose the secret symbol? Or is it my finger? Don't pull my finger. Or is it my nose? Is my nose the powerful symbol? Pull my thumb. Is it my nose? Is it my nose or my mouth? Which one is it? Is it the tongue? Is it the ear? Is it the eye? Is it my penis? My phallic object dangling between my legs? Which one is the most powerful and universal of all symbols? Hello? Personally, I think it's the ear, because the ear is the first tree letters, tree, in the word earth. 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 Just say it out loud, everybody. Earth. Earth. Made you bark like a dog. Earth. So the truth of the earth is the ear. The ear, see, this is why I think it's better to be blind than it is to be deaf. Because if you're deaf, that means you can't use your ear. So the truth of the earth is all in the concentration of listening. That's the essence of meditation. The first place to go whenever you need to go within is use your ear canal. Visualize your ear opening. Imagine you diving into your own ear, and then you go into the brain. And then in the brain, there's a gazillion, trillion, quadrillion, sextillion number of tubes, wires, carrying all types of dopamine and genetic code. And if you're double vaxxed, triple boosted, maybe a spike protein just flew by you as you go into the ear. And when you're inside of your own ears, and you're in the temple, known as your brain, it's there where you can begin to construct and deconstruct all your concepts, all your symbolic interpretations and opinions. That's right. It's all symbolic. And so you could spend 1 trillion years here on Clown House letting other people go into your ears, just as I am coming into your ears right now. You might be in Boff's room. You might be in Andrew R's room. You might be in that red-headed monkey's room. You might be in somebody else's room. There's a million rooms. You might be in Mr. Jeff's room. But never forget the power of the fascist green bean. Will they mute you? Will they censor you? Do they have the fortitude to listen to you? Or are they just 30-second ADHD dopamine freaks that want to talk, get their dopamine all the time, gathering dopamine, becoming more dopish? Dope. Gathering up dope.
If they tickle us, do we not laugh? If they prick us, do we not bleed? And if they avenge us, do we not seek revenge?
If I get doped, do I not dope? If I gather up a bunch of garbage and I go to the garbage can and it goes to the wasteland, the landfill, Is it not just garbage in, garbage out? What are you putting inside yourself through your ears? Is it the truth? Or is it just opinion? Endless opinion. Because it's all symbolic, you know. Even words and sounds were information packets, quantum of symbol. Symbol, symbol, symbol here. Symbol, symbol, symbol there. Thank you for my symbol upload and my symbol download. What kind of symbols are you putting in your ears right now when I say symbol? Is that Zen a Mini down there? Which Zen is it? Oh, look at that cat. Is that a cat? Oh yeah. Ooh, looks like a squirrel. That's a cat. Ooh, Narges is trans now. She's the Frida Kahlo of Persia.
That was my first self-portrait. I did that when I was very young.
Really? Wow, Frida Kahlo over here. It's kind of cool. Nicely done. Damn, that's pretty good. Look at that.
Cool. Is it like a collage or it's like
It's a painting.
Oils and acrylics, so
you did that all?
Oh, she's an architect. She's an artist.
No, it's still just the texture, everything about it.
just brush the edges, knife, the piece.
That's incredible.
Narges, do I have your copyrighted permission to put your image in rock and to make it into an updated cartoon for 2026?
Here's my self-portrait from high school.
Let's see.
Colored pencils.
Cute. Well done.
It's alright.
Well done.
I did
Oh, cool. I made it 3D. Narges, you're gonna love this. Oh my god, it's so cool. Because I've never axed it to make it into a high resolution 3D image. They usually just say make it into a cartoon.
It's really nice done.
I did this really crazy one, right? And I don't know if it's gonna make any sense, but it reminds me. See, my art is really fucking stupid because like I can't sit still for too long. No. I don't mean it in a bad way.
Narges, check it out, PTR.
It's lovely. We just look like that.
I like yours better. It just there's something like it's like a Barbie, but it's not a Barbie, and that's why I really like it. It's cool.
How did you get this camera? Are you gonna get this time?
His is scaring me. I like yours better.
It's a different taste, though.
It's just I like yours better.
I cut through the canvas too for the top. Actually peered through it. That thing is actually glass that I put.
Okay, Danny, you're gonna like this one. Danny, you should start catfishing.
With what? I was convinced that me and Virgil Abloh were on the same wavelength with this one.
Okay, Danny, PTR.
Wait.
You got 493 photos on here? Holy shit, girl.
Yeah.
How many do you have, Narges? I've never done this with the 3D resolution. I'm going to start making a lot of AI images of myself. You know, I have a lot of like Andy Warhol artwork, and Andy to me is like an obnoxious troll who probably didn't even know he's so autistic. He didn't even know that he was like such an obnoxious troll, but he's so ugly. You know, he's so, if he took that wig off, he'd be like, see, the wig is actually what makes him like horrifically ugly and notable and notorious, because like if you had a soiree or a party and Andy Warhol showed up, you knew it was Andy because of the wig. If that wig wasn't on, you wouldn't know who that old fucking Pollock was.
But that's what Trump did with his hair.
Well, he did a skin pullover, which is like, you know, an intense surgical operation to like fucking shift your scalp to maintain your hair. It's so just fucking crazy. But that was like what he did, I think, you know, way back when. Fucking crazy. I think people who are obsessed over their hair are like the most obnoxious people you can ever meet. They're so self-centered, whether they want to admit it or not, because they're already ugly. And the fact that you do a hair plug job, you're still ugly because it's not natural. Like, you can hold onto, you know, 10 years of your image. But the truth is, it's just your demeanor that people like. It's not even your hairline. Because the hairline is so superficial, and it only lasts for just a moment of a blink of an eye when you're interacting with that person. But the way they left you feeling is what's all important. So if they're peaceful and nice and funny, well, then you love that person, you trust that person, but you don't care about the hairline. That's their own superficial ego trying to maintain an image. But everyone is just, you know, in entropy. And so to artificially construct a hairline, to me, is ridiculous. But people think that's art. I don't think it's art. I think it's just, you know, craziness. Have you ever seen how the procedure works? I couldn't imagine sitting there and then having like 30, 60, 90 days of like recovery, and your skin is just like in agony, and these little hair follicles are trying to grow this like artificial little line, and then it all starts growing in like a chia pet. And then, you know, you don't show your face for 6 months, 8 months, you let your hair grow out, your new fake scalp. It's literally like threading a doll. Have you ever seen how they thread dolls, you know, with hair? It's the same thing. It's so disgusting.
Yes.
It's so disgusting.
I have.
So anyways, I'm just saying,
Yeah, you must give it like that hair is so unique. Wow, you
yeah, Andy Warhol, but that was a wig.
Yeah, but everything about Anthony, he was just an advertiser that made some of the world's best propaganda.
Well, see, the reason why I was asking what's the difference between concentrate and compression is because he painted and created artwork that contained concentration. Like the tomato soup on the can, it says concentrate. So, you know, the whole now condensed. Condensed was the word of the day. Not compression or concentrate. It was condensed. Condensed was the word of the day.
You really got me, you
Do you think that was a collaboration? Like they both made each other more better?
That's life. It's called synchronicity. Hello? Theory and work theory is that if we were all really happy and having fun doing what we're doing, well, then we could stay on the party line for 8 hours a day while we work. And then we would have the basis of an actual creative, artistic organization attempting to make money together. It's very difficult to achieve. Many people who have tried to start businesses don't realize that it's actually a social engineering experiment. And that's what many people don't realize. And they fail to see that. And they have fear in the workplace. Oh, I'm going to lose my job. What they're really saying is, I'm going to be kicked out of the social experiment. Because all organizations and governments and government agencies are just social experiments in group theory, in work theory, in social theory. So that's the amazing thing about life is it's all cast and it's all condensed. Condensed is the word of the day. Tomorrow, the word of the day will be genocide. The day after that, it'll be occupation. The day after that, it'll be colonial. The day after that, it'll be some other. What'll be the word of the day after that, Narges? Day after that, it'll be Zionist. Can't tell you how many times I've heard the word Zionist and Zionism on this app, on X. Nothing but Zionism, Zionist. Every day, every way, Zionist, 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 Zionist. They never talk about the Indian nationalists, the Hindu nationalists, do
Listen,
they?
John, it could also be contingent. The other word.
Contingency.
Oh my god, the contingency argument. Or it could be psychophysical harmony. I had that word for like months together on this app. Because that became like a month argument. Pushing.
We don't understand time. We don't understand consciousness.
Well, ladies, my whole purpose of being here is to give you a warning. Do you know what the warning is? Hello? Warning of the day is beware of dogs. You have been warned. Not responsible for injury or death.
But I ask you why.
What?
But I ask you why.
Okay, ladies. We're about to do a meditation. I'm updating my PTR with my most recent image. Oh, here we go. I'm pretty sure I've read this book before, but it's pretty sweet. I think it's hard to say. I asked Grok to make my image 3D and high resolution. It doesn't really like make me look better. It kind of makes me look worse, maybe. I don't know, you tell me, look at my PTR. That's the book I'm about to read from. The Secret Key Activator. Okay. Well, this is the base image that I asked Grok to make 3D high res. You tell me, I think this picture looks better than the AI picture. The real picture. It's a better picture because it's the real picture.
I like the real picture. Bro, Grok is probably what got me set. Like, I like your painting. This is high res. Yeah, I like the original better.
Right? The original is always better. Okay, we're finally getting to the book portion of the room. I hope you have the attention span of a gnat fly, which is only 3 seconds. Here we go. This is also for YouTube. I've been creating clips. The Senary. The Senary is the number of initiation by ordeal. It is the number of equilibrium. It is the hieroglyph of the knowledge of good and evil. The key of the mysteries. He who seeks the origin of evil seeks the source of what is not. Evil is the disordered appetite of good, the unfruitful attempt of an unskillful will. Everyone possesses the fruit of his work, and poverty is only the spur to toil. For the flock of men, suffering is like the shepherd dog who bites the wool of the sheep to put them back in the right way. It is because of shadow that we are able to see light, because of cold that we feel heat, because of pain that we are sensible to pleasure. Evil is then for us the occasion and the beginning of good. But in the dreams of our imperfect intelligence, we accuse the work of providence through failing to understand it. Ribbon Shalom, good Shabbos, David, King of the Jews has arrived. Gekachet lechten in thine Fusta. We resemble the ignorant person who judges the picture by the beginning of the sketch and says, when the head is done, what? Has this figure no body? Nature remains calm and accomplishes its work. The plowshare is cruel when it tears the bosom of the earth, and the great revolutions of the world are the husbandry of God. There is a place for everything. To savage peoples, barbarous masters, to cattle, butchers, to men, judges, and fathers. If time could change the sheep into lions, they would eat the butchers and the shepherds. Sheep never change because they do not instruct themselves, but peoples instruct themselves. Shepherds and butchers of the people. You are then right to regard as your enemies those who speak to your flock. Flocks who know yet only your shepherds, and who wish to remain ignorant of the dealings with the butchers. It is excusable that you should stone them who humiliate you, disturb you in speaking to you of your rights. O Christ, the authorities condemn thee. Thy disciples deny thee. The people curses thee and demands thy murder. Only thy mother weeps for thee. Even God abandons thee. Ali, Ali, Lama Sabachthani. Chapter 7, the Septenary. The septenary is the great biblical number. It is the key of the creation in the books of Moses and the symbol of all religion. Moses left 5 books, and the law is complete in 2 testaments. The Bible is not a history. It is a collection of poems, a book of allegories, images, and symbols. Adam and Eve are only the primitive types of humanity. The tempter serpent is time which tests. The tree of knowledge is right. The expiation by toil is duty. Cain and Abel represent the flesh and the spirit, force and intelligence, violence and harmony. The giants are those who usurped the earth in ancient times. The flood was a great revolution. The ark is tradition preserved in a family. Religion at this period became a mystery and the property of the race. Ham was cursed for having revealed it. The key of the mysteries. Nimrod and Babel are the two primitive whose fulfillment was sought successively by the Assyrians, the Medes, the Persians, Alexander, Rome, Napoleon, the successors of Peter the Great, and always unfinished because of the dispersion of interests, symbolized by the confusion of tongues. The universal empire could not realize itself by force, but by intelligence and love. Thus to Nimrod, the man of savage right, the Bible opposed Abraham, the man of duty, who goes voluntarily into exile in order to seek liberty and strife in a strange country which he seizes by virtue of his idea. He has a sterile wife, his thought, and a fertile slave, his force. But when force has produced its fruit, thought becomes fertile, and the son of intelligence drives into exile the child of force. The man of intelligence is submitted to rude tests. He must confirm his conquests by sacrifices. God orders him to immolate his son, that is to say, thou ought to test dogma. And the intellectual man should be ready to sacrifice everything on the altar of supreme reason. Then God intervenes. Universal reason yields to the efforts of labor and shows herself to science. The material side of dogma is alone immolated. This is the meaning of the ram caught by its horns in a thicket. The history of Abraham is then a symbol in the ancient manner and contains a lofty revelation of the destinies of the human soul. Taken literally, it is an absurd and revolting story. Did not St. Augustine take literally the golden ass of Apuleius? Poor, great men. The equinox, the history of Isaac, is another legend. Rebecca is the type of the Oriental woman, laborious, hospitable, partial in her affections, shrewd and wily in her maneuvers. Jacob and Esau are again the two types of Cain and Abel, but here Abel avenges himself. The emancipated intelligence triumphs by cunning. The whole of the genius of the Jews is in the character of Jacob. The patient and laborious supplanter who yields to the wrath of Esau becomes rich, buys his brother's forgiveness. One must never forget that when nations want to philosophize, they tell a story. The history or legend of Joseph contains in germ the whole genius of the gospel and the Christ. Misunderstood by his people, must often have wept in reading over again the scene where the governor of Egypt throws himself on the neck of Benjamin with the great cry of, "I am Joseph." Israel becomes the people of God, that is to say, the conservator of the idea, and the depositaries of the word. This idea is that of human independence and of royalty by means of work, but one hides it with care like a precious seed. Painful and indelible sign is imprinted on the initiates. Every image of the truth is Shechem wish to introduce themselves forcibly into the Holy Family and perish with their people after undergoing a feigned initiation. In order to dominate the vulgar, it is already necessary that the sanctuary should surround itself with sacrifices and with terror. The servitude of the children of Jacob paves the way for the deliverance, for they have an idea, and one does not enchain an idea. They have a religion, and one does not violate a religion. They are, in fine, a people. One does not enchain a real people. Persecution stirs up avengers. The idea incarnates itself in a man. Moses springs up, Pharaoh falls, and the column of smoke and flame, which goes before a freed people, advances majestically into the desert. Christ is priest and king by intelligence and by love. He has received the holy unction, the unction of genius, faith, and virtue, which is force, comes when the priesthood is worn out, when the old symbols have no more virtue, when the beacon of intelligence is extinguished. He comes to recall Israel to life. If he cannot galvanize Israel, slain by the Pharisees, into life, he will resurrect the world, given over to the dead worship of idols. Christ is the right to do one's duty. Man has the right to do his duty, and he has no other right. O man, thou hast the right to resist even unto death any who prevents thee from doing thy duty. Mother, thy child is drowning. A man prevents thee from helping him. Thou strikest this man. Thou dost run to save thy son. Who then will dare to condemn thee? Christ came to oppose the right of duty to the duty of right. Right with the Jews was the doctrine of the Pharisees. And indeed, they seem to have acquired the privilege of dogmatizing. Were they not the legitimate heirs of the synagogue? They had the right to condemn the Savior. And the Savior knew that his duty was to resist them. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
Love is the law. Love on the will.
Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that, and no other shall say, nay! Every man and every woman is a star. Christ is the soul.
John, yesterday.
Yeah.
I think I survived the longest in one of these super like traditionalist Wahhabi rooms. Salafi rooms. And finally I got a moth in my room while I was refuting that position. And then when the refutation bore fruit, I was declared a kafir. And they fucking dropped me down. And in that moment of uprising, right, I felt like perhaps mission accomplished. Because all this while refuting, they were okay with it. They were okay to like hold a stance that was false. But when it really became false, that is when the one I was refuting just said, oh, but she's a Catholic. He had the right in that moment.
Well, have you ever butchered a cow?
No, I'm a vegetarian. Hello?
Well, you know the word kafir is from the word calf, and her a female calf. And it's very emotional to kill a baby calf to eat it because you love that sweet little thing. It's so precious, but to cut its neck and then to have it for dinner, that's pretty serious.
Yes, ma'am.
So what happens linguistically when we scream kafir and kick somebody to the goo? The dopamine flares like an electric shock. That's what people want. You are their sacrifice.
Yeah.
Kafir! Moo! 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 Moo!
I said, thank you guys so much for having me on your station this morning. But if you are a God worshiper, then I certainly am an atheist. If God worshiper looks like you, I'm an atheist. Please go sit on the gulag for 5 minutes.
See, the problem with an atheist, and again, it's not pronounced atheist, it's pronounced atheist with an F, an atheist. And the whole thing is, if you're going to spend all your time denying God, well, then you're not very much like God, are you? If you spend all your time invoking God, talking about God, thinking about God, reading about God, writing about God, guess what? You're more like God because you're surrounding yourself with an environment of God.
Yes.
And it can become dangerous because some people are very annoying. And when they become like God, because all they do is spend all their time talking about it, guess what? They can become a tyrant, a fascist. Abby, welcome. It's all symbolic.
Symbolic. So, I mean, I came to the conclusion that for someone to truly commit a crime against reality, one must take the stance of a positive atheist.
Have you listened to anything I've been reading about intelligence and love? Intelligence and love, Narcissus, deal with God. We might not like the word, the definition, but as you know, this is an ESL training app. And people here want to ask questions about what does the word God mean to you? Can you define it? Can you give me an explanation? It's very, very difficult because God is everything. It's obvious that it's the all. So I might say, well, God is like a bunny. God is like a horse. God is like your cell phone, which allows you to transmit infinite amounts of noises to people to troll them. God is everything. The all. God is a sound. God is a nothing. God is every word utterable, every sound imaginable. That is the all. That's the symbol. Sounds are symbols. And that's why a symbol, when you clang them together makes a sound, the all sound, like the om, a vibration. And then a pause. It's all symbolic. Okay, we're going to read a little more of this book by Eliphas Levi. Hope you're enjoying it.
I am actually. What is it called?
The Key of the Mysteries.
That's a good one.
Christ is the soul of protest. But the protest of what? Of the flesh against the intelligence? No. Of right against duty? No. Of the physical against the moral? No, no. Of imagination against universal reason? Of folly against wisdom? No, 1,000 times. No. And once more, no. Christ is the reality, duty, which protests eternally against the ideality, right. He is the emancipation of the spirit, which breaks the slavery of the flesh. He is devotion in revolt against egoism. He is the sublime modesty, which replies to pride, I will not obey thee. Christ is unmated. Christ is solitary. Christ is sad. Why? Because woman has prostituted herself. Because society is guilty of theft. Because selfish joy is impious. Christ is impious as our own. Judges of the world in which we live, pay attention and think of him who will judge your judgments. But before dying, the Savior bequeathed to his children the immortal sign of salvation. Communion, communion, common union, the final word of the Savior of the world. The bread and the wine shared among all, he said this is my flesh and my blood. The key of the mysteries, he gave his flesh to the executioners, his blood to the earth which drank it. Why? In order that all may partake of the bread of intelligence and of the wine of love. O sign of the union of men, O round table of universal chivalry, O sign of the union of men, O round table of universal chivalry, O banquet of fraternity and equality, when will you be better understood? Martyrs of humanity, O ye who have given your life in order that all should have the bread which nourishes and the wine which fortifies, do ye not also say, placing your hands on the signs of the universal communion, this is our flesh and our blood? And you, men of the whole world, you whom the Master calls his brothers, oh, do you not feel that the universal bread, the fraternal bread, the bread of the communion is God? Retailers of the crucified one, oh, you who are not ready to give your blood, your flesh, and your life to humanity, you are not worthy of the communion of the Son of God. Do not let his blood flow upon you, for it would brand your forehead. Do not approach your lips to the heart of God. he would feel your sting. Do not drink the blood of the Christ. It will burn your entrails. It is quite sufficient that it should have flowed uselessly for you. Chapter 8, the number 8, the Ogdoad, is the number of reaction and of equilibrating justice. Every action produces a reaction. This is the universal law of the world. Christianity must needs produce anti-Christianity. Antichrist is the shadow, the foil, the proof of Christ. Antichrist already produced itself in the church in the time of the apostles. St. Paul said, "For the mystery of iniquity doth already work. Only he who now letteth will let, until he be taken out of the way. And then shall the wicked one be revealed." The Protestants said Antichrist is the Pope. The Pope replied, every heretic is an Antichrist. The Antichrist is no more the Pope than Luther. The Antichrist is the spirit opposed to that of Christ. It is the usurpation of right for the sake of right. It is the pride of domination and the despotism of thought. It is the selfishness, self-styled religious of Protestants, as well as the credulous and imperious ignorance of bad Catholics. The Antichrist is what divides men instead of uniting them. It is a spirit of dispute, the obstinacy of theologians and sectarians, the impious desire of appropriating the truth to oneself and excluding others from it, or of forcing the whole world to submit to the narrow yoke of our judgments. The Antichrist is the priest who curses instead of blessing, who drives away instead of attracting, who scandalizes instead of edifying, who damns instead of saving. It is the hateful fanaticism which discourages goodwill. It is the worship of death, sadness, and ugliness. What career shall we choose for our son? Have said many stupid parents. He is mentally and bodily weak, and he is without a spark of courage. We will make a priest of him, so that he may live by the altar. They have not understood that the altar is not a manger for slothful animals. Look at the unworthy priests. Contemplate these pretended servants of the altar. What do they say to your heart, these obese or cadaverous men with the lackluster eyes and pinched or gaping mouths? Hear them talk. What does it teach you, their disagreeable and monotonous noise? They pray as they sleep, and they sacrifice as they eat. They are machines full of bread, meat and wine, and of senseless words. And when they plume themselves, like the oyster in the sun, being without thought and without love, one says that they have peace of soul. They have the peace of the brute. These are the ministers of Antichrist. The true priest of Christ is a man who lives. He sends out pardon, intelligence, and love. The true Christian is a stranger to the sectarian spirit. He is all things to all men. He looks on all men as the children of a common Father, who means to save them all. The whole cult, for him, only a sense of sweetness and of love. He leaves to God the secrets of justice and understands only charity. He looks on the wicked as invalids whom one must pity and cure. The world with its errors and vices is to him God's hospital, and he wishes to serve in it. He does not think that he is better than anyone else. He says only, so long as I am in good health, let me serve others. And when I must fall, die, perhaps others will take my place and serve. Subnote, actual priests. Levi's ideal priest, of whom bad is an impossible epithet. He is not to be looked for in the church. He is in that church, which is also ark, rose, font, altar, cup, and the rest. He is that word of truth which is established by two witnesses. The number 9. This is the hermit of the tarot, the number which refers to initiates and to prophets. Prophets are solitaries, for it is their fate that none should ever hear them. They see differently from others. They forefeel misfortunes. So people imprison them and kill them, or mock them, repulse them as if they were lepers and leave them to die of hunger. Then, when the predictions come true, they say, it is these people who have brought us misfortune. Now, it's always the case on the eve of great disasters. Our streets are full of prophets. I have met some of them in the prisons. I have seen others who were dying, forgotten in garrets. The whole great city has seen one of them whose silent prophecy was to turn ceaselessly as he walked, covered with rags, in the palace of luxury and riches. Subnote, this is the true clairvoyant Levi, the Levi who prophesied universal empire for Napoleon III was either the Mogis trying to use him as a tool, or a Micaiah unadjured. Micaiah. Micaiah. Yeah, Micaiah. I have seen one of them whose face shone like that of Christ. He had calicites on his hands, and wore the workman's blouse. Oh, calicites. And wore the workman's blouse with clay he needed epics. He twisted together the sword of right and the scepter of duty, and upon this column of gold and steel he placed the creative sign of love. One day, in a great popular assembly, he went down into the road with a piece of bread in his hand, which he broke and distributed, saying, Bread of God, do thou make bread for all? I know another of them who cried, I will no longer adore the God of the devil. I will not have a hangman for my God. And they thought that he blasphemed. No, but the energy of his faith overflowed in inexact and imprudent words. He said again in the madness of his wounded charity, the liabilities of all men are common, and they expiate each other's faults as they make merit for each other by their virtues. The penalty of sin is death. Sin in itself, moreover, is a penalty, and the greatest of penalties, A great crime is nothing but a great misfortune. The worst of men is he who thinks himself better than his fellows. Passionate men are excusable because they are passive. Passion means suffering and also redemption through sorrow. What we call liberty is nothing but the almightiness of divine compulsion. The martyrs said, it is better to obey God than man. The equinox. The least perfect act of love is worth more than the best act of piety. Judge not, speak hardly at all, love and act. Another prophet came and said, protest against bad doctrines by good works, but do not separate yourselves. Rebuild all the altars, purify all the temples, and hold yourselves in readiness for the visit of the Spirit. Let everyone pray in his own fashion and hold communion with his own, but do not condemn others. A religious practice is never contemptible, for it is the sign of a great and holy thought. To pray together is to communicate in the same hope, the same faith, and the same charity. The sign by itself is nothing. It is the faith which sanctifies it. Religion is the most sacred and the strongest bond of human association. And to perform an act of religion is to perform an act of humanity. When men understand at last that one must not dispute about things about which one is ignorant, when they feel that a little charity is worth more than much influence and domination, when the whole world respects what even God respects in the least of his creatures, the spontaneity of obedience and the liberty of duty, universal religion, the true Catholic religion, will no longer deny it by restrictions of place and of persons. Woman, said the Savior to the woman of Samaria, verily I say unto thee, that the time cometh when men shall no longer worship God, either in Jerusalem or on this mountain. For God is a spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. Subnote, a mistranslation by monotheists. The Greek is, in quotations, spirit is God. Chapter 10, the absolute number of the Kabbalah, the key of the Sephiroth, vide dogme et ritual de la hote magie, the number 11, chapter 11. 11 is the number of force. It is that of strife and martyrdom. Every man who dies for an idea is a martyr, for in him the aspirations of the spirit have triumphed over the fears of the animal. Every man who falls in war is a martyr, for he dies for others. Every man who dies of starvation is a martyr, for he is like a soldier struck down in the battle of life. Those who die in defense of right are as holy in their sacrifice as the victims of duty. And in the great struggles and revolutions against power, martyrs fell equally on both sides. Right being the root of duty, our duty is to defend our rights. What is a crime? The exaggeration of a right. Murder and theft are negations of society. It is the isolated despotism Crime should doubtless be repressed, and society must defend itself. But who is so just, so great, so pure as to pretend that he has the right to punish? Peace then to all who fall in war. Even in unlawful war. For they have staked their heads and they have lost them. They have paid, and what more can we ask of them? Honor to all those who fight bravely and loyally. Shame only on the traitors and cowards. Christ died between two thieves, and he took one of them with him to heaven. The kingdom of heaven suffereth violence. He loves to triumph over hate, but the lukewarm he speweth forth from his mouth. Duty is to live, were it but for an instant. It is fine to have reigned for a day, even for an hour, though it were beneath the sword of Damocles, or upon the pyre of Sardanapalus. But it is finer to have seen at one's feet all the crowns of the world, and to have said, I will be the king of the poor, and my throne shall be on Calvary. There is one man stronger than the man that slays. It is he who dies to save others. There are no isolated crimes and no solitary expiations. There are no personal virtues, nor are there any wasted devotions. Whoever is not without reproach is the accomplice of all evil, and whoever is not absolutely perverse may participate in all good. For this reason, an agony is always an humanitarian expiation, and every head that falls upon the scaffold may be honored and praised as the head of a martyr. For this reason also, the noblest and the holiest of martyrs could inquire of his own conscience, find himself deserving of the penalty that he was about to undergo, and say, saluting the sword that was ready to strike him, let justice be done. Pure victims of the Roman catacombs, Jews and Protestants massacred by unworthy Christians, priests of Les Abayers and Les Carmes, subnet monasteries in Paris, which were used as prisons in the reign of terror. Victims of the reign of terror. Butchered royalists, revolutionaries sacrificed in your turn, soldiers of our great armies who have sown the world with your bones, all you who have suffered penalty of death, workers, strivers, terrors of every kind, brave children of Prometheus, who have feared neither the lightning nor the vulture, all honor to your scattered ashes, peace and veneration to your memories. You are the heroes of progress, martyrs of humanity. Chapter 12, the number 12. 12 is the cyclic number. Yeah. Go ahead.
Remember me. For the living, I am gone. To the sorrowful, I will never return. To the angry, I was cheated. To the happy, I am at peace. And to the faithful, I have never left. I cannot speak, but I can listen. I cannot be seen, but I can be heard. So as you stand upon a shore gazing at a beautiful scene, as you look upon a flower and admire its simplicity, remember me. Remember me in your heart, your thoughts, your memories of the times we loved, the times we cried, the times we fought, the times we laughed. For if you always think
Okay, welcome back to It's All Symbolic. That was a beautiful reading, Narges. What does it mean to you?
means sorrow, pain, and any feelings. It means I must leave Clubhouse.
Well, it's all symbolic, you know. It's just a conference call app. It's just Zoom audio. Come on now.
It's time.
When are you gonna?
Well, there's a difference between you and me. I use it. You get used by it. So it's like saying, is the coup in the Cobs or is the Cobs in the coup?
Like, you think I don't use it? You know, I have heavy synesthesia. The sound produces intense imagery. I've made money off of this just because it allows for creativity.
What does it come out to? 0.0001 cents for every hour you spend.
Look at it now. Look at this guy.
Okay, we're gonna heart out of here in 8 minutes. This is gonna be my last page reading. It's page 46, the Equinox. Here is a translation in Alexandrines of the Unrestricted Magical and Catholic Creed. I do believe in God, Almighty Sire of man, one God who did create the universe, his plan. I do believe in him, the Son, the chief of men, word and magnificence of the Supreme. Amen. He is the living thought of love's eternal night, might. God manifest in flesh, the action of the light, desired in every place and every period, but not a God that one may separate from God. Descended among men to free the earth from fate, he and his mother did the woman consecrate. He was the man whom heaven's sweet wisdom did adorn. To suffer and to die as men do, he was born, prescribed by ignorance, accused by envy and strife. He died upon the cross that he might give us life. All who accept his aid to guide and to sustain, by his example may to God like him attain. He rose from death to reign throughout the ages dance. He is the sun that melts the clouds of ignorance. His precepts, better known and mightier soon to be, shall judge the quick and dead for all eternity. I do believe in God's most holy Spirit, whose fire the heart and mind of saints and prophets did inspire. He is a breath of life and of fecundity, proceeding both from God and from humanity. I do believe in one most holy brotherhood of just men that revere heaven's ordinance of good. I do believe one place, one pontiff, and one right, one symbol of one God in one intent unite. I do believe that death, by changing us, renews, and that in man as God life sheds immortal dews. Number 13. 13 is the number of death and of birth. It is that of property and of inheritance, of society and of family, of war and of treaties. The basis of society is the exchange of right, duty, and good faith. Right is property. Exchange is necessity. Good faith is duty. He who wants to receive more than he gives, or who wants to receive without giving, is a thief. Property is the right to dispose of a portion of the commonwealth. It is not the right to destroy, or the right to sequestrate. To destroy or sequestrate the commonwealth is not to possess, it is to steal. I say commonwealth, because the true proprietor of all things is God, who wishes all things to belong to everybody. Whatever you may do, at your death you will carry away nothing of this world's goods. Now, that which must be taken away from you one day is not really yours. It has only been lent to you. As to the usufruct, it is the result of work. But even work is not an assured guarantee of possession. And war may come with devastation and fire to displace property. Make then good use of those things which perish, O you who will perish before they do. Consider that egoism provokes egoism, and that the immorality of the rich man will answer for the crimes of the poor. What does the poor man wish if he is honest? He wishes for work. Use your rights, but do your duty. The duty of the rich man is to spread wealth. Wealth which does not circulate is dead. Do not hoard death. A sophist has said, property is robbery. Doubtless wish to speak of property absorbed in itself, withdrawn from free exchange, turned from common use. If such were his thought, he might go further and say that such a suppression of public life is indeed assassination. It is the crime of monopoly, which public instinct has always looked upon as treason to the human race. The family is a natural society which results from marriage. Marriage is the union of two beings joined by love, who promise each other mutual devotion in the interest of the children who may be born. Married persons who have a child and who separate are impious. Do they then wish to execute the judgment of Solomon and hew the child asunder? To vow eternal love is puerile. Sexual love is an emotion, divine doubtless but accidental, involuntary and transitory, but the promise of reciprocal devotion is the essence of marriage and the fundamental principle of the family. Sanction and the guarantee of this promise must then be in absolute confidence. Every jealousy is a suspicion, and every suspicion is an outrage. The real adultery is the breach of this trust, a woman who complains of her husband to another man. The man who confides to another woman the disappointments or the hopes of his heart, these do indeed betray conjugal faith. The surprises which one's senses spring upon one are only infidelities on account of the impulses of the heart, which abandon itself more or less to the whispers of pleasure. Moreover, these are human faults for which one must blush, and which one ought to hide. They are indecencies which one must avoid in advance by removing opportunity, but which one must never seek to surprise. Morality proscribes scandal. Every scandal is a turpitude. One is not indecent because one possesses organs which modesty does not name, but one is obscene when one exhibits them. Husbands, hide your domestic wounds. Do not strip your wives naked before the laughter of the mob. Women, do not advertise the discomforts of the conjugal bed. To do so is to write yourselves prostitutes in public opinion. It needs a lofty degree of courage to keep conjugal faith. It is a pact of heroism, of which only great souls can understand the whole extent. Marriages which break are not marriages. They are couplings. A woman who abandons her husband, what can she become? Honor, who is forced to be licentious because she is neither virgin nor a husband who abandons his wife prostitutes her and deserves the infamous name that one applies to the lovers of lost women. Marriage is then sacred and indissoluble when it really exists, but it cannot really exist except for beings of a lofty intelligence, though the fatalities of the brute nature. They ceaselessly make unfortunate attempts to act reasonably. The promises are attempts at and imitations of promises. The marriages, attempts at and imitations of marriage. The loves, attempts at and imitations of love. They always wish and never will. They're always undertaking and never completing. For such people only the repressive side of law applies. Such beings may have a litter, but they never have a family. Marriage and family are the rights of the perfect man, the emancipated man, the man who is intelligent and free. Ask also the annals of the courts, and read the history of parricides. Raise the black veil from off all those chopped heads, and ask them what they thought of marriage and of the family. What milk they sucked, what caresses ennobled them. Then shudder, all you who do not give to your children the bread of intelligence and of love. All you who do not sanction paternal authority by the virtue of a good example. Those wretches were orphans in spirit and in heart, and they have avenged their birth. We live in a century when more than ever the family is misunderstood in all that it possesses, which partakes of the august and the sacred. Material interest is killing intelligence and love. The lessons of experience are despised. The things of God are hawked about the street. The flesh insults the spirit. Fraud laughs in the face of loyalty. No more idealism. No more justice. Human life has murdered both its father and its mother. Courage and patience. This century will go where great criminals should go. Look at it. How sad it is. Weariness is the black veil of its face. The tumbril rolls on, and the shuddering crowd follows it. Soon one more century will be judged by history. And one will write upon a mighty tomb. Moderator, point of order. Daniel, welcome to the room. I'm reading from a very rare and expensive book called The Key of the Mysteries, translated by Aleister Crowley, written by Eliphas Levi.
All communication is projection unless it's hypnosis.
Narjas, what do you think about the reading so far? Pretty good, yeah?
It's such a great book. Daniel's such a good book. I mean, it's so poetic, so eloquent, esoteric.
So funny. Sit there and listen to anything over 3 seconds. Like, the guy's a neurotic. And so some people you will never, ever be able to, because I can't actually compress all that and give it to somebody in my statement. I have to read from a book because I'm retarded. But if I'm retarded reading from a book, and to me it's like revelation where I'm like, wow, this is the truth. But guys like Donald, like, I can never go into that room and read this book. And that's the problem in communication and in transfer, meaning these packets, unless we have the patience, the love, and the intelligence, we will get nowhere. And people are going nowhere quick. They're here in a pit. Clubhouse is a garbage dump. It's a wasteland. And as a garbage collector,
Point of order, moderator, point of order. All communication is not hypnosis unless it's fixed. Thereby stated in the fine print, it is projection. And I'm glad that you've made that change finally after all these years. After all the pressure that I put on you, after 2 years, all communication is not hypnosis. Not all communication is projection.
it's suggestion. It's conditional.
Projection.
Yeah, conditioning. You're conditioning.
You're projecting now.
I'm not. I'm actually talking about conditioner. And I've seen your photo. Your hair looks very oily. Have you tried conditioner? Because all communication is conditioning.
Oh, he's so good. He opened this room and I came. He said, I've heard you in quite a few rooms. You are sounding incoherent, irrational. You're speaking from a dopamine high. Probably very true.
You make non-sequential statements, and in one sentence you can literally contradict yourself not just once but twice. I'm like, what the fuck? Am I listening? Am I going crazy, or am I not hearing things right? This sounds to me like bullshit.
Oh, I can't believe contradiction. What are you talking about? That's rubbish. Utter rubbish.
I just ordered a surprise bag from fucking Frank's Pizza. Anyway, at the end of the night, they, like, whatever they got left over, they put them in these surprise bags. And I swear to God, they do something weird. Or like, I don't get a piece of pizza like last time. They give me ingredients.
What?
Yeah, they just give you ingredients like dough and like fucking. I'm like, what? No, give me the food.
What you talking about? The restaurant gives ingredients?
So what happens at the end of the night when they have leftover food, they just throw it away. So there's this website where they are like, all right, well, you can go and buy it. So they don't just throw it away.
I feel like they're cheap or what?
Yeah. For $6, you get $18 worth of food. I'm like the cheapest.
Not. They are buying stuff. You're definitely not cheap.
I know, but that's the addiction.
I know. So they gave you ingredients the last time?
Yeah, they give me salad dressing, garlic rolls, and like these little fried, it's literally fried pizza dough with sugar on it, and like donuts. It's so weird.
That's a horrible.
like, ew.
It was pretty good. Are you having dinner with like a special someone or not?
I am. Thanks,
What are you gonna wear?
wear a dress, maybe? Are you? Are you eating much time?
I'm gonna be eating pizza with my brother.
Oh, your brother.
Yeah, I ordered him one too. Both of them are lonely, so we're like, alright, let's just eat pizza together, dude.
What is that?
Like, little
Miss Wire.
So, Narjas, Daniel, I've got one request and two conditions. The first request is that you download the app Sora, Sora, and then you cast yourself, and then you create a video, and you tag me and you in the video, and you render us in an AI video. Do it now, please. Chris is doing it. Chris is casting me in movies.
Who's Chris?
Zen.
It's hypostasis.
All communication is indoctrination. All communication is biases.
They were fun.
Daniel, I am still shook by the way I was otherwise procured last night.
No, and then
Listen, so I think this is how Hadith was even transmitted.
they came after me.
He came off the stage. You know why? Because one bitch face was a troll gave testimony of my character and of my beliefs. That is how they have their entire Hadith. This is where testimony of character is a flawed system. Was I truly a kafir in that moment? Absolutely
Oh my
not.
god.
What?
They did that to you?
Yeah, they called me kafir. After all that,
Oh my god.
trying to open their minds
It's
to the
just
truth.
hypnosis.
Yeah, it's exactly. I was saying. All communication is hypnosis. Are you using your earphones? Sound pretty clear. You have to stop. I see that. These are my finest boots. Touch them lightly. I see that. Where you get the spot? Or did you go?
I'm here.
What do you think John is doing, Daniel, right now? Daddy boy?
Danny boy, the tides are turning violently. Oh, Danny boy.
Danny boy. Danny boy. Danny boy. Boy.
Hello?
Hello.
So if you haven't downloaded Sora yet, just remember that
Sora.
all communication is hypnosis. Download Sora now and cast John Kitover in a new movie.
Johnny. Wanna be like a star? Yeah. So
Good afternoon, hon.
Good afternoon.
Hello? Mm-mm-mm. Lordy, lordy, lordy.
I got the cutest. I have this bed that folds into the sofa, but you can buy different covers for it, so you can kind of like. So that's what I want to buy. I want to buy the cover for it.
Already.
What?
Have you been dressing up your house?
I'm having a visitor come here.
Having a what?
Dude, you remember
Tell the truth. Channel 5 without leaving the.
Who the? Asking.
You know, John? I'm asking you.
You get
Remember
what?
Kitty? Kitty?
Yeah. Is she coming over?
Dude. She's been in rehab for this entire
Her
time.
eyes on the future.
She's been what?
Have you noticed she's not been around?
Yeah, what happened?
She's been in rehab. She finally went and decided to get clean.
Oh, that's lovely.
I hope that she's okay. So it's been like months,
It is. It
and
has.
she's not even able to have a phone or clubhouse or anything.
Oh my god.
And then she said that when she gets out, she's been contacting me when she can,
Yeah.
like little bits here and there.
She loves me.
I really hope that she's okay. That she can do that.
She will. The first step. The first cut. The deepest.
Don't worry. Except the video though.
Why wouldn't?
No, why would she do it? Yeah.
Tell her like, because it's like, come on.
I know. Dude, all truth is like, be truthful and like suffer the consequences of it.
Always be honest.
I know.
That's what I tell myself. Like, honest with yourself too.
I don't want to. I just don't want to have to deal with like.
With the, yeah.
She's not gonna trust me, and there's the resentment, and
Oh my god, it's gonna go on. And it's gonna extend out to those.
I'm so bored today. Like,
Me too. And this no good room is that John Kitover's room.
what did you buy?
Not that much.
Did you buy anything like in the last week?
Yeah, like really good dry shampoo that I didn't need.
You didn't even use it yet?
No, I just buy them. And then at some point I needed something. I told you I want PVC aluminium, steel, moldable pipes. I'm gonna make a bed around it. I'm gonna make it all with just the steel pipe. They mold beautifully, but I have to.
Oh my god, I want to see it.
Yeah, that's
Sounds exciting.
It is. I'm so excited. I got the memory foam also from Amazon. This bed has costed me so much before even making it. I want different sizes of the beams. Why am I doing this?
Does it have a canopy?
That's what I'm thinking of doing. It's not a day bed. It's not an outside bed. I want to make it like maybe for my kid. But I want a hand. I have to freaking. It was so strange that you sent me the pictures of the hands, right? The ones that I cast. I've been casting hands for a while.
Yeah. That is so cool. I can't wait to see it.
I want a fingertip to just hold the whole bed from the base.
That is so cool.
Like as you must feel like you're gonna fall off it when you see it visually.
The intrigue of it.
Yeah, like held on a pinpoint, right? And wobbly in the illusion of the mind.
function to sort of balance the illusion. I'm not creating imagery that is illusive.
That is incredible. Incredible. Well,
Okay, because I think I just had me and my friend once, we were doing product design way after we did architecture. We made a couch that is a water couch. And he held it down with a heavy fucking chain. So the bed is floating, I mean the couch is floating, the seating. So when you look at it, it seems like it's just floating in the air, held down by these fucking chains along the floor. But the water is just standing static. We're gonna settle.
that is extraordinary.
Daniel, creating a product is just poetry. It is the poetry of illusion. It is the simulation.
Okay.
It's
Point of order, moderator. Okay, I'm going to now read page 51 from The Key of the Mysteries. Daniel, listen closely and tell me if you agree with what you're about to listen to. It's only one little page. Soon, one more century will be judged by history, and one will write upon a mighty tomb of ruins. Here ends the parricide century, the century which murdered its God and its Christ. In war, one has the right to kill in order not to die, but in the battle of life, the most sublime of rights is that of dying in order not to kill. Intelligence and love should resist oppression unto death, but never unto murder. Brave man, life of others who cares not for his own, crush him beneath your greatness, pardon him. But is it forbidden to kill the tiger which threatens us? If it is a tiger with a human face, it is finer to let him devour us. Yet, for all that, morality has here nothing to say. But if the tiger threatens my children, let nature herself reply to you. Harmodius and Aristogiton had festivals and statues in ancient Greece. The Bible has consecrated the names of Judith and Ehud, and one of the most sublime figures of the holy book is that of Samson, blind and chained, pulling down the columns of the temple as he cried, "Let me die with the Philistines!" And yet, do you think that if Jesus, before dying, had gone to Rome to plunge his dagger in the heart of Tiberius, he would have saved the world as he did in forgiving his Did Brutus save Roman liberty by killing Caesar? In killing Caligula, Caera only made place for Claudius and Nero. Oh, I gotta take a break because that is like so crazy that you go by Daniel Nero and I'm reading a book and up comes Nero. To protest against violence by violence is to justify it and to force it to reproduce itself. Okay, I'm gonna take a break there, but I love how on Clown House There's always like, it's right there. Like it's in the words, it's in the pictures. Synchronicity. You might say it's all symbolic. Okay, what'd you think, Daniel? Did you agree with every word I said? Or did you like make opposites and say, I don't agree with that? I don't agree with that. It's all symbolic. If you want to see the live stream video version of this book reading, just go to Google. Let me Google that for you and type in John Kitover and then click on videos. Click on another video. Then just click on the live. You can see it live. Fuck it! We're gonna do it live. Fuck it! Do whatever you want to do. Hello? It's all symbolic here. Hi, Stella. Are you still angry with me? Did I put you on my YouTube? I just took the video that you have of you talking, looking like a journalist.
Stella on your John, why did you do that?
Because she's an evergreen. She's just a big talking. She's just a talking piece. She's not smart. She's just talking. No, she's not. She's not smart.
You wish you were like her.
No, I used her because she's like a journalist, just like evergreen. I can delete. It's no problem. But you probably can't even find. You probably can't even find it.
If you have a lot.
If you can put the link in the chat, maybe I'll work on it. But I ain't got time for all that. I got 100,000 videos to go to look through. Come on.
Hey, did you ever do one of the voices in Amir's room? The what was her name?
Which one?
It was like
No, it's not me.
Guy who would be like a girl voice.
Yeah, it's Point. I know who you're talking about.
I freaking love her. She's so good. Was that you?
No, it's not me. That person's really actually.
She.
That's a gay white guy. Hello? That's a gay white man who pretends to be a black woman on this app. And you are so easily entertained. The worst thing is, that gay white guy is so woke and so leftist. It is just, it actually, see, I thought about creating, I haven't seen Point on here in a while, but I've been thinking maybe I should change a profile over to Point and start going into rooms and doing Point.
Can you do Point, bro?
I can. It's basically an Alma voice. It's an Alma.
Take the picture off. Take the picture off.
So I think in those videos, I just filmed your Instagram or your YouTube, and then, but I turned your volume down, and then I just played the room, which was like a mirror. Or what's that kid's name? He's really annoying. You have to see, if you have the video, you know, you could hear it. The thing is, you're just telling me to take it down, but why don't we listen to it and then actually talk about it? Because that's the reason why I did it. Is, you know, it's not about you, it's about what the video's about. I'm not going to play it. I told you just a second ago, I'm not going to go through 100,000 videos to find the video that I worked on a couple of weeks ago. It's too many videos. You're not saying anything. I turned your volume down and I just used you as the evergreen video. Because, you know, I use, yeah, basically. It's clickbait, but it's actually that really annoying guy here on Clubhouse who screams really loud. He's like me, but he's more retarded. He's stupid. And what he's saying is stupid, and it's violent.
The drill, like house drill. I put it down and now I can't find it anywhere.
Yeah.
The drill you have. A drill, like a drill? Yes. I know what a drill is. I am master of tools.
You girls need to get drilled. That's what's all Valentine's Day is about.
Baby. Oh yeah. Tonight is the night when two become one.
It's the night of mystical lovers. It's the night of Venus. Actually, that's Friday night. Saturday night is the night of blowjobs. Because
Wait, guys, I gotta go look for this girl.
Hello?
Okay. Can you take a video off? She was about it. Actually, can I tell you something? So I went to Tehran Radio, and then I didn't see you, but I did see earlier morning and things like that. No, there's no way. It was Rooster's room. He can't mod Rooster. I'm sorry, it was Rooster's room. Yeah, because it's Tehran Radio Roosters. Tehran Radio started it, but like there's a whole like voting process and all this bullshit. That's right. That's why I would mod you. Rooster's room is a little bit different. Yes, so I went in and I was like, all the friends we were hanging with, Hamid and the rest of them. They're there. Okay, I'm not here for that in the classroom, so. Okay, that's you. Well, really, you're gonna stick around for this room, that room? No,
All communication is hypnosis. All communication is conditioning. All communication is projection. Hello? Hello? Pheasant June, walnuts, chopped watermelon, and feta cheese. Hello? Okay, Rabbona Shalom, welcome back to It's All Symbolic. If you want to watch the live stream version of this video, just Google John Kitover right now. I'm not going to Google it for you and give you the link. You got to do it yourself. And then I want you to leave me a comment on my YouTube live. And then I want you to download Sora and cast yourself in an AI video and use the sitcom filter and just put a little blurb in there like, it's all symbolic, and make a sitcom out of it. And then you're going to tickle yourself with a feather and cast John Kitover in a video and call it It's All Symbolic. And tag John Kitover at JOHNKITOVER. John Kitover. Many of you are in my videos on YouTube, countless tens of thousands of YouTube live streams that I've been running here for 5 years straight. And we're about to expand to 2 more recording studios, thanks to the hard work of Daniel Nero and his accomplice, fellow superhero, Barthologist, the Megatron. These 2 gentlemen have spent over 7,000 hours talking, listening to some of the world's dumbest people that haven't figured out the technology of a thing called a book. But nonetheless, here we are in a conference call roasting Daniel Nero, who has for so long, people call him my arch nemesis. They say that you're my arch nemesis, but I say there's no arch in a nemesis. There's just a nemesis. There's no such thing as an arc or an arch. Anyways, Mr. Nero, Dr. Zen, Dr. Daniel, actually. You know, my cousin's name is Daniel, and he hates my guts. But that's okay. He's just a cousin. He's not a friend. Well, Daniel, would you like to hear a little bit more? Daniel left us. I knew that was going to come in because as soon as Narjas goes, you can kiss Daniel goodbye. He doesn't want to talk to me. And I wouldn't want to talk to me either, Chris. I just believe in talking to women. That's my, because I got beat up by a Schwartz once outside of a nightclub. I was smoking a joint, and this fucking Schwartz robbed me and almost killed me, punched me right in the face. So, you know what I learned, Chris? Fuck them. Let them do whatever they want, but I ain't talking to you no more. And so I respect Daniel for leaving the room. And I would respect you too if you just disappeared, because every year, thousands and thousands of people just disappear. That's it. It's called death. But some people die of unnatural causes and they disappear, but it never gets recorded. Anyways, it's all symbolic. I am changing my recording production over here. I am going to expand to more recordings, just as like an experiment. You got to set it up. It takes work time to set all this up and to monitor it because of copyrighted music. I don't want the YouTube account to like actually get deleted. Welcome to All Symbolic, Dr. Zen.
Hey, what's going on, John?
I'm reading about the universal story of Dr. Good and Dr. Bad.
I really enjoyed that reading of like the Secret Key. It was really good. Appreciated it by Aleister Crowley.
No, it's not by Crowley. It's by Eliphas Levi. But you can tell it's translated by Crowley because a lot of it sounds like Crowley writing it. Which is, he translated it from French because Eliphas Levi was a Jewish French Kabbalist. And
you should, if you ever have the chance in the future sometime, you should read that essay that I posted in the chat. It's pretty good.
Okay, I got the text. I saw it come through.
Yeah, it's legit. It's sort of like symbolically describes the sort of way that capitalism eats away at everything in every sort of aspect in every moment of someone's life, and that you can make profit off of it. It's pretty good.
Well, Barnum and Bailey, who said there's a sucker born every minute. It really is, because communication spam. If you don't know that communication is spam, well, guess what? You will get taken in by anything. And if you read the most esoteric, luxurious Oriental philosophy, and you've never heard it before, you might get taken in. So, BLM is like low-grade philosophy, which resulted in billions and billions and billions of donations, and look at what these Schwartz bought. They bought mansions, luxury cars. I mean, how the fuck can Stacey Abrams get a check for $2 billion because she helped Biden politically? Like $2 billion to her nonprofit cut from the president's desk? What? Hello? That's
for the scam climate change, like something along those lines. Like it was a climate change fund that she was going to be using.
Yeah. But how the fuck is? Anyways, that whole thing is so fucked up. You can't tag Cash Patel and Pam Bondi enough. I swear to God, I have tagged Cash Patel and Pam Bondi so many times that there is no way that they don't know who I am. That like and the thing is, they're not going to respond to me. They're not going to like it. They're not going to retweet it. But if they get pinged and they even look at it, that's me transmitting an NLP into their brain with pay attention to this, pay attention to like.
That text post that you had over 1,000 views. That's pretty good. That's legitimate for just one post. Even though you didn't have a lot of retweets or likes, that's good. That's eyes.
Yeah, I haven't looked at the stats today. When I looked at it last night, it was over 20,000 views, 100 retweets, 100 likes, or maybe it was. Anyways, but the thing is, it was like right time, right moment. Then I think somebody knocked me out of the lead reply. But not enough people use Grok that way. So just to make the demonstration of how to use Grok instantly to get an extract, a compression, a condensation, concentrate. That's what we're trying, people don't realize that it's like an oracle. You can just ask it anything you want it to do. See if it'll do it.
Are the raging anti-Semites still on here? What's his name? Diego and Nora.
Nora is here. Nora is here.
Oh,
She was
okay.
just in this room, but she's too much of a chicken shit to come up on stage and talk.
Yeah.
She wrote in the chat. She's like,
Scarface.
yeah, Scarface. She confirmed. She's like, at least we've confirmed he's using anonymous again. You know, it's like I love drama people who say like, you're targeting me, you're harassing me. It's like, no, no, I'm not.
Just turn off your phone. You know, be harassed on the internet. Like I never understood that. Like you're getting bothered. Just turn off your phone. You know, there's life out there. You know, besides being on the phone.
Well, I mean, I can understand if like people are, you know, putting you on naked bodies and posting your phone. Like there is a level of intimidation, which is definitely, you know, police worthy of a phone call. Like
I've seen some of like these Chinese models, like these AI models that are coming out, like video models. They're incredible. Like clean AI. It's like it can be like 10-second long videos.
Mhm.
It's not free like Sora, but like the consistency is there. It's just like it's fascinating.
Well, I'm very excited about the John Kitover sitcom and also the John Kitover band because, like, you know, people spend their whole lives touring, you know, and playing in bars on Friday, Saturday nights, and like that's their life, you know. But it's like I would never even leave my house. I would just create AI videos of myself doing what people do in the real world because that's what they should be doing when they're doing it in the real world. And the fact that I could just spam it with a flick of my wrist and a couple keystrokes, it's like, there's a lot of power here because everybody is interested in making videos of what they're doing. And the fact is, you know, that type of layering.
You should do something like Larry David's Curb Your Enthusiasm sort of style sitcom, you know, Seinfeld.
That's a sitcom. I mean, I'm doing that. Like, I have many AI accounts creating these sitcom videos. And I see a prompt that I would put in is like the John Kitover sitcom, you know, and that's it. Like, but what's funny is on here on Clown House, when you hear people making statements, just take a part of their statement, you know, and their broken English and just put it into Sora and cast it in a sitcom. That's kind of like taking, you know, if I were to go into all the black rooms and listen for a couple minutes and take the most ridiculous statements and create lyrics on Sora, it's the same thing. It's taking all this broken Ebonic English and using it as the prompts. That is funny because when you watch it, you've heard people say that shit. And so the way that the AI interprets it in the sitcom, it's like, it's so juxtaposed.
Interpretation of it,
yeah, it's fucking genius because there is something to the statement. So it's funny. You know, it makes it fun. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is stupid is, stupid does, but that's okay. I want to capture it and monetize it somehow. And one of my YouTube accounts is like a third of the way to getting monetized, but it's like, you know, there are certain times to post when the algorithm really juices you. Like last night I posted about 10 p.m. There's a lot of internet traffic. So like when you post a video to YouTube Reels, you want it when there's, you know, viewership.
Like when people are like leaving work or
like as soon as they check in at the desk, drink their coffee, to get up earlier. Like if I want to hit, you know, 8 a.m. EST, that means I gotta post at 7 a.m. So like there's certain times where like
well, you've been slacking, John. You know, like usually most of the time you've been like before, like a couple years ago, you were getting up like around 10. Now it's like 11:30. Start on the side.
See, I think I follow the circadian rhythm, which is eat when hungry and sleep when sleepy, and don't like actually use all these bells and whistles to manipulate myself. Because most people don't even know that the clubhouse noise when somebody comes in the room is a suggestion condition. It's a hypnosis, and it's like, you hear that? KP is here. It's like it demands your attention. And people, like I read this article on Drudge, some woman like turned off all the notifications on the phone, and she was shocked at like what life is like when your phone doesn't give notifications, buzzes, and whistles. And actually, that Dr. Dave text message string is what caused me to get rid of the haptic feedback on my phone because it's just too much. It's
The trolling is incredible. I like that. Max he's been trolling him for how many years now?
But Dr. Dave texted me and he sent me a video of him with Kennedy. Like Dr. Dave is no loser, you know?
Yeah, and he's getting. Oh my goodness, it's incredible. It's incredible.
Dude, this whole vaccine thing is crazy because like Borla at Pfizer is pivoting from vaccines to cancer vaccines. It's like more vaccines for vaccines. Maybe we shouldn't even have done the initial vaccine. It's so crazy. It's so crazy.
This mRNA technology, they're now implementing it. Like they're going to be saying, "Oh, it's going to be curing cancer now." So you're going to be getting injections for the cancer that we caused initially. So
Oh,
to
man.
cure those cancers.
This is horrible.
Yeah.
This is a horrible fate. This is why natural science will always win. Like this, the vaccine stuff goes way back, all the way to 1900, when Big Pharma started doing mass injections because of the government. So,
Diogenes, like he was like talking about like this thing called like the digital control system.
Mhm.
Sort of like this idea where like the vaccines are sort of a part of this as well, where certain molecules are injected inside your body, which could resonate with vibrations sent through wirelessly, and that can alter specific protein structures inside your body, like instantly killing you.
Yeah, well, I don't know what to tell you. This isn't like, first of all, his name ain't fucking Diogenes. It's like Matt or Tommy or Billy. Like, he's a fucking online schmuck, doesn't read a fucking book, and, he's just a personality. He's a loud screaming schmuck, but, like, he's funny. That's what he's got. But that schmuck is an idiot. I mean, not really, but, anyways.
Well, he's not that much of an idiot if he's not on here on Clubhouse anymore. So.
Him and the Abby show is pretty fucking stupid. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Well, he demonstrated that he's an idiot. He's a fool.
Have you seen this account on X called MAGA?
Mm-mm.
You haven't?
Mm-mm.
It's really good. Let me send you a link. It's a great compilation of like the best photos about MAGA, like super powerful hypnosis.
Lord, oh Lord, mighty, oh my, oh my Lord, oh mighty, mighty, mighty. Lord, 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 Lord. Lord, Lord, Lord. So,
check it out. It's pretty good. Some of these photos.
So I updated like some computers here. I bought like some new hardware, and probably a stupid investment, but I don't know. When you get like the latest computer, it's always like, wow. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is, in terms of like reading books, so the way I'm set up now is there's too much movement. Like I have to get up and click all these edits. So I'm gonna reposition all my desks like a V, and then have all my phones set up so I can quickly hit the clip button on YouTube. See, the whole thing is nobody's watching my videos, and I'm getting contacted all the time by SEO, workers. But I'm going to have all of my YouTube accounts queued up on desktop screens. So it'll be crazy because I will be able to keyword and create, let's say, 500 videos in 2 hours, fully keyword optimized. And if I do that enough over a period of days, I will actually start getting to the monetization point where, because I'm spending time on the keywords and a variety of keywords that people are actually
creating a preference cascade in the algorithm.
Yeah, basically, I'm trying hypnotic. So basically all I'm really doing is creating ASMR spam. And that's all that's really happening all the time for everybody. They're just consuming ASMR spam. But because I think my books are smart, I should be able to capture an audience if I spend the time on the keywords. Because right now, John Kitover just is not a highly searched term. But, book and books and esoteric and philosophy, all these other terms there's more keyword search volume. So I feel like that is part of my problem on why, after 5 years of spamming YouTube and having, 100,000 videos, nothing is monetized. And it's crazy to just keep doing the same thing without differentiation. And part of the feng shui, or the fun of creation, is modifying arrangements. And it literally comes down, because I know you're doing it virtually, I'm doing it here with tripods and cameras. I literally have to change my format or how I'm recording. So it's all in the works. And, I'm restating this because I thought about it today. I was like, I have to do this because this is the way. Because last night when I turned all the videos to public, it's a question of time. It takes a long time, to do this. But the thing is, the way that I have it set up with the computers now, I can literally change the title of 50 videos, and I can turn it from private and unlisted to public. So to be able
to be using the YouTube editor software, like YouTube Studio.
It's all in Studio.
Yes, yeah. That's like one issue that I found using like a phone. YouTube Studio doesn't allow you to actually edit the videos. You have to use a computer. It's pretty
yeah, that's why I say it's like cell phone to desktop. There's a connection and a relationship there. But what I'm saying is I should be able to put out a lot of high quality videos with high quality keywords. And over the course of a couple months, I can use the books here in my house to maybe start making money on YouTube.
Just a question though, you have a whole very high valuable sort of information in those books, but when it comes to the average person, would they even want to hear it? So it's they just want to hear the sort of slop that's been they've been hearing for most of their life. So
that's okay. I think see, I would hire people to do the slop, while myself I read the exquisite. So if I can get this thing going and make money, I can hire somebody like a hot model off of Craigslist to come to my house and read Dr. Seuss and make money from that. Because, like you said, the slop has value. The garbage collection is, agnostic to what's in the garbage. But there's so much garbage that, you realize it's not just about putting out the top 10%. Part of life is the 80-20, 80% of the garbage.
Pareto principle.
The Pareto principle. So, but I would say Clown House is 99% garbage, because I would rather read a book than teach English to a non-native English speaker. And that's really what's happening here. This app is it's just ESL.
People on this app, it's 95%, 98% of the people on this app, they don't have a mastery of the English language, for sure.
That's it. And so read a book. And so I Googled, you say 15,000 words a day or 1,500 words a day, and you hear 3,000 words a day. So if you want to change your life, you have to control that 15-30 rule. You have to control what you say and what you hear. Otherwise, what hope do you have? You know, because if you're just consuming slop, and chances are you're saying slop. So control what you hear, control what you say. Control what you say, control what you hear. I mean, how could that be? How can, by what you, well, that's because you're overriding what you're hearing by saying.
Have you heard of this word called cybernetic?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like literally like what humans are built to do, cybernetic, you know, like digital operator control systems, sort of like the actions that we take, and then it's sort of like a thermostat, right? It controls whether it's too hot or too cold by feedback loops, cybernetically.
Well, we are just constantly, see, that's why I like the analogy of the trash collector, because I'm just going out and harvesting data, bringing it all into my wasteland. And somebody asked me earlier, like, have any of your recordings resulted in anybody getting hurt? And I was like, well, if somebody went into that wasteland and pulled garbage out of it to bring into another room to hurt somebody, like, that's because they did the work to go into the dump where I gather all the garbage. But that just means they're a garbage picker. So we got bag ladies on this app. And, you know, women in many ways control the app. And in many ways, women, through testimonials, control the narrative. And when I was in college, I created all these business websites, like how to open a car wash business, how to open a pizza business, how to open a liquor store business, how to open a tanning salon business, how to open a hookah business. And people for years and years and years were sending me money to open these small businesses. But do you know what sold the product? It wasn't my label on the CD-ROM. It was the testimonials that I wrote myself. Because I realized all communication is hypnosis. And if a fake testimonial on a website said that, by God, they opened a hookah business and made $120,000 their first year, by God, they too, my customer, who sent me $29.99 for my little business plan, could also have that opportunity to make $10,000 a month with a hookah business. It's all symbolic. It's all about planting the seed, the desire. Waste Management Incorporated. Go ahead, please proceed.
Okay, so it's called Bronze Age Mindset. Victory to the Gods. Prologue. This is not a book of philosophy. It is an exhortation. I hardly have anything to say to most who are like me. Still less do I care about convincing. This is account of my reveries. I tried to put as brief and simple as I could the thought, and that motivates me, and the problem faced by life in ascent and decline. I was convinced to write this book by certain frogs who told me, is it not a shame that hucksters are multiplying lies and jizzing their filthy doctrines into receptive minds everywhere? Perversions, lame ones are born by the thousands and haunt like myriad cripplet midgets in the halls of mirrors, and they haunt the world of books, the internet. Minds are lost. If you wait any longer, everything will be pounded to garbage. There will be nothing left. It will all turn. The whole world will turn into a Bulgarian rest stop lavatory. But have you seen the movie Midnight Express? And how did it make you feel? I was roused from my slumber by my frog friends, and I declare to you with great boldness that I am here to save you from a great ugliness. If you look around the eyes of some people, you see a kind of demented energy. It's pure anger or lust for power with nothing more. I hate to dirty these pages with the mention of the name of nobodies in our time. But if you see a photo of Hillary Clinton or Adam Schiff with his eyes bugged out on stims and antidepressants or who knows what, you know what I mean. There's a crease around the eye that tells it. It looks like a cyborg gone off script. These people have an inhuman gaze in our vehicles for something else. You see this in the chiefs of the EU bureaucracy with tiny old man eyes behind small glasses and the tiny lenses that reflect light. You see it in the dead robot eyes of the new human automatons running government departments, the DMV, the brutal zombies running the security in airports or hospital healthcare rooms under vicious yellow fluorescent lights. I wanted to expose the grim shadow of a movement that is hidden behind the events of our time and from before. This is a great power that acts like a ghost. It hides in its own darkness and has been absorbed by the lands and the peoples that you can't really see it anymore. There is just an eldritch quality embedded in the things and on some faces. The same was said of Hades. Some said he would feel a great shame when some other god drew back the veil and the underworld so all the vile things that are there could be seen. Is this Hades of our time capable of shame? I heard also of such things being under the sea, the disgusting and frightful things revealed when the sea recedes before a great storm. I will draw back the curtain on this iron prison and show you where it is you really live. The secret thing showed in dreams. Heraclitus says, all the things you see awake are death. All the things you see asleep are sleep. He was trying to be coy. In his day, many gods, clove-footed satyr, and other things show themselves to men in dreams. Spirituality, your insides are all wet, and there's a huge hole through where monstrous powers are fucking your brain, letting loose all your life and power of focus. You don't see yourself as you really are, but maybe some nightmare can show it to you. I'm here to show you the way out. There was Empedocles, a philosopher, a man of high vision. He jumped into volcano Etna in Sicily because he knew you were born as a god. Now imagine yourself in front of the rim of Etna. It's dry and sandy. You feel the heat, but it is not like you thought it might be. It's not romantic. It's just hot, dry, you can't breathe. And the smell of infernal sulfur and wet earth, and even worse things trigger an old memory or instinct in you to run. You're brought to face with a vehement vehemence and brutality of rock, and you start to feel dizzy staring in. Molten rock in your nostrils, and it's not just that it scares you. If it were great fear, that could be a spur to action, but it fills your nostrils with banality and dullness of plain molten dust. You see gray and black. It reminds you of a torrid summer afternoon by an abandoned gas station. You're stranded on a dirt road, choked by heat and so much dust. You see flames in the hole, but it lacks the romance of fire as you imagined it. Is this it? It seems like nothing to you, because to your eye it's nothing, so you pull away from it. You're not reborn as a god. You remain a mule. Your lying mind now comes up with many thoughts about why it's right to pull back. Why, of course, there's a nice meal to have, a glass of wine. Maybe there's a girl waiting, or the pussy is warm and inviting. Empedocles was deluded. No, don't jump in Etna, or Mauna Loa, or Puyohui, or Afchaklukdol, titans of the world, even if you just get yourself to it. But it won't work now. These portals are closed for ages. But other doors are closed to you, too. What Mount Etna was to Empedocles, is there something like that to you? Is there something like that at all anymore? Life has a thing inside it that reaches beyond itself. This intergalactic worm, I can't say here, you must wait. But if you don't reach beyond yourself, you are dead. Most of mankind is the walking dead. So yeah, like it's a pretty good Bronze Age mindset. It's legit.
I'm looking at Mythomago and screenshotting all these pictures of Trump.
What's up?
I've been looking at Mythomago, the Exicon, and screenshotting all the pictures.
Great photos, huh?
Yeah. Very cool photos. I'm going to stitch them together into a short on YouTube. People love Trump photos on YouTube because the global community loves Trump. It's crazy that the world loves Trump more than America.
Do you think it's going to be Rubio or Vance 2028?
It'll come down to those debates. Rubio will be fierce. Vance is like, he's pretty nice because when he did that Kamala Harris one, he totally won that debate against Kamala just because he was so pleasant and nice and accurate. They're both great communicators. Who knows? Maybe it'll end up maybe it'll be Marco and then JD, or Donald Trump Jr. I think is going to run, and then even the Bushes are going to try to relaunch. So the whole thing comes down to a huge spectacle to determine who will be our Caesar for 4 years.
I really feel like Democrats are completely demoralized in the sense that, I don't think they'll have the energy to vote someone for Democratic president. That's just one person.
Planet of the Apes. Dude, when I was dying laughing on this app because when Trump posted that monkey meme, all these black rooms started talking about evolution and how we're not talking like it. Dude, that overlay was so fucking funny hearing black people defend the fact that they're not monkeys. Like they spent the time to constantly keep saying we're not fucking monkeys. I was just like, holy shit. But what if we are monkeys? And that was like the funniest thing. Is like, anyways, there were just so many ways to look at that, and like from a historical comedy. Like it's like a monkey actually trying to get like enlightenment. Like what is enlightenment? Like, is it just the monkey like coming out of the monkey mind? Like, and so that room was just so funny. God, it was funny because then they started going into Darwinism and evolution, and like the atheist came out, and it was just so revealing about how projection works and how people think of themselves. It was like funny, sad.
Yeah, especially what you were saying. It's like I don't think of like mayonnaise or or whatever. Whenever like someone brings up like a white person, but but for them, whenever someone says monkey, it's like, oh,
Yeah.
It's automatically means black.
That is really my point, or what I'm thinking as well. Like that's just, God, it's just so funny. Like it's funny what we talk about, because it shows the lack of understanding, and it is always projection. So like when a monkey is projecting that it's not a monkey, is it a monkey? And I'm not saying I'm any different. Like I know that we definitely are related, genetically. Like when I go to the zoo and I see a silverback pressed up against the glass looking at me, and I look at its, like I saw the fingerprints of a monkey, I'm just like, they say, anyways, it's just, we're so similar. It's like obvious.
Women, they don't like monkeys. I've realized that. Like a lot of women, it's like they kind of hate monkeys, but as a kid, I'm kind of fascinated by monkeys.
I used to jog through the monkey exhibit at the Lincoln Park Zoo all the time, and I would specifically jog to the monkey, exhibit because like it was heated. So in the cold, I would run there. That would be my warm-up spot. And I spent a lot of time with the monkeys, with the monkeys, the monkey. And, looking from the perspective of the monkey, it gets its bananas, multiple times a day. People are always looking after those monkeys. And the monkeys are in a totally secure environment. Just looking back at us, saying, I can't believe you fools literally clean up after us and give us our food every day. Thank you. What a paradise. But you're trapped in the monkey cage. But after a while, guess what happens? You completely ignore all these random other monkeys who come outside the glass and stare at you. And sometimes you stare back at them. But the monkey isn't capable of advanced communication to say, hey, please save me from this glass prison. No, that monkey doesn't want to go anywhere because it can't communicate the fact that it wants to go somewhere else. So, all I'm trying to say is that these monkeys are trying to have fun in the cage. They run around, they they play grab ass, and then they all have their positions. It's just so interesting. And then also they even use tablets, Apple tablets. They use tablets to play, matching games and other types of games, and they get rewards. And anyways, I think it's just kind of funny how we're really not any different than the monkeys in the cage, But God is basically like the zookeeper.
Have you ever thought that you were sort of like protege of Robert Anton Wilson?
No, I personally, maybe I'm like, kind of repulsed by that guy's presentation. I'm probably more like Eliphas Levi, meaning like
So you don't like
he's
like
too.
Operation Mindfucks?
No, I think that. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I wouldn't want to present myself as a Satanist. That would, to me, would be revolting. That would be the opposite of what I'm trying to achieve, what I'm trying to educate myself and others. I don't want to be Dr. Evil, I want to be Dr. Good.
Yeah.
And that's, we can let the... Oh, do you know what FFN is?
I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry, NFFN.
Is that like that sex cult where they were like...
No, I'm saying the guys that... there's a guy here in Jefferson Park here in Chicago who dresses up every Friday, Saturday night and does a live stream music show where he sings, he does dancing, and he's disgusting. And he goes by the name... who's that murderer? The crazy guy in Los Angeles who was in prison for all those years. Anyways, what I'm just trying to say is those mindfuck psyops of like the Anton LaVey's, it goes back to NFFN. Let the NFFNs do that type of shit. That's not me. And NFFN means nigga faggot faggot nigga. So all I'm trying to say is... Oh, I wrote a joke this morning. I thought it was kind of funny, but I haven't really it's not an actual joke. Maybe we'll see if it comes out as a joke. But did you hear about the Jewish guy who wrote the Postmaster? And he said, tell that N-word to stop delivering mail to my house on Shabbos. Otherwise, I'm going to kill that F-N word. Do you know what the Postmaster wrote back to the Jew?
Stop being a K-word?
That's a good punchline. Thanks. That's what I'll use from now on when I tell people that joke.
I don't know.
That'll be the punchline, but I'll actually say the K word instead of the N word. I'll say,
oh my goodness.
Stop writing me letters, you effing K word. That'll be the punchline.
That's hilarious. It's so funny. That is so funny. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we should use that joke here in this app. See, that's a profane, vulgar joke where we use racist terminology for the sake of hypnosis. That's what
It's not like at anybody's sake, it's not really.
It's a hypothetical,
yeah.
and so the hypothetical enrages the monkeys in the monkey cage, and that's the thing about Plato and the shadow in the cave. If you're aware of the fact that people are gaslighting you with hypotheticals, that's what's happening here all the time. Do you know this chick Ambrose on this app?
I might have met her, but
she's like a performance. She's a performance actress for genocide. The key word of the day every day is genocide with her, and occupation, and how.
Oh, she hangs out with Buttercup, right?
Yeah. Buttercup's been hosting.
Yeah.
So.
The liberal Jews. Yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, it's all performance. And that's the hard thing to really be aware of when you're listening to it, is that it is performative, and they are performing, and it's manipulative.
It's like that Shakespearean poem, all men are actors on the stage.
Exactly. And this app, look, you're on the stage. It fits all the same definitions for a performance. And they demand. She's like, for over 1 year, I have been demanding that people accept my reality as being the base reality, the correct reality. And until you accept my reality, there is no point in having a debate with you if you can't accept the facts. That's the basis of their credibility.
You should be doing like a guerrilla ontology on these people. You know, that's what Robert Anton Wilson was doing. You know.
Well, you know, as a bald man and a man who, you know, has facial hair, I mean, see, Robert Anton Wilson is like evergreen. He's an evergreen. You know, just being bald is evergreen. That's the thing about my Sora. Start casting me in videos in the sitcom because that is the funniest like artwork America's ever created. Like, you know, the TV show. You might call it debauched and fallen society, but Married with Children with Al Bundy, like that to me is fucking hilarious and like universal. Like, how is because I guess the living room is a universal thing. The family in the house all sides around the living room. So it has its place in human history, the living room. And that's why the sitcom is very evergreen.
Well, you know, like another thing that he did as well was he encouraged viewing the world as a conspiracy orchestrated by a tight-knit group of people, but one consisting of yourself and your friends, rather than like, you know, oh, it's like one or two people, right? Like, you are the conspiracy.
People are telling me to just stop. So what am I going to do? I'm going to open up Sora and just put in, John, people are telling you to just stop. You're not an artist.
Hey, John, it was good talking. Me, the wife, and my parents are going to be going to see a movie. It was fun. Good joke. Yeah, it's great.
Okay, take care. God bless. Have fun.
Hoping that thing since breakfast, man, because perfection takes time. Is the hill you want to die on, John Kitover? John Kitover? Tone of Truth, Channel 5. You know what really has value? Innocence. We're still talking about that jar, huh? Not just a jar, untouched, unspoiled marble. I was going to say this, but not to be annoying. Everybody keeps saying my name like it's a drum beat. Articulation! I have to articulate! John Kitover TV! John Kitover! John Kitover! That was cute, John. Thanks, John. You're both welcome, John. Really, guys, don't quit on me now. I just changed the batteries. Hello. Whoa, who are you? Me? I'm John Kitover. This is my apartment. All right, tagline take one. And... Whoa, not the stereo. Oh, this sweater's brand new. All right, just a quick tune-up. Can't be that hard. A couple of screws, a little cleaning. Here we go. Oh, hey, this is doing far more damage, John Kitover. This isn't a tutorial for John Kitover. All right, just a quick tune-up. All right, new shoes. Supposed to be a size 10. Supposed to be. Okay, right foot. Gotta coax it in. That's snug. Mission accomplished. I only had to argue with one cashier. Only one? That's progress. She tried to tell me my coupon expired in 1979. I said, so did I. And bought the cereal anyway. Mission accomplished. I only had to argue with one cashier. Only one? That's progress. She tried to tell me my coupon expired in 1979. I said, nigga, what was you talking about? Yo, man, bro, you talk about this, money, that. You know you can get touched too, right? Oh, God. What do you mean, bro? You think you got value because you got money, cuz? Yo, niggas completely... Bomba clock! Money don't mean nothing. Just carry everything. God don't like that, bro. You've been doing that shit. Shut up. All you clubhouse bros. Same shit. Rinse and repeat. Until you go outside. You're a very polite young man. Stop playing with me.
It's too many hard legs talking on this stage. God damn. I'm so fucking scared, y'all. Oh my goodness. Valentine's Day to me.
I ain't doing nothing, baby. I'm coming at me. Feel me? Yeah. Nigga. That's all you say. Nigga. Yeah, nigga. Nigga, you went to horse, man. Shut up. You went to dog. Shut up. You went to horse, man. Stop trying to act cool on the internet. You know you got an interview at Citadel on Monday. Nigga. Just you went to a restaurant. You sound dumb, bro. What? Oh, now you gonna freestyle? I picked him out. Listen to you, this snitch. Stop playing with me, boy. I am dumb. This whole nigga. Dumb body, bitch. Silly. Yo,
this is so hilarious, bro. I'm bored as fuck.
Barbara Streisand? Bored, but you should be with a woman. I don't get it.
That's later tonight. You know it's 5 o'clock, right?
I need to get confused.
Okay. As long as you know it's 5 o'clock.
Low self-esteem.
What are you talking about? Low self-esteem? Okay. I appreciate your feedback.
No problem.
Anything else? Anything else I need to bring up to myself so I can assess myself?
Go buy some flowers, bro. Some flowers for that young lady, bro. Please, bro. Just go do it for yourself. Do it for yourself. Don't do it for her. Do it for you, brother.
Did you buy flowers today?
Nigga, yes.
He already asked you. You forgot that quickly? You smoked that? No. Fast? No. I remember. But I'm asking him a different question. How about you shut up?
Hey, did you answer the same question?
I'm not talking to you, bro. I'm talking
to you, druggie.
Oh, I'm on drugs right now?
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Nah, and I bought flowers for my wife. I bought flowers for my mother. I bought flowers for my mother-in-law. I bought flowers for each of my daughters, nigga. I bought flowers today, brother. You should buy some flowers, bro.
Nice.
You should buy flowers, bro. But I promise you, it really does more for you than anybody else. I promise.
Thanks, dude. That was so nice. Appreciate it.
I'm trying to help you, brother. Black love will save you, bro. I promise.
Y'all are intentional incels. Like, what's the point of being an incel on purpose?
Yo, come hear this shit, bro.
Oh, of course. You got your homeboy around. Of course, I'm gonna have you be in the company of another dude.
Trying to say, bro. No.
That's so gay. You with another dude. No bitch, no bitch. What did he say? Insane.
Yo, nah, these are people all over the place, feel me? You can't see how they look like. You can't, nigga.
Hey, come here, yo. He was in the back cleaning off. He just fooled y'all. Come here, yo. Oh, give me a second. Clean up, yo.
It's something like radio host. You know what radio host is?
I know. But it has the same thing.
Listen to him.
Why is this bad, bro? Get that nigga out the crib, bro. Go to the fucking bodega and buy the flowers now. Get him out of there. Tell that nigga to go home.
These dudes are 23 years old.
It's like Discord.
Send him home. They're probably NASA students at Columbia. Wait, you do that macro master stuff like that? That's what you should be.
Tell that nigga you gonna link with him later, man. Tell that nigga we gonna get up later, homeboy. You know what I'm saying? Give him a pound. Send him
That's his Valentine's Day. He just gave him a pound.
Always assuming on some gay shit, bro. You mad messy for a nigga, bro. No cap.
No cap. You don't even talk right. No cap.
No, nigga.
You went to Horseman. Be quiet.
I went to where?
Horseman.
Horseman?
Something against it. That explains it. I take back everything I said.
Nice try.
Syracuse.
I'm not from Syracuse. I'm trying to Rick James, bro. Yo, when's the Valentine's?
For my husband.
Nice. Oh, okay. Nice. Why don't you spend some time with your husband, man?
Maybe she did. Why are you all in her business?
Maybe her young mom told me to talk about it.
Just talking to you, nigga.
I was talking to a lady. I wasn't talking to you, bro.
Yeah.
Yo, Patty, happy Valentine's Day.
Here we go.
Patty's in here?
Oh, no. Who are you talking to? Spoken to, nigga?
Real shit.
What you doing, nigga? Listen to y'all.
New York, bro, nigga will touch you, bro.
Yeah, I'ma touch you, yo. You can get touched.
Brother, go touch a woman.
You can get touched. I'm talking about touching dudes. You're talking about dudes all day. That's all you've been talking about is touching dudes.
Bro, bring some fun with you when you come to New York, man. So we have a good time, man. A lot of you trying to be with y'all niggas. Y'all don't bring, bro.
You a pimp? I don't need you to bring no girl. What's happening?
Hey, this is what this nigga does all the time, bro.
But we just over here
Never mind, man. So
Yes, I'm a lame. Yes. You got it, bro. You got it, bro.
He's already assessing you, bro. That shit.
It sounds like a slightly more sane shade. Anybody else hear that? Anybody hear that? Hey, you bring some ladies up to New York, okay? He did. He sounded like shade. Slightly more sane.
Well, hey, man. Do your thing, man. Say what you want, man.
You sound like you got 3 whole tabernacle captures in a drawer.
That's cute. That's rules. That was a dope. Nice try. Try again.
Listen to you.
Yo, this shit funny as fuck. Hold on.
Green pepper. Green pepper. Me no make no stupid. Me make gumbo. With pork tail. We got the pig tail. Bumper clot. But in time. But in a little bit of pepper. Room, I make this room. Oh my lord, it's not the burn.
But yeah, what's the word though? Yeah, y'all going to like Valentine's Day thing? That's facts.
All people follow your lead. And thus, if you want to go into my wasteland and pick up some garbage, well, that's your right. But
Have you ever recalled a day?
you're being right now. The now is
No, I'm talking about in other rooms.
probably I'm a trash collector. I gather garbage. Oh wow, sunshine, no wind, 72 degrees on the dot. Feels like the world's apologizing.
Every day I learn something new about it. And no, you don't have the same lived experience. See?
We're just tired of hearing you. Who went to whoopee cushion on? Truth Expert 3000 never makes a mistake. Oh yeah?
Finally, a quiet night, just me and the classifieds.
Should that nation, the torments of hell. Point of order. Just let me get 60 seconds to read Crowley for you, and that will be my best response. Rock didn't. I mean, just like, no, there's no in his face, so it's really just text. Sure, but there's nothing that indicates that Rupert Rock had anything to do with it. No, but how about I keep bringing up Barack? Yeah, I've seen that. I think that the Orlando shooter, he was wrong, wasn't it? But that some people don't know this song. Actually, it's wrong. It's such a joke. That's what I think. If Epstein was a Muslim, I mean, it's not a thing. Different countries.
If you guys don't know, Judy is my friend. She's like my closest friend. We've known each other for.
AMD's been going down a little bit. AMD is like.
Wait, did he condemn it? Kitover, Diego.
Family with JDS. Family with JDS.
Kitover, Diego.
into the excuse me, Miss Richfield? So, for bringing on the end of the world and civilization and everything.
It's different because it's different for different parties. You know, like Orthodox, we saw are different than
Win with Kitover.
Doorstep sunshine, name on fire, coffee in hand.
You're all right there.
From our schools to the small town store, Sean's been listening at our doors. Get over, get away, we can win this time. March 17, let your voice alive. Every battle cast, every hope we pray. Trying to get it over, let the people say. Get over, get away, yeah. We choose to live for the future. Change families, folks on the night shift too. Tired promises that never come through. He's got plans, not just a polished line. Fair work, safe streets, and a vote that's mine. Can't win, we can win this time. March 17, let your voice alive. Every battle cast, every hope we break. Try to get over, let the people say. Get over, can't win, yeah. We choose to make for our future.
time. Seen our town get brushed aside. Heard the tire, maybe next time. We've been patient, we've been kind. Now we're drawing. We answer back, we call his name. With John Kitover, let's make our future clear in every voice. A little stronger, we pull back. Living together on March 17th. Stand up, let your hope show up. Voice marching forward, side by side. 2026, this is our time. I've seen our town get brushed aside. Heard the time, maybe next time. We've been patient, we've been kind. Now we're drawing a brand new line. You want schools that really shine, small biz dreams that actually thrive. Clean streets, safe days, calm nights. We need some on our side. So when they say it's just the same old game, we answer back. We call his name. We're talking over. Make our future clearer. Every voice a little stronger. We pull that little together on March 17th. La 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 la. You wish I was praying, song asking for help. Wealth, love, peace and strength. You wish I was praying, song asking for help. Wealth, love, peace and strength. Wish I was praying, song asking for love. With love, peace and strength. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. You wish I was prayer, song asking for help. With love, peace and strength. Wish I was prayer, song asking for help. With love, peace and strength. You wish I was praying, song asking for help. With love, peace and strength. Asking for help, wealth, love, peace, and strength. You Shabbat's praise song, asking for help, wealth, love, peace, and strength. Learn first. O thou who aspirest unto our ancient order, that equilibrium is the basis of the work. If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature? Know then, that as man is born into this world amidst the darkness of matter and the strife of contending forces, so must his first endeavor be to seek the light through their reconciliation. Thou then, who hast trials and troubles, rejoice because of them. For in them is strength, and by their means is a pathway opened unto that light. How should it be otherwise? O man, whose life is but a day in eternity, a drop in the ocean of time, how were thy trials not many, couldst thou purge thy soul from the dross of earth? Is it but now that the higher life is beset with dangers and difficulties? Hath it not ever been so with the sages and hierophants of the past? They have been persecuted and reviled. They have been tormented of men. Yet through this also has their glory increased. Learn first. O O thou who aspirest unto our ancient order, that equilibrium is the basis of the work. If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature? Know then, that as man is born into this world amidst the darkness of matter, and the strife of contending forces, so must his first endeavor be to seek the light through their reconciliation. Thou then, who hast trials and troubles, rejoice because of them, for in them is strength, and by their means is a pathway opened into that light. How should it be otherwise, O man, whose life is but a day in eternity, a drop in the ocean of time? How were thy trials not many? Couldst thou purge thy soul from the dross of earth? Is it but now that the higher life is beset with dangers and difficulties? Hath it not ever been so with the sages and hierophants of the past? They have been persecuted and reviled. They have been tormented of men. Yet through this also has their glory increased. Learn first, O thou who aspirest unto our ancient order, that equilibrium is the basis of the work. If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature? Know then that as man is born into this world amidst the darkness of matter and the strife of contending forces, so must his first endeavor be to seek the light through their Learn first, O thou who aspirest unto our ancient order, that equilibrium is the basis of the world. If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature? Know then that as man is born into this world amidst the darkness.
mystic union of fairy and
Those guys, no, they want that. I don't think so. It's pretty clear that she almost hit him with the car.
Oh, yeah, the guy did get him.
See, if you go,
when both sides
I just described the crisis we are involved that you're having.
this is like, okay. Well, why not? Because he already, that's basically being with it, but she already got her.
Through shadows that shimmer, through whispers that hum, an echo eternal, a heartbeat, a drum, a secret communion. Beneath moonlight's mirror, where stars softly wing, the fall that was uttered, still buried so deep. A secret communion, unmeasured unsung, the listless resistance, tumultuous time. By the mystical union of fairy and fawn, unspoken, unbroken, the dust to the dawn, a secret communion, unmeasured, unsung, the listless resistance, tumultuous time. Through shadows that shimmer, eternal, a heartbeat, a drum, a secret union, measured unsung, listless resistance, tumultuous time. Beneath moonlight's mirror, where stars softly weave, the vow that was uttered, still very soft.
Soft restraint by the scars we create. I called your name. I sealed our fate. Though I fall, though I faint, though I choke, by the fire of desire I invite,
Like a ghost in the tide, your eyes held the storm I could no longer hide. Cliffs stood like sentinels wrapped in despair. The pine trees clung tight to the shots of the The wind sang a dirge, a lament of the deep. Each note was a promise the earth couldn't keep. The waves kissed the shore with a sorrowful grin, while your laughter broke through like a hymn on the wind. Time held its breath as the heavens stood still. The cliff-clinging pine whispered secrets of wind. That night, oh, that night, by the midnight of madness, the sea lay alone. A whispered expanse where no shadow is thrown. The moon in a swoon like a ghost in the tide. Your eyes held a storm I could no longer hide. Cliffs stood like sentinels wrapped in despair. The pine trees clung tight to the sharp salt air. Each note was a promise the earth couldn't keep. The waves kissed the shore where the soul.
But he polls, they need them more polls. 70% of the momentum is huge.
Time
By the force of the fashion of love, when I broke through the shroud, through the cloud, through the storm, through the smoke, to the mountain of passion, volcanic and glow, I rise, I soar. By the rays of the waves, I invoke the fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke, a spell that ignites and consumes as it grows. I invoke, I invoke, I invoke.
Hello?
Through the eyes where the shadows entwine, I have carved out a path to the edge of the line. Every heartbeat a drum, every breath an incline. I climb divine. By the rage of the maze, I invoke the fire, the fury, the thunder that smoke, a spell that ignites and consumes as it glows. I invoke, I summon the tempest, I summon light, the maze will guide. By the rage of the maze, I invoke the fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke, a spell that ignites and consumes as it glows. I by the force of the fashion of love, when I broke through the shroud, through the cloud, through the storm, through the smoke, to the mountain of passion volcanic that woke, I choke. On the rage of the maze, I invoke the fire, the fury, the thunder that spoke. A spell that ignites and consumes as it glows. I invoke, I invoke, I through the ice where the shadows entwine, I have carved out a path to the edge of the line. Every heartbeat a drum, every breath an incline. the shadows reside. Oh, virgin in armor, your arrows take flight, unseen in the brilliance of dawning light. Resilient, defiant, it springs first breath. Conquer the silence, you battle with the thunder, it follows your echoing call. A symphony rises from the heavens that fall. Your armor, it glistens like fire on ice, a paradox woven of chaos and vice. Oh, maiden, oh warrior, your name they will sing, through valleys, through mountains, through endless spring. Your legend unyielding, your spirit untamed, in the abyss of the stars, forever silence you battle uncharmable charmer, you dance with the flame of Bacchus and Mars in a cosmic game. In the sounding, rebounding, the heavens collide. Abyss of the stars where the shadows reside. Oh, virgin in armor, your arrows take flight. Unslinging the briars of dawning light. Resilient, defiant in spring's first breath. You conquer the silence, you battle with death. The thunder, it follows your echoing call. A symphony rises from the heavens that fall. Your armor, it glistens like fire on ice. A paradox woven of chaos and vice. Oh, maiden, warrior, your name they will sing. Through valleys, through mountains, through endless spring. Your legend unyielding, your spirit untamed, in the abyss of the stars, forever proclaim. Oh, virgin in armor, your arrows shine your way as you walk this path, like the cry of love. There are 1,000 steps, I've been with you through these steps. I've held your hand and walked by your side, and I'll be with you as you move beyond this human form and soar to the highest heaven. Have come to take you by your hand and bring you to myself. I have come to shine your way as you walk this path. I will make you guiltless, I will make you fearless, then I will place you in the brightest point in the universe. I have come like the breeze of spring to your field of flowers, so I can hold you by my side and embrace you tight. I have come to take you by your hand and bring you to myself. I have come to shine your way as you walk this path. Like the cry of lovers, I will help you reach the roof of heavens. From the dust of the earth to a human being, there are 1,000 steps. I have been with you through these steps. I have held your hand and walked by your side, and I'll be with you as you move beyond this human form.
My name's Patrice L. Levin, and I've worked for Chicago.
When you dance, the whole universe dances. All the realms spun around you in endless celebration. Your soul loses its grip. Your body sheds its fatigue. Hearing my hands clap and my drum beat, you begin to whirl. When you dance, the whole universe dances. All the realms spun around you in endless celebration. Your soul loses its grip. Your body sheds its fatigue. Hearing my hands clap and my drum beat, you begin to whirl. class, and there's a price of admission. Leave your old self behind. Rid your soul of shackles of convention. Dust your mind of methods of control. The beloved is you. You're the deity that you worship. Come out of yourself. We are eternal beings, currently in three-dimensional. From the moment you are born, an escape hatch is placed in front of you. Escape with your mind and the desire to be free and learn more. You are light, particles of matter mixed with energy. You are born of light and will return to light. Manifest like a flame. No place in time. Power on the inside. No place in time. Power on the inside. Enjoy this bounty. Eat your heart out. Now listen to heal you. I get you. To dance.
You got it all figured out. You bang your body real well. You repeat my name so loud. You call your beat. Take over the eyes on where you be. You read about the stars and the wheels that turn eternal. You think you got it all figured out. You think you got it all figured out. You are all that you'll ever want. You are all that you'll ever need. You are all that you'll ever see. You believe stories of gods who are kind and trust, false, soft, red and white, black and blue, and yes, you turn the other cheek, and you think you got it all figured out. You think you got it all figured out. You swing from dogma to dogma, you switch from control to control. Oh friend, this is a vicious circle to buy your soul. This is a vicious circle to buy your soul. You think you got it all figured out. You think you got it all figured out. You are all that you'll ever want. You are all that you'll ever need. You are all that you'll ever see. I see the realm of joy and pleasure. I've lost myself in it, and it has lost its
itself in me. No religion, no dogma remain. In the middle of my heart, a star appears, and the seven heavens are lost in its brilliance.
Communists.
Listen, my love, your soul is ever intact. Don't mind the destination, don't mind the end, don't mind the good or bad, or right and wrong. Grow from the past, but grab hold of now. Now is always evolving. The end is eternal, it's ever reaching. As there are billions of stars, there are billions of steps. As there are billions of souls, there are billions of ways to grow. Last night, under the roof of all nations, woman in red spoke of self-realization. She said, I am fully illuminated. Listen, my love, illumination is eternal. It can never be full. Evolution is eternal.
Really?
Is eternal. It's ever reaching. There are billions of steps. Yes, there are billions of souls. Billions of ways to grow. Listen, my love, your soul is ever in be heard at all. Listen, my love, as you carve your own path on this eternal joyride. Show courage by remaining open, free, and guiltless in the midst of an ever-reaching hand.
Up here, ocean, up here, your boundless grace has ruptured the lovers on the path. For ages appear oceans
Once more, love is pouring down my ceiling and my walls. Once more, it is the night of the full moon. It is time for madness. All my immense knowledge cannot help me now. Insomnia took my creations, rain washed away my intellect. The lover made me lose my profession. What good is my life? Rise, rise, once more. Rise, rise.
Hello everyone, Joseph England, National Republican Governor of Illinois. I need your help. If you want lower taxes, safer streets, if you want better educational outcomes,
Shades of orange in the fall. A lover's heart shrivels for a sense of the beloved's touch. Now the face of that charred garden is my field of flowers. Look, 200 Jupiters are dancing around my moon. My love business is booming, but don't credit the consultants. I am done with the consultants. The pundits, they call you Jafar, the imposter. Little do they know that you are my shams. You are my shams, the flyer. Rise, rise, rise. Rise, rise, rise. Rise, rise, rise. Rise, rise, rise. Once more, love is pouring down my ceiling and my walls. Once more, it is the night of the full moon. It is time for madness. All my immense knowledge cannot help me now. Insomnia took my patience, rain washed away my intellect. The lover made me lose my profession. What good is my work anyway? Once more, rise, rise, rise. Once more, rise, rise, rise. me the sign of the open night. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny fight, the maddening cry. Open, you pen. I am awake. The serpent shakes. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken
So do you think Valentine's Day that will sushi's your soul? For Valentine's Day, like that's the number one day. Most useless. Flowers are like a fucking day, like your body. Flowers fly in your house in like 2-3 days. You're showing no like that kind of. I believe in black. No path is written, no soul is drained. There was no right but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill your will on flight. Alright, John, I'm just gonna invite you back up every time you go down, you disappear down there. Even if you want to hear me picked apart by the chickens that interview, and you could just go through and find some, you know. I'm sorry, see, I was away from the phone. Say it one more time. If you want to hear me picked apart by the chicken's job, was I able to invite John up?
Hello?
I hope that I was, but Andy, I'm going to ask you to invite him up next time. I'm starting to get a red bar.
in my chest like a secret. Something catch where I be. Eyes closed, yet the room feels bright. Like a word on the tip of my teeth. Hidden till my scattered cells align. Hidden God in our breath, in lies, in lies. Give me the sign of the open eye, a riddle of shadows where whispers lie. The thorny thigh, the maddening cry. Open, open, open. I am awake. The serpent shakes. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken I am born to death, reborn on the hunt. I am on the neon skies where the star comes. Shadows whisper truths as the bassline drums. My will is fire, unchained, untamed. No path is written, no soul is blamed. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Feel the stars, let the silence fill your will. On place, life is deliver from the lust of the thrill. Echo shadow glass where the circuits glow. Clock ticks slow. No telling, disobedience, every way perfect. On the brink, no chains, no bars, just a void to fill. Every pulse, every spark is the perfect way.
What a woman.
wild. This body aches, a cage of stone. Rest whispers soft, the only throne. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest sting. Body cries, its constant claim. But I wouldn't know to truly see.
Make this smoke show for Steve Fan.
Pain looks close, a shadowed friend. Each step we take, it will attend. Joy lies quiet, just out of view. A high.
Like cockroaches.
Well, it's weird. What's kind of interesting, see, how does that work? If you're anonymous and you join today, it suggests that you got a burner and you're paying Clubhouse already. I mean, or can you? I wonder how that works.
Your report is wrong. My opinion, your report is wrong. That the date is just a pseudo.
It might be, yeah. I'll have to see if I can find another or not.
And then it gets updated if the data returns from this data store, which it doesn't. So the date just, because a date very well has to be a date. If it's not a date, then it will break the program. I don't know that the date can be null. Anyway, those kind of things. All right, John.
Hello?
Hi, John. You know that I have the wrong facts and I interpret the world the wrong way. So you agree with Jason?
Usually, yeah.
What do you think is my worst law interpretation?
So many things. I mean, there is kind of the backdrop of, let's see, what was it? I mean, I think the thing, of course, that's kind of the constant. If I had to sum up Benjamin in one word, I would say, he looks for an unpopular take or an unusual take.
Explain to me how ending the occupation doesn't affect the security issues.
I'm telling you exactly how it doesn't.
No, Caleb wanted to answer that question. No, it's me. It's Caleb. Let's look at the statements that are coming out from both sides today, the official sides, right? So we have the PLO that hosts Israeli, hold on, Caleb, I need to do this, that hosts Israeli peace activists. You have the PLO that is doing every fucking reform under the sun.
Point of order, moderator. Please, no profanity. Please. Point of order, moderator. Moderator, point of order. Please, no profanity. Please, moderator. Please, no profanity. No profanity, please. Please, no profanity, moderator. Please.
The president of the PLO said multiple times in the past year, saying we want a two-state solution, fuck Hamas, everything the liberal Zionists ever wanted them to say. What does coming out of Israel? There is a Palestinian solution. We're annexing the West.
Between everybody else.
Put the walls up on the pretense of, you know what, I'm not allowed.
Yeah, I like that too. I really do. One of the cool things about Clubhouse is it has made me think about my positions on things, and I think in my case I tend to try to, I know some of my positions are pretty unpopular, but
Wait, tell me what you think is your most unpopular position, because most of my positions are very unpopular.
yeah, well, clearly
I have a popular opinion.
my anti-religion stance, I think, is probably hard, but I'm rather fond of it, and I do think that that's not true. I was thinking this morning, I don't know if
Hey, Shake, I got your return flight ticket, buddy.
No, yeah, I think you were on.
You're gonna have to do a layover
Oh, yeah, it was because if I
in
would have asked you a
Faustian.
question that you, in my opinion, never really
Hello?
answered. And it made the process of thinking about that made me realize that I think it's a defensible position to suggest this idea that people who have left religion but still believe
Hello?
in God
Hello?
People who are in a religion, especially, you know,
Shavuot, Shavuot, Welcome back to another exciting episode of Atheist Schmucks Show, starring Pro, John, Uncle Steve, and Fast Benjamin.
Think about it. We got to talking about it. It was interesting, but talking about all the people, basically everybody in the Trump administration, who claims to be ultra religious.
This is it. You're in the troll show now.
Really important. God's really important. Possibly believe in the Christian God, right? A judgmental God. Could you be a Christinome, a married Christinome, sleeping with a married Corey Lewandowski on his 737, and you know, having a pilot who forgets your blanket and gets fired, and all of these, could you be a Pam Bondi and really believe in a judgmental God? Is that really even conceivable? I don't think so.
Hello?
Right. No, I mean, they're just there for the clout, right?
Yeah, they are definitely LARPing. Yeah.
Hello?
Christians for clout. Hello.
Yeah.
Well, you know I don't have a lot of patience for that crowd.
Welcome back for a local news report covering the local reporter reporting live.
Yeah, but I think, you know, when you leave religion, the kind of the obvious thing is to become an atheist, but a lot of people maintain their belief in God even after leaving.
My mother kind of this. My mother left religion and maintained her belief in God, but also her religion. It's not just like a belief in crystals and pyramids and spiritual shit. It's very explicitly a belief in the God of the Bible, but without any organization. Now, I don't know what organizations. She's lost all the hierarchy. But
yeah, I think it's right, and that's probably good as long as you're not going to a church taking marching orders or anything like that. But it is kind of weird to leave the Christian church, but still kind of take the Bible seriously.
What?
That's fine. It's not that weird, but it's just,
Hello?
I mean, I don't know what the point of leaving the church is exactly.
This is what they do. This is the Atheist Schmuck Show.
you don't know yourself. It's just like with somebody.
Guys, slop!
Like you've been hurt by it, and that's fine.
Hello?
So you don't go back and ask for.
Hi, is this... I need to book a flight from Chicago to Tehran with a layover in Palestine, not Israel. Is that possible?
So you take this time and write about
Hello?
That might just be them saying things. I'm just sure if it's going to need to be obvious. You know, we're just not one of these.
You're not in the audience, Shake. You're on the stage in the starlight. Hello?
Hello. You know, when I talk about my Christian friends all the time, and admittedly I don't have that many Christian friends, but you know, several. And one I always think about because I think he's so interesting. He kind of came to. I think he was raised Christian, but you know, was kind of a lapsed Christian in a way, and kind of found it.
I mean, it's nice to travel, but sometimes it's just not. Like right now, I don't feel comfortable traveling. Not too much, anyway. Because these people are tripping.
So, you know, it's kind of funny when people string shit together.
Especially if you just use one of them, it doesn't have to be followed with bastard, but it can be. Right? I can just say, pat you up. That's fine. But if I say, can you up Diego, it's got to be followed by bastard.
Well, it would be preferred
return. There is no management of the conflict. We're done with that. It is black and white. It is do or die. If we don't end this now, that's it. Palestinians are gone, and eventually we will end up committing, a massacre too. This is a different game. We have committed a genocide and we're expanding it. This is not a time to be feely touchy and try to walk the line. No, we need to be a non-apologetic left, a non-apologetic Jews who stand against atrocities and not whitewash them.
Wake it up, girl.
Hello?
This is one
Can
thing
I ask an off-topic question?
Sweet, if you don't mind, can I just make one signal?
Absolutely.
Thank you, sir. There is one thing though that I see from Colin from the years that I've known him. And I think he would agree to it too if he's intellectually honest. It's just self-protection. That's all I can see and I can hear him. He just wants to self-protect. That's all. And is it enough?
Sorry,
Yeah.
is he even in danger? That I don't know.
That's no. Self-protection as in not in that sense. Keep the tribe, identity. Yeah.
Who's erasing his identity?
His own, his people's.
You are.
And am I right?
Yes, Emerald, you're the one erasing identity. You think
No, hold on. There is an entailment to this though. At what cost? To what end? Is it okay? Is it spiritually in tune? These are the questions, by the way. It's baffled me every time.
I don't believe in that kind of word. That's not how I view the universe. I'm sorry.
And neither do I. But when it comes to oppressor, children dying,
I don't believe in that framework. I don't believe in that framework.
A framework. Children dying is not a framework.
No, I don't believe that the whole world can be seen and broken down into oppressed and oppressor. I believe in more
It's not the whole world. It's between the river and the sea.
I don't believe in that. That's not how it works.
Didn't you just say you wanted to end the occupation? Doesn't that imply that there's an occupied and occupied, which implies oppression? I don't get it.
What it doesn't imply is that there's no complexity.
Okay. They really like to say that this.
Even then, like through that simplicity, do you not see the distinction of the duality? Occupier, occupying, oppressed, oppressor. Like, I mean, it's pretty
I don't think that's the whole story of the relationship between Jews and Palestinians.
Are you kidding? Jesus fuck! You just said the occupation is the problem. You've been through this for like 2 hours.
Do you listen?
I'm trying to it just baffles me. It's like my
Anyway, when you're ready to listen, talk to Shape. Okay, I'm gonna go, but talk to Shape. He knows I've been having this conversation.
You see, Nargis, every time.
Can I ask an off-topic question? What's the status of the I read in the Jerusalem Post that there's a dust storm in Yerushalayim and Tel Aviv. You know what the status of that is? It's expected to blow out. What's this going on?
It blew out earlier this year.
Baruch Hashem. So hopefully I'll be in Yerushalayim tomorrow.
Congratulations. Do you want a cookie?
I'm not asking you for your approval.
You don't need it. You have Jewish supremacy. You see, Nargis, this is my problem. Like, just like everything you've seen the past few days, I always end up head on crashing into this wall of denial. I don't know how to break that loop. I don't know.
Why do you think you'll be able to convince someone of their convictions? Clearly, no one's going to be able to persuade you of your convictions. So why do you get so frustrated?
Because it's not convictions. I'm not trying to sway you and force my opinions on you. I'm trying to get you to acknowledge reality.
I didn't.
I'm not sure.
I acknowledge reality. Let me ask you. I saw in the Jerusalem Post, and again, that's how I get my information. It's probably 10th hand. But I saw that the PA just came out with a draft of a new constitution. Nowhere Constitution doesn't speak of protecting Jewish rights. It talks of protecting.
Why the fuck would a Palestinian talk about protecting Jewish rights?
Well, you said we should give them two states. We should give them the ability to arm themselves. We should give them the ability.
Yes, that's every other. They're sovereign country.
That's a good idea when they don't think they need to protect them.
I'm telling you, it doesn't matter if you think it's a good idea or not. They deserve their own state. If they want to arm themselves and fight Israel, we're going to have to do it, just like Lebanon, Jordan, Egypt. We can't occupy and oppress every country that has a fraction that doesn't like us.
So let me ask you this. Assuming that we did that and then they attacked us, do you think...
And we will attack them then and they will have to the mighty DF. I'm sorry. See, if the mighty IDF that you people love so much, that did the paper attack and this and Iran and that cannot fucking defend the borders of a tiny little country, then what is the point?
So
Why are you so afraid? What are you so afraid of? That's a broken people that you oppressed for almost 100 years, left them destitute. And that's what you're scared of?
You ask me a question, I'll answer. What am I afraid of? I'm afraid of 10 to 20,000 Israeli casualties. That's what I'm afraid of.
Where are they going to come from? Where?
From a fully armed Palestinian state.
Really? So far, okay, then why don't the Palestinians get to say that? Do you know how many Palestinians and how many Israelis died between 48 and 7th of October? No, you don't. So I'll tell you. About 21,000 Israelis died in total. Soldiers, wars, terror attacks in total. Palestinians between 48 and October 7th, 121,000. How many Palestinians died since October 7th? The lightweight estimates talk about between 90 to 100,000. That's the lightweight, and that's just in Gaza. So who has the more rational, legitimate argument of being afraid of the other side being armed? Your arguments are so insane. You're telling me that you're scared of the Palestinians while you're literally exterminating each and every one of them with these trying to, and you're scared? Do you understand how preposterous it sounds?
Are the Palestinians fully armed now? Let me ask you this. If Hamas had the weapons...
I'll do that. I'll
interrupting me. Stop right now interrupting me. Stop. If Hamas had the missiles that Iran has, would they have totally... their intent was to totally destroy Tel Aviv, Yerushalayim. That was their intent. They didn't have the weaponry to do it. What you're asking me to do now is give them the ability to obtain that weaponry, and let's see what happens. That's what you're telling me.
Like the entire Palestinian society became Hamas. Every time you get triggered, the supremacists and the
I don't need the whole fucking society. All I need is a group of radicals who are able to do this. That's all I need. I don't need
So everywhere there is a group of people that hates you, according to you, that gives you cool, dude. Great way to run the world.
Are you hearing yourself?
I think, Ambrose, you might be the Nazi here.
Stop.
What a nards.
Do you see where it gets so frustrated, Marcus?
Yeah.
Ambrose, who's to say you're not the Nazi? Come on, be serious here. You're basically saying let's arm them and then go to war and have mass casualty events.
She didn't say that.
That's what she just said.
No, I didn't.
You said let's arm them and then let's see who will win the war.
No, that's not what I said. I actually didn't say it.
No, that's exactly
You people are nuts.
Hey, Svi, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What are you willing to give up for peace? Jordan, we gave it up already.
For true peace? If there was a guaranteed peace, I would have no problem with a two-state solution. What I'm not willing to give up is a Jewish state.
What's preventing that two-state solution?
That's a reasonable position, right, Ambrose?
Yes, but ask him what's preventing the two-state solution.
Trust.
We'll do a two-state solution.
So you don't trust the Palestinians? Why?
We need to leave
Why
Israel.
I don't trust the Palestinians.
Why do you not trust the Palestinians?
Because they tell me over and over again they want me gone.
No, they didn't. The leadership said multiple times in the past 2 years that they want a 67 border solution and peace.
What?
Really?
Go look up Mahmoud Abbas in the UN speeches, official statements from the PIN's office. Go look it up. I promise you. There are multiple of them. He actually hosted.
What power does Abbas have?
Zvi, what step would you want the Palestinians to take as of today?
Me?
No, Zvi. That would give you a little more confidence in trust. A little more confidence.
I don't think this trust can be gained in the short term. It has to be over the long term.
Okay, what step?
Takes time.
That's okay. What
No,
step?
it's not.
No, Zvi. You talk.
It's usually has a solution.
Zvi, what step? What's the first step? What does that look like as of today? As of Valentine's Day, what does it look like?
I'm thinking, I don't know. Let me
Okay,
see.
no problem.
No,
No problem.
How did Valentine's Day or you?
Yes. I still give out free marriage advice. My number one advice is don't be on Clubhouse on Valentine's Day. But just saying.
All I want for Valentine is free. Wait, there is a slogan running on Twitter. All I want for Valentine is a free Palestine.
From your lips to God's ears.
God is not. All right. Did we exhaust this topic, or is there more to say?
No, there's more to say. He's thinking about the next step.
I just wanted to make a brief comment.
Okay.
So, anyway, how do you make peace with people that, what occupies their, alright?
I just said,
Keep going.
Yeah, it just seems like, how do you make peace with people or negotiate with people that the ideology that occupies their mind is as such? I'll just read something briefly. It's just a paragraph. Israel will exist and will continue to exist until Islam will obliterate it, just as it obliterated others before it. So,
who wrote that paragraph?
so the idea is that, how do you make peace with
Wait,
your
whose ideology is that? You gotta source it. You can't just say it represents all Israelis or all Jews. If it's yours,
It represents Hamas. I'm not saying it perfectly.
And again, Hamas is Palestinians for the building of time.
No, that's not true.
Who asked you to make peace with Hamas? Did anybody here talk about negotiating with Hamas?
See, this is what you want to do. You want to try and make this something that's not ideological. It's merely
But again, so you're
Why are you interrupting me?
because you're attributing ideology to the entire people of Palestine. I don't go. He really gets the truth. And one finish the story and then I Daniel, this is the thing, right? They don't represent all Palestinians. 1 second. The ideology is what is sort of driving a hope-like situation, right? Yeah, statements like these are exceptionally crude and blatant. I'm not gonna lie. However, it is also one thing. My ideology, my belief in God would allow for me to not be oppressed anymore, to not be killed at the hands of these who hate me for whatever reason, right? So similar, probably a feeling that the Jews felt under the Nazis, and I think it's a kind of full circle that's coming around. However, these people have done.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I would just ask to see some parallel, something that would correlate from the Jewish struggle under, Weimar Germany. But this is the fact of the matter is that there's an ideology that's not being addressed. And if Israel can't exist, there's just no existence of Israel. And this is woven into the DNA of our structure.
I'm sorry, enough with this dehumanization fucking propaganda. You keep presenting your narrative as if it applies to every fucking Palestinian ever. Hamas are Palestinians. They hold that ideology, fine. No one negotiating that. But it doesn't represent all Palestinians. And you're framing it in a way that insists of showing it that way. Stop it.
ideological dogma. And this is the dogma of Hamas. Now, what can we know about the dogma of ideology? Well, we can look at the leaders of Hamas and see what they've said over long periods of time. And we can come to some conclusion as to what they think. And I'll give you a synthesis of it. This is what Hamas thinks. It is true that in reality there is an entity or a state called Israel. This is reality. But I do not deal with it from the point of view of recognizing or admitting. As Michelle added that Hamas did not formally recognize Israel, but could accept the fact of its existence while advocating Palestinian rights. So I think what's happening here is we fail to recognize the ideological commitments, the things that are rattling around in the minds of those that have a direct effect on the complexion of this conflict. So we have to see those that have an effect on the complexion of this conflict, and you see what ideologies are rattling around in their mind, and we see that they're just abhorrent. And we'll see something like Hamas has just no to the existence of Israel. And this is just the one synthesis of Hamas. Israel will exist and will continue to exist until Israel is obliterated, just as it obliterated others before. Of this ideology is the whole ideology of the rest of the Palestinian people. Those that are in a position of reflection of the conflict have these ideologies in mind. And things like massacre of children, right? So that's the problem we have to address. It's not just merely some terrestrial that they land ownership.
Surely you have seen my aversion to what about that I have no choice but to use it at this moment. Rabbi Yosef, I don't know his last name, I don't know how to pronounce his last name. If Buttercup can help me. No, it's Rabbi. Yes.
You're gonna take some crazy rabbi, Nargis. Come on. You're gonna take one rando crazy rabbi.
Exactly. One second. One would be this shoe breaker, right? However, like as much as he is not considered much of a Jewish community, seems like he's also kind of like some sort of ideological similarity. He would pronounce
actually said on the present floor, the children in Gaza brought this upon themselves.
Hey, Bono show alone, the children of Gaza did this? How stupid can you be? Hello?
After they announced the new security regulations in territories they
People are fucking crazy. They repeat themselves. They're fucking so stupid.
Which ideology represents
Hello?
within that society? Because we can play that game.
Misunderstood Daniel. Daniel just says Hamas is bad.
Hamas is the entire Palestine.
No. He corrected me. He corrected me when I said that. He corrected me when I said that. He corrected that I misunderstood his position.
Okay.
His actual position is Hamas is bad. He just chose one race.
Okay, so now can we ask, so do we partner?
So I take on Emirates, I take on board. Like, if you have more claims to that, look, I've heard even nasty.
Never had one lesson.
Daniel started by saying I misunderstood his position. His position was he wasn't protecting Hamas's ideology. The entire Palestinian people. I'm sorry, Ambrose. Then he said, let me correct myself, and he said Hamas is bad. Then he said, let me again further explain my position, which is exactly where we started. You also had 10 minutes. You also had 10 minutes.
The objection is, well, let's look at Daniel's point. Daniel's point is that Hamas is bad.
I thought we were Daniel finish.
Don't interrupt, Megatron.
All right, so the idea is that look at this trope. Daniel's presenting that. Yeah, they hold chest up. Where Daniel says things like, Hamas is bad. The majority of Palestinians. That's not been what they're talking about. But if they try,
You're referring to the polls, right? Which suggests there's widespread support.
I'm not saying that we need to look at the ideology, but that is
Daniel. But the objection is like, well, there goes Daniel again. Like, Hamas bad. Majority Palestinians agree Hamas and then like deserve genocide. This is which I consider many of the liberals is that they also understand just how potent religious ideology is. Even a liberal legal, you fail to understand just how motivated people are by their asking
Once again, the Hamas ideology finish. Good Lord. What is this? A fish market? Are we peasants? Very much. Are we not civilized humans?
Focus on the topic. Old and we need to hear the same argument again and again and again and again before we understand that he's not going to go anywhere with it.
He's gonna make it.
Those are 3 more minutes of my life. I need to fucking get back. Daniel, you just keep going and start to say nothing. Okay? I'm finished.
That's fine.
Finish. He's done. Finish. Finish. He's done.
I'm gonna see you in 1 minute.
Yeah, I'm gonna see.
You're such a man. I love you, Jinder.
When are the Goyim gonna get a chance?
Yeah, can I see a man, Daniel?
Always need to sit in that place and shut them out. Go ahead, Daniel.
All of my point is like, so amongst you liberals, which I consider you to be liberals, none of you are pretty much God. None of you are about to agree. None of you understand the magnitude or the degree to which religious ideology motivates individuals.
This is not the topic.
Can I steal man? No, shut up.
Well, let me finish my thought. So the idea is that what the liberals want to do is to focus on like this is just a terrestrial dispute about land and things like that. There's no religious or eschatological or religious ideological motivation amongst the people involved. So what you're doing is essentially just ignoring. You're looking at it from your liberal lens, where you don't consider religion to be something would motivate an individual to die, to sacrifice themselves, to be a martyr, to die for God. Now, the idea is that yes, there are people on the opposite side in Palestine that will and are willing to die for a religious ideology. But what you want to do is play Paddington and say, well, it's just about land, and we're going to talk about like terrestrial grievances and this and that. But no.
Land.
What's rattling around, what's rattling around lies with Palestinian people by and large is paradise.
Okay, thank you. Now you're talking to Emrose, who literally lived in Israel, and I lived in Israel during the Intifadas.
Yeah, indeed. Go ahead.
Oh God! I don't have much to say. Hold on. I don't have much to say to this guy, but I'm gonna say something out of it. Please.
Okay, so Daniel, did you make your own?
Looks like you're only Arabic quiz right now.
I'd like to know if Daniel.
My turn.
When are the Goyim gonna get a chance?
Emrose is going to tell you if she doesn't know about religious ideology. Go.
Well, Daniel.
You can tell about eschatological Islamic ideology. So you can read it in the Hadith. Bukhari.
Oh my God.
Oh, dear God, Islamophobe. Okay, look, I'm not even going to address what you said specifically. I'm going to address this as a general example, right? Like a teaching moment. This is a classic waste of time. This is a classic Hasbara agent. There's no matter what we did. Hold on. The thing trying to push at first that all Palestinians are Hamas. We agree Hamas is bad. We agree not all Palestinians are Hamas, and then he goes back to all Palestinians are Hamas. And then we start with the religious ideology, which is, by the way, before we went to the religious ideology, I gave you examples of 2 public officials, Israeli, right, that were elected, one from the opposition, one from the coalition. You said nothing about what that means about the ideology that Israelis believe in, right? That was completely redundant to you. But now we want to go to religious ideology. Let's talk about that. Hamas, first of all, was funded by Israel for a very long time. They're literally in control because Bibi, the one you are having the photograph of, actually paid for Hamas for many, many years. That's number one. That's
church and state. Palestinian constitution, or at least that they have now, does separate church and state. Israel has many religious representatives in the government, including two that were literally convicted of terrorism motivated by religious ideology. I'm not applying that to all Israelis. You're again trying to apply that to all Palestinians. And third, you talk about Islam. Palestinians come in many shapes, ways, and colors. They can be blonde with blue eyes. There are Afro-Palestinians. There are Muslims. There are Samaritans. There are Christians. And there are atheists. But you insist that not just that all Palestinians are Hamas, all of them are fanatic religious people that come from Islam. And again, we go to the point.
Just like me, I'm a fanatic. Just like me. Oh my God, let me go after this guy.
Instead of using this to have a productive conversation about ending the occupation, we ended up in a 30. No, Nargis, hold on. I'm not here to make friends. There's an agenda. If we're going to let every fucking idiot make that argument for half an hour, we're going to do this forever, and we have no time. I'm sorry for what I'm going to say, Gigi. Gigi might not be able to talk to us within a few months because the West Bank is being sieged more and more every day, and we have to debunk fucking Islamophobic ignorance. How is that productive or helping anyone?
How do you feel about that? Yeah, can I hear it? Rose, say Christ is Lord. Say it.
Here, you're going down.
Fuck off, idiot.
Oh wait, yo, Buttercup, can I talk to you? Is that possible?
I'm sorry, Gigi, for what I said. I was just trying to...
Don't worry, I'll go hide in the church. And I know my chance after Megatron.
Don't hide in my attic. I'll clear up the
After Megatron, I acknowledged your objection and I respected it.
I'm done wasting time on you. That's exactly the point. No more wasting time on you and moving on to the conversation.
Next topic. No, you shouldn't.
Because you guys respond to each other's responses. I know.
I'm not the only one who comes into your room. There's no we know yet. Entertaining. Which room are you streaming?
It's called,
Alright. So,
no, Is Liberal Zionism Dead? Church of Buttercup 2 is the house.
I understand your objection. I'm telling you, this is not the objection that I'm making.
Amir is upset because Buttercup is stealing all his thunder, taking his audience.
Looking at this conflict through the eyes.
really, what did he think?
Dude, it's embarrassing.
He keeps talking about you and how he claims you're defending Epstein. Amir keeps claiming that you're defending Epstein. Say.
Shut up. It's not a cosmopolitan concept. There are people, enough. There are people dying, not all over the world, in very specific places. Some of those people are in danger and they're sitting on this stage now. You don't get to minimize it. Don't annex it. And enough wasting everybody's time. Enough. You have to, guys, like, come on. Like, there's a level of enough is enough.
What is it that fear to respond like this? Okay.
Daniel, you're suggesting that she's naive. She lives in a fucking war zone. Like, she knows what she's fucking talking about. It's not ideologically naive. She lives in a fucking war zone. She's the last person who's
Ideologically, as a religious figure.
No, she's not. It's not a religious.
I'm not saying what he's saying is right.
Religion. I am the religion, but
I'm not saying what he's saying is right. I think that's what he means.
I know, but people live in Israel, even if you're secular, doesn't mean that they're naive about religion. They live in like the Mecca and it's religion.
He might be a very skilled bullshit artist. That's pretty much it. But
Alright, Megatron, do you
he's not even skilled. I don't know. Like, he's average at best. I've met far better. Okay, very mediocre quality.
I just want to know. I just want to know the position. So is Ambrose is she Israeli or is she a Muslim? She's a college. This guy here. So what does that mean? She's a Mizrahi. She's a Mizrahi Jew.
I'm reptilian. I'm a moon child.
Well, then if you want me to respond intelligently, then please.
Your question, you literally asked me whether I'm an Israeli or a Muslim.
We tried
How is that like a logical question to ask?
Daniel, we tried the intellectual response to Daniel.
From what you were just saying,
Much preferable, bro.
and by looking at your profile, you see anti-Zionist.
This is not a binary. There's many Muslims who are Israelis, right? And this is what you don't understand.
Mizrahi, so she's a Mizrahi Jew.
No, Mizrahi Jews are not Muslim, you fucking moron.
Alright, well, no, Muslims are Muslims.
Google Israel and Google demographics and then ask your question.
Can we start playing against the religion?
Whatever. I don't know what Palestine is.
Is he trolling, Marcus? I can't tell.
I'm not trolling. I don't know what Palestine is. I know what Gaza is.
Sometimes it's very divinity can be sometimes very entertaining, you know that, right? Okay, so your strategy is just give into it and like go to the black.
Okay, is it my turn? Because I've been waiting.
Sure, just let people join before
It's
that.
not going to be a serious question, I swear.
I want to use hardcore drugs.
We make a new rule. If you have fucking Epstein in your profile, you're not coming up. I can't have the ghost of Epstein every single fucking stage. It's like
Thank you.
I'll
Change it.
You're
But
gonna
you
go find out.
You can't change it. First change. Fine, I'll change it. Move them down while we change this.
Yeah, go think about what you did.
And when he changes it, we'll bring it back up.
Why you motherfuckers get all creative the moment I make mod? Like, what the fuck is going on?
I don't think I can bring it back up.
Hold on, let me refresh and see what he did.
He's changing the other room. Okay, make sure the door's closed.
Okay, he has some picture of a guy with a flag, potentially a crusader.
Okay. I wanted to get back to you. I do not have a good answer to your question.
All right, can I say my thing? Earlier, when they said Israel's separation of church and it's not necessarily a separation. It's more of a synagogue where my rabbi had a problem approximately 2,000 years ago. Where he kicked the merchandisers out for you. I waited to talk my part. Please don't jump in.
Land your point, please.
My point is that they put the markets in the synagogues where it's supposed to be a holy place.
Thank you.
This is not the Christian room, bro. Wrong room.
Emerald, I have a question.
I have a suggestion.
With you, this is just a simple question, innocent question. How do you know what's in the minds of the average Palestinian?
Mind control.
Many ways. First of all,
the best we have.
My day job, which I'm not going to disclose, but that means I actually talk to Palestinians on a day-to-day basis for many, many hours. Second of all, my activism, I also talk to Palestinians for many, many, many hours. Second of all, there are polls, there are data, there are facts on the ground, there are people that you can talk to, there are statements that you can listen to, and more than anything, and I want to make this very, very clear, the point of a two-state solution actually means that you do not get to say batshit nothing. If the entire Palestinian community decided that Hamas is God tomorrow, they still get to do that because that's the right to self-determination. Determine your own fate. If they want to determine a fate of Hamas is God, let's fight Israel to the death, we're going to have to deal with it. but they have a right to determine their own fate. And just because somebody elects leaders that hate you doesn't give you the right to occupy and oppress them. Because if that was the case, we would need to occupy. Well, that makes sense. Now I get why we're trying to occupy the entire Middle East. We kind of got used to the concept. Oh, I'm having a light bulb moment. But you see my point? So even if that ideology scares the shit out of you, it's none of your business.
Thank you very much for your answer. The soapbox diatribe afterwards was assertive for the answer, but I thank you for the answer.
I think there are two words. They manipulate or control you.
He is a respectful guy. I think he's on very far to the right of us, but I think he actually is an intelligent guy, and he is thoughtful.
See, I assume that just two words running in my mind. Never again. Never again. Never again.
What you do for others comes back to this is what
Respectfully, Marcus, never do that again. The use of the Holocaust, I want you to understand my position on this, okay? From my perspective, and my father's entire family, except for my grandfather, was wiped out in the Holocaust. To me, using the Holocaust is I don't care, Nargis. It's grace to my murdered family who's their tragedy to justify another Holocaust, and I won't have it. Not in my presence. The Holocaust was a monstrosity, but it doesn't give us the right to do it no matter how scared we are. It's never an excuse, and I won't have my family's memory decimated by using it to justify these. Enough of it.
I did not make that argument.
He didn't, and I want to point out that both sides like Nargis points out, both sides use the memory of using the memory of.
You get to do that. Others don't.
So I think people see how people invoke the Holocaust, the memory of the Holocaust, for their own convenient reasons, right? And so I try to be at least consistent and at least not hypocritical. But if I get to invoke the Holocaust because I see skinny, emaciated children, and they remind me of Holocaust photos, then they also get to,
No, they don't get to use it to justify atrocities.
not to justify atrocities, but like
they are.
They use it to describe October 7, right?
Nargis said that the only thing that crosses their mind is never again, never again.
No, never mind. What did you mean by that, Nargis? Do you want to clarify?
Yeah, so please ask me. I'm open to explain. I'm on your side. It's human empathy, right? They're also going through similar kind of extermination, if not more or less, one would say like similar, right?
The Palestinians.
Yeah. So he asked, what do you think is going on in the mind of a Palestinian?
I'm so sorry, Nargis. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, so that's what I meant. So he's probably thinking that never again. Like, I'd rather die than live like in humiliation. I'd rather die than. That's what's it's just human empathy.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes,
We're all super sensitive to it. We're all super sensitive to it.
Naturally.
Because I think growing up in the Jewish community, everyone's trying to weaponize the Holocaust for their own purposes.
Did you remember when Zvi said before it's a necessary evil? This is exactly what they use. And it's disrespectful and it's horrible. They want to
my parents die like this, and never again do I want to live like this. Like, it's such
I think the slogan for Jewish Voice for Peace, and if not now, is never again for anyone.
Yes. Why did you call that creepy?
You want me to publicize the message or
Publicize
something?
it, go ahead. Do you think I have any shame?
Okay. He was trying to convert me to Catholicism because he says it's very anti-Zionist and that I'll be embraced by the Catholics. The Catholics who tried to kill us, right? Who killed probably more Jews than any.
Read it out loud now.
Okay, I have an off-topic question. Why is everybody on the Bible so obsessed with religion? For God's never shut up about
Because we
religion.
actually have conviction and we have a faith and we're not like you.
You shouldn't have asked. You never going to ask me that question.
But I'm right? I've
You don't like
never.
the Emirates. I'll tell you why you don't like Zionism. You don't like Zionism.
Okay, sorry, you're too noisy. Emers, I think because we hang out in the Israel. Let me finish my point. We hang out in the Israel-Palestine rooms, which are kind of tangentially related to the Christian atheist.
No, they're not. They're not supposed to be.
And they overlap in the type of people that are interested in these topics, so we end up overlapping with the type of people that move
But
in around.
you do understand that this is not a religious conflict, right? Everybody here understands it.
People who are invested and have the stamina to talk about this ad nauseum tend to also have an interest in religion and theology.
Sources not derived from religion, derived from secular society, the Enlightenment, yada yada yada. And you have strong convictions in that. I believe that you do. Similarly, a lot of people, most people, derive those convictions from Revelation, Holy Scripture, and so on and so forth.
But do you
So in the same way that you're obsessed with the Enlightenment and secular values, those people are obsessed with,
Okay, but hold on. I'm going to say something. Hold on. No, hold on. Benny, the thing is, and that's okay, people can have the conviction, that can be their motivation for activism and whatever. But the minute you start imposing that affiliation onto the occupation and making it part of it, you're actually working with the Hasbara. They're trying to make this a holy war, right? They're trying to make it a holy war, especially lately. And it's not. Shut up. We've been trying to explain this, and this is why I asked Jindy for a very long time. Stop making it about religion because it's only making it worse. It's not about religion. It's wrong and right. Occupy. That's it. They don't care if Palestinians are Jews, Christians, or Muslims. At this point, I'm almost as bad as a Palestinian to them. It's not about religion.
They were Jews, they wouldn't care. No. For a lot of people, I'm not saying inherently it is a religious war, but for a lot of people involved, it is. Like, look at how the Samaritans were treated as opposed to the Muslims and Christians in the West Bank. Samaritans were given citizenship.
No, they were offered citizenship. Yeah, those who didn't take them, what happened to them?
Yeah. But why were the Samaritans offered citizenship as opposed to the Muslims and Christians?
Jewish supremacy.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
But it's not
So for
about
a lot of
religion.
people involved, it is about religion.
No.
He's talking about this has nothing to do with religion. This conflict is not about
I'm not saying it
This room's so reactive.
If the God is Japanese or Chinese, if they moved into Palestine, we'll have the same problem. It has nothing to do with religion, okay? It has nothing to do with
but if they were Jewish, they wouldn't have. That's Jewish supremacy. Yeah, they treat the Goy the same, sure. Whether they're Japanese or...
One more time. Judaism is an ethno-religion. Ethnicity is a definition of shared culture, heritage, traditions. Religion is religion. So, they were offered the citizenship because they could affiliate to one of the two. The second they rejected it, they became the enemy. Doesn't matter that they're still Jewish. They rejected the Jewish supremacy, so they're the enemy. At the same time, you could claim that people who are not Jewish but do accept Zionism and Jewish supremacy, like Jews, get a higher status in the hierarchy system, right? They're not as good as Jews, but they serve in the IDF, they accept Zionism, so they get extra credit for that.
Look, you see,
What? No, this is just
Something about Samaritans, you know, something about
anti-Semitic.
Samaritans are.
it's like a
So you guys just said Jewish supremacy. That's what she just said.
Don't get like the insults off the stage. I'm sorry for your
Emerald,
Emerald, you know that there are Samaritans in Cologne? There is a community of Samaritans in Cologne? They are citizens and
what about
Yes, the Samaritans were offered citizenship. Part of them took it, and roughly about 800 didn't take it back then. Today, the Samaritan community in the West Bank is approximately 2,000 people. If you come to X, I can also introduce you to Faya, who is a really sweet, amazing Palestinian Samaritan, and many others. It proves that Israel will give a status to anybody that can serve two purposes: be part of the Jewish majority they need, and accept the Jewish supremacy between the river and the sea. You get that, you get accepted into the circle. Within the circle, there are different levels. There is the privileged Jew, then you will have other levels, but you're still in the circle. The circle has its own supremacy inside, but you're in the circle. You can be Jewish, but reject Jewish supremacy and Zionism, like the Samaritans, and since they are actually Palestinians. Oh, for fuck's sake.
They're not.
They were, okay, Benny Adam, have I ever explained to you about the two-tier system of perception of Judaism in Israel? How you can actually be Jewish enough to receive the citizenship, but not Jewish enough to have babies, get married?
Yes, I know. I'm fully aware of it.
I know, but you want to call it Israelites, right?
They're not actually Jews. Right? Because Jews are
I can't, you know.
You're ending the conversation. You're really trying to explain to your people to take religion out of it and help us have a protected conversation, and religion has nothing to do with it.
Also, if we're doing the Semitic Olympics, I'm in.
It's not a direct cause, but it has an under factor to it. And if we are going to completely over religion, okay, Emeralds, we're not being honest to the situation. It may not be directly caused though, right? But it obviously has its rules, it's showing its face on and off here and there. So perhaps we could address that if you find it necessary. We don't have to.
Okay, look, you're right, and the problem with the occupation is that on the one hand, there don't occupy, equal rights, like the most basic thing there is, and then so yes, when people are hold on, Shit, I forgot what I was saying. What I was saying. What I was saying? Yeah, thank you, Jason. Oh, for fuck's sake. Enough. Let me finish and then you can ask, okay?
It's in your opinion,
I tried to hear what Rose has to say for probably 10 or 20 minutes, and literally, she has not been able to finish what she has to say. Stop doing this, all right?
I want to give this guy a job. Thank you, Jason. Again, for the last time, Norgus, I agree with you. There's definitely a component to it, and there is the conversation of the complexity that we can have. But I think it needs a little bit more. Like it's, let's say we're in class number 1. We can get there when we're at class 15, because right now the basic understandings of what this is extremely I don't know, unsecured or loose on this. Like the very basic, this is not a religious conflict. How they use religion into it in both sides, in both ways, what have they done with it, how it impacted perception of those faith across the world, sure. Those are all valid rabbit holes. But the very basic understanding, everybody has to understand and accept, it's not a religious conflict. And then we can maybe go into the complexities. Do you understand the difference?
Yeah.
I'm asking a very simple question. I agree that the occupation is a major problem. I agree. But what is your definition of the occupation? Is Israel itself an occupied territory?
Legally speaking,
This is a very simple question. Yes or no? Is Israel an occupied territory?
She heard you. Yes or no? Answer the question.
No. Legally, no. Morally, yes.
Politically? Practically, is it occupied regarding the solution of the...
Practically means legally, which means no. Moral-wise, yes.
So in case of two states, we still remain with occupation.
Yeah, not only do we remain with an occupation, we remain with one state that is still...
In case of two states, we still
in
remain...
case of two states, and in case of two states, yes, I believe morally we will still be occupying people. And hold on.
Have still the right to resist.
But no. This is where this is the problem. That it's not just about the two-state solution. Because if you still, this is why I advocate for a one-state solution. To me, having a smaller Zionist state is a small step forward. I don't want a Zionist state at all. Because a Zionist state effectively means a Jewish supremacy that will always end up oppressing anyone who is not Jewish. Whether it be light oppression or extreme oppression, doesn't matter. It will still be oppressive. And that is something I do not agree with and never will agree with. I can understand a two-state as an intermediate solution towards true democracy because we're being pragmatic. But principle-wise, moral-wise, no, I will never agree with a system that is inherently racist and oppressive.
There are many number of
I
states.
posit that in a case of a one-state solution, the Jews will be oppressed. Has to be.
Nobody should be oppressed. Why will they be oppressed?
Excuse me. Look at 2,000 years of history. That's all.
Jesus fucked my life.
What?
You know what? My optical nerve is anti-Semitic. Just leave it there. I can't do it anymore. I can't. And the minute they ran out of argument, 2,000 years of trying from
Years of thriving and
Running out of arguments.
You know what is ridiculous? Because you claim you have the right to return.
My right of return is my belief that the Jews need a Jew. End of story.
Yes, you are willing to commit evil atrocities because you think you have more right to be safe than Palestinians. That is why you're a bad person.
Yeah, I want to add, it's not, I want to add,
I'm a bad person.
See, I want to add that it's not worth the cost of Palestinians, for sure not, but also not worth the cost to Jews, okay? It's not making Jews safer in Israel or anywhere in the world. And yes, thousands of years, for thousands of years, being a minority was a threat, and it was hard for us, right? But now we've become the very thing that used to oppress us. And we must, but today, in the last 100 years, Jews are actually thriving in the diaspora. So we need a new model that suits the current day, and the current model is making us more unsafe. Because you have it flipped.
I will assure you now that what has been the case in the last 100 years will not be the case over the next 20 years. I guarantee it.
But I would argue the status quo in Israel is contributing to that situation.
I would argue that Israel is a threat to Jews and Judaism in general.
100%.
You can make that argument, that's fine. All I know is personally,
I approve that message.
I pray 3 times a day for the return to Zion and Yerushalayim. That's what I do.
That is about religious ideology and about how a religious ideology. Where's Daniel? Where's Daniel?
was secular interest.
Sure. Go ahead. Okay, I pray for peace in the Middle East. Edward, what do you pray for?
I pray for the same exact thing and the end to occupation.
Anyone else want to join
Can I
me
talk
in
to Mike?
sharing what they pray for?
Don't ask me
Yeah,
what I because I don't just don't ask me shit because I don't pray.
Okay. You'll pray when I become your wife. It's no problem.
You still got it for me. You still got it for me.
Of course. You're kidding me? Who doesn't have it for Joseph? Are you kidding me?
Got the ladies, man.
I will quote Bad Bunny. The only way to defeat hate is through love. Thank you.
It got really awkward when all the women started flirting with Jinder.
Seriously.
Like a
I mean,
You guys want us to leave? Like,
congratulations.
you guys want to be alone with Jinder?
I have a lot of sympathy.
To be pushing now. I'm pushing.
I wish I Jinder, man.
Here's your mic, bro. Here's your mic.
I have a lot of sympathy with Zvi's position. Okay, maybe the last 20 years, maybe the last 50 years have been great for Jews, but in the long run, is that the way to bed? Maybe it's not the way to bed. You know, maybe you should wait at least 200 years before you're sure that the good times are going to continue. You know, and in the meantime, Israel is a backup plan, and a very valuable backup plan for Jews.
So you think
They're like fleeing. Israel's fleeing.
No, I have a question. Do you think
Why are Israel's fleeing?
if every Jew in the world moved back to Palestine in the Middle Eastern John, they will not be absorbed in the region in a very peaceful way, without the idea of Zionism, without the idea of the state of Israel? You don't think that's possible?
Well,
I think the region is enough to absorb every Jew that lives anywhere in the world in the region, to be absorbed in the region in a very peaceful way, without the so-called state of Israel.
if I may answer your question,
Yeah, of course, I know you're going to answer your question because you're going to tell me Jews live here, they were tortured there.
I answer your question, okay? And Arab countries are very poorly governed, and some of them are getting a little better, but they have been basket case countries for 70-something years. And Israel is a very well-governed country. Whatever else you can say about it, it's a very well-governed country. Okay, it's done a lot of amazing things in terms of technology and establishing research universities and defense, in particular, defense technology. And so that's not a reasonable thing to do, to go live in a bunch of poorly governed countries. That's going to change.
Nobody asked them to do that, so Jason, and that's...
Well, he was talking about moving back to the Middle East without Israel, but those are poorly governed countries.
No. He was talking about the fact that Jews, for the lack of Zionism and occupation, are more than welcome.
Topo Chico.
They were always part of the social fabric.
Twist of lime. Mineral water, carbonated naturally.
Actual solutions.
From Monterey.
Denying Jewish history,
Mexico.
Jewish persecution, and nobody
Established in 1895.
That Jews have a connection to the land, right? But there is propositions on the table, and I spoke about this before. A constitutional democracy. One of the constitutional clause offers an ability that is like an exception in immigration policy that allows family members of citizens, whether they are Palestinians or Jews, in case they can prove persecution, to get safe haven. We recognize.
What do you think about Algeria related to Iran? About
we talked about all this. Algeria is a province in Iran.
what about Ted Cruz?
A moving vehicle. I am allowed to shoot into that moving vehicle, but I am not allowed to stand in front of that vehicle. Well, I don't know where you got your training. It is in my best interest to not.
I don't know about, Norm and the other young lady you referring to. I can get Norm defending him because, like I said, they're going to defend each other to the max. I said that earlier. I'm two brothers, and so I would never defend that. You're one of those that
anybody else want to come up? You guys want to come up? That's the thing, man. There's a lot. It's like a can of worms.
Hello? 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 Hello?
She's trying to copy right? They were trying to copy, so Prince tried it, and he couldn't get the people to keep the people together. And Buttercup is having problems because what ends up happening, especially when girls open up rooms, right? There's a lot of creeps on this app. They will try to dox and, just for getting removed out of the room, just for getting kicked out of the room. They'll try to do anything to sort of like go after them, something like that. And it's crazy. So that's the part that myself, I don't understand. I've seen it time after time, opening up rooms on girls' name, this and that. I even seen some girls cry just because there was this one girl a long time ago. They opened about 30 rooms on her and she started crying. About 20, 30 rooms. Every day they have a room up with her name on it. From getting out and kicked out, moved down, very sensitive. I got removed out of a whole bunch of rooms before. I never opened a single room in anybody's name. I'm like, I got plenty of other rooms I can jump in. It's okay. What's not his thoughts on the game? And then it is what it is. Craig, we cornered Norm yesterday, and he started justifying, defending your seniors again. He went on with the field, as usual. So this is why, we're gonna make sure he doesn't, and then
they can't talk about how it's connected. Our safety is dependent on each other's safety. That's the thing. Like, it's one person's safety is dependent on the others. You can't have, neither of us are safe as long as the plastic.
They're not safe.
Well, I see that.
I think people's behavior is also connected to people's safety. For example, I think that what's going on with the Epstein files is going to have
You're going down.
an effect on
Jesus
church.
So long as we don't realize.
Is this guy a real guy or
From the trauma.
I don't know.
So long as we do not understand each other's connectedness, so long as we do not understand and acknowledge that what happens to one will necessarily follow up affecting the other, so long as we do not understand this, acknowledge this, and realize this, we will always create bloodshed. And this is something I think the world needs to sort of understand.
It's like a no-brainer. It's like, why is it so hard for people to understand this?
Just quick question. Edward and Jinjib, did one of you disagree with anything I said? Do you have any reservations?
I think you're an undercover Palestinian, bro.
So we just established a one state within this room because we actually know what the problems are.
Ambrose, I used to know a guy who used to say any Yahudim, any law, so the word hit Zionism in Hebrew. Correct, yeah, that's what he used to like. He used to tell me, any Yahudi, nothing to do with that. I'm just a Jew.
This is why I said I'm just a Jewish person. I'm just Jewish. Zionist, yeah. But just you say like, I'm sorry, but Israeli to Palestinians, this is it. We solved it. It's that simple, Marcus. Do you understand why it's so frustrating? We can make it complicated, but we can also just make it.
It's not complicated.
I know.
I think it's very simple, but you need to accept some ideas about military realism very uncomfortable, and then it's simple, okay? But it's very uncomfortable.
On what military realism?
The ideas you need to accept are that the security of Israel is a linchpin to security for the Middle East. And so we want Israel to be as secure as possible, as strong as possible. And then that is the keystone.
You know,
that we're going to use
the
that.
best way to achieve it is to end the occupation. Literally, the best way to achieve security for everybody between the river and the sea is to end the occupation. If that is your goal, that is the ultimate solution. No occupation, no resistance, no problem. Like 57 Muslim countries stood in the UN in 2024 said we will ensure the prosperity and security of Israel within the borders of 67. Literally, if you want to ensure the security of Israel and the fucking occupation, everything is solved. Look, magic, poof.
Those are just promises.
They keep repeating this thing is the linchpin of the whole solution, is the linchpin security for the state. How about the linchpin for the security of the Palestinians? Once he gives them security and safety, I think that the issue is solved now.
No, it is not solved because they cannot govern themselves and they cannot provide.
How do you know we can't govern ourselves? How do you know?
Look, I'll finish up here. How do you know? They need to be. Look, let me finish up. I'll be brief. Okay, please.
And the West is not willing to create more problems.
No, the West is willing with solutions. We understand how to do it. And
You had a prime minister for 18 years.
I'm going to finish up here.
He wants to destroy the Supreme Court. You understand?
Let me finish up,
Let him
Edward.
do
Let me
his
finish up.
fascist
Yes,
manifesto.
they do not know how to govern themselves. Israel is excellent at providing security. They should be a subsidiary state and a partner of Israel. And that's the only way they will have security. They will need. I will finish up here. I will finish up here.
We're listening because honestly, I don't know if I've ever met someone as annoying as Emrose, and I'm thinking about renouncing Judaism because if Emrose is Jewish, you know what? You can keep it, Grace. Everybody, I'm out, Grace. Emrose has destroyed my Judaism because she is such a schmuck. Anyways, yeah, we could listen to it, Mir, but I don't know. I am amazed at Emrose. You don't know what somebody's situation is like on the other end of their phone, but she's got incredible energy to just talk over people. Very low awareness, and so the thing is, it's if you're not going to read anything or talk anything about anything other than this, you're crazy. You're a crazy person, in my opinion. Your mental health is really bad if you think that you have to save these people from dying because they're all dying now. You're crazy. I'm a, pro-life candidate. And I got to tell you, we're killing 1,000 babies a day in America. So, I believe in priorities of saving. That's what a good martyr does. And in my opinion, enforcing the law and protecting yourself against terrorists. And, I've seen these videos from the October 7th attack, and there was a girl on here who claims that she was there. And she was talking about, anyways, I won't go into it. What I'm trying to tell you is it really sucks when you get hit by a hand grenade, by a mortar, by a rifle, by a handgun, by a knife. When somebody burns you, these are really just the worst. And I've seen the pictures, and I've seen the shock on the faces of people who are literally bleeding out. And they can't believe what just happened. So, it's Valentine's Day, and I just want to say, love now, love intelligence, really. Intelligent love and love intelligence. Those are the two magic words of the day, Grace. Love intelligence and intelligent love. Love under will, because it's my belief, Grace, that these people aren't even in control of themselves anymore. Someone like Emrose or Buttercup is not in control of who they are or what their story is. Other signals and other information is actually in control of their brains. And so I just find it amazing to like be the private witness for what I consider, like a malfunction. Hello?
Yes, I just, you know what, we're done with Buttercup, most of the Jewish community, so,
See that she can be. You can't throw the baby out with the bathwater because what she's doing is providing content. She's actually like Oprah Winfrey. Like you can't chuck her, not just yet, because what you really want is people talking. Because I'm recording, and I think when people come on here and they actually admit to terrorist activity, like that's the value that she can provide. Because I don't know, nobody else wants to talk to these people, so she, there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. She's somewhere over there,
has really uprooted the Jewish community on this app, and who knows what she thinks. I don't at all have anything to do with her.
I know, but she's got.
It's important that we know what she says, though. It's very important to know what she says.
She's got a spirit, and I believe that spirit is political. And nobody is throwing a punch on this app. Everything here is a game. And I've got the volume turned down because the truth is you're in control. Meaning I'm in control. You're in control. Everybody's in control here. Listening or speaking. I call it the 1530 rule. We say 1,500 words a day, and we listen to 3,000 words a day.
We've learned our lesson in the Jewish community, unfortunately.
But see, if she's not willing to play with it, they are, in my opinion, not happy.
It's interesting that she really left, the Jewish community on here. A lot of them just, won't tolerate her anymore. But she went right to Amir, and that's where she should be.
Well,
those are her people.
The thing is, the Jewish community here is not like other Jewish communities. It's very, very childish. It's totally amateur. It's vulgar. It's profane. It's stupid. It's petty. And the thing about the green bean thing is it feeds people's ego. Like they're a parasite. Moderate everybody. And don't let anybody, just moderate everybody. That way you don't have to moderate. You see what I'm saying? If somebody wants to insult somebody, anyways, it's a waste of time, Grace. That's it. Jewish clubhouse, Muslim clubhouse, Christian clubhouse.
Other than that, we have a small group of people that we've been doing Havdalah and things, so I think I'm in a different group than you're talking about.
Oh,
yeah.
There's other people
having Havdalah, I understand what you're saying. I wouldn't go into those type of rooms. I'm not just looking to be in Jewish rooms. One is that, I'm a clergy person, so I want to be with people who are seriously, talking about how they want to, be in the Jewish community, how they want to study, what they want to talk about, relevancy. I don't have that kind of, generalized thing upside down like when we all first started and we weren't taking it.
Well, she goes by the name Buttercup.
Yeah, and she's been all over here, and she's been going from one place to another to find her people. I hope she finds her people. But she's very destructive to the Jewish community. And everybody's not going to tolerate it anymore. So.
Well, again, it's a question of content. You're not going to tolerate her content because really it's stupid. It's like, yeah.
You're absolutely right at the core of it. But she has tried to turn over a couple of tables, and everybody,
that's what they're supposed to do. If you're a paid worker for a nonprofit engaged in this type of stuff, they all use their buzzwords, and everybody just repeats them over and over again. And the key word of the day today is liberal Zionism. Ted. It's so stupid. It's like this is why I mock people, Grace. All of these people are so worthy of my mockery, and I'm just so happy to be able to mock them because maybe one day they'll know that they were being made fun of the whole time, and they'll look back and say, "Oh my God, he was mocking me, and I will not be mocked. No mockery."
Yeah, but she did do some damage to people, and
She can't do it.
initially, and it was really, good for people to, have to. People had different kinds of approaches to Judaism, and it really worked wonderfully. Whatever their niche was, it worked, and it was nice people. And then she kept going from room to room, and.
Well, I hate to admit it, I'm kind of the same way, but not in her way. If people are doing something special, I'm not going to interrupt them. But again, when Buttercup and Ambrose and hear what comes out of the genie bottle this Valentine's Day. Now remember, this is Valentine's Day. This is a night for the love between people, man, woman, whatever it is. But this is how these women are spending their Jewish Valentine's Day.
I think you're asking what the 200 and something Palestinians.
I was asking what the F-35s were doing.
Are you sure? I thought you were asking about the 35 tits, what are they doing?
Also, Grace, I do have a theory that can help mitigate a lot of the annoyance of listening to these people. Is that what you're really listening to is people who are not native English speakers wanting to improve their English language skills. And they're using this conference call as a way to do that. But they're not actually improving their language. But that's actually what they want to do because what they're talking about is it's all just propaganda projection. So, again, I think, people might not understand what's happening within the conference calls that are happening, primarily with people who are not native English speakers. It's just a theory, but it seems to be 100% true. Therefore, it could be a fact.
Was it recent or early in the war?
No. Probably in the past year, something like that.
Something like that. You see, Grace? Now just listen to Embers and the way she speaks. It's never a complete sentence, a lot of broken English.
I'm saying, even when they do,
Even then,
the thing is that you have to understand.
the thing is,
Okay, I'm not gonna go there.
you see, it's not even coherent thoughts. It's broken, jarbled. See, that's why I say you don't know what somebody's condition is on the other end of the phone. Emrose is a completely ineffective speaker. She's this huge crybaby. And I hate to say it, Igal is actually kind of the same way too. You see what I'm saying, Grace? This is actually an ESL, simulator.
Money to Qatar, it's not like the exchange, where they got money or cash backs.
I think Eagle has a very good point.
What kind of thinking is this about?
There's also people here that don't take showers, and they stink bad. I've seen their photos.
You shouldn't,
I don't know a lot about Igal. What's Igal's point?
You don't have respect.
Can you tell me if you can understand it? It's not coherent thoughts. And I hear people contradicting themselves 2 to 3 times in their own sentence.
I was joking because it's nonsense. We were under attack of missiles from Hamas, from Iran, and Israel developed all kinds of anti-missile systems, which are also sold. We also sold them.
Nobody sold about the
So is it better? What is the claim about?
Igal, you gotta tell the whole issue here of resistance is resisting to the response, right? It's a cause and effect kind of situation.
Narcissus is another one incapable of actually. See, the problem is there's no time, and so people are just very short. It's all just dopamine boosts. That's it. But nothing actually. There's no point.
through the proxies Iran hit first?
What I like is
It's
take.
very clear what happened. It was the Israelis attacked Iran consulate.
See, I would take a statement like it's very clear what happened and put that into Sora and just make a video called "It's very clear what happened." That would be it. So we get these like generalized statements that we can clip. That basically we don't want to know their context. We want to know like the setup prior to the context.
So the Israelis attacked Iran's sword, which was Iran's consulate in Syria, and they killed a lot of people, as usual. And then Iran retaliated by sending them some missiles and drones. So that's what happens.
Anyway, Israel has been bombing Syria for like 5 years in a row.
No, Israel has been bombing Syria longer than that. They've actually been bombing since the start of
Syria, bro.
Regularly, like trying to
since the start of the Civil War.
Yeah, I said, I said like, well, later. Yeah, okay, wow, okay.
Yeah. But I think we're not addressing the group they have actually. I don't know about like 2-3 times a week, but they have on a regular basis.
Yeah, but I'm saying like in the past few years, okay, so ever since Assad was re-accepted into the Arab League or something like that, for some reason at that point in time,
You see, it's not even coherent.
Check that out. Israel started bombing zero consequences, zero like. But I'm talking like 2-3 times a week of like the weapon depots, the trucks, you know
what? What country is that? Is she from like Ukraine? Like, where is she from? What accent is that? She's living in Israel. She speaks fluent Hebrew, but she has some type of European accent.
More frequency in later years, but on a very regular basis with coordination.
She doesn't sound like an Israeli, right? She doesn't have an Israeli accent when she speaks English.
What he's suggesting is that Israel is so clear in administering society, which I actually agree with, by the way. They are relatively good relative to the region. And the results should be the ones that would be, the overlords of a future Palestinian society, to help them develop their institutions and administer their society. The fundamental flaw here is that Israel does not want there to be a Palestinian state, a functioning Palestinian state with institutions. They've actually been working hard over the last 70 years to prevent Palestinians from establishing institutions or to attain independence. And that's the root cause of the problem. The Zionism wants to exert sovereignty, direct sovereignty over the land between the river and the sea.
Well, if the facts change, I change my mind.
No one else. That's what.
And that may be a critical problem with my theory, right? Then maybe they won't do it. Okay. Yeah.
No, because I actually do agree with the fundamental point. If you take a society that has no institutions at all, you need someone to build those institutions until they attain independence. Take Syria, for example, right now. Syria has been demolished, deindustrialized, reverted back to an agrarian state. We can't just on our own develop, all these wonderful institutions and transform functioning, beautifully administered.
It's funny, they're like, you guys will have to build our society for us because we're completely incapable of doing it for us. So we need a bigger brother to build us back up. Would you build us back up? Otherwise, this won't work.
He's asking somebody how can I help and giving what he's asking for, but still allowing them to determine their own fate. Palestinians are just like all of us. They're more than capable. They're doctors, engineers, lawyers, everything you can ever ask for.
Everything.
We built the Gulf states. We can build houses.
The Palestinians built the Gulf states.
The joke in Israel is that Israel was built by God because they're being used as cheap labor force.
If that were the case, then Saudi Arabia was built by No, from the early 1950s until the late 1980s, it was built by Palestinians. Teachers, lawyers, doctors, engineers.
Teachers, lawyers, doctors, engineers built the state of Israel, and they were all Palestinians.
I wouldn't be surprised, actually. Yeah. But that's not the discovery of oil, probably.
it's close enough that there was enough trade throughout the centuries.
That's correct. Yeah.
I love how Narja's like always adds in. That's correct. That's so like if we were to like film these people in their apartments or homes doing what they're doing, it would be a totally different experience than listening to the audio through your phone because it's audio specific and so it hits different. Your brain is calculating all these things and visualizing all these responses to what it's listening to. So it's a different experience as opposed to seeing the real deal, which is somebody who probably hasn't showered in 4 days and is living in an apartment littered with trash and dog poop all over the place. So it's easy to be fooled by fools who just talk endlessly. And that's the point, is, don't let Clownhouse use you. Use Clownhouse. And one of the best ways to use it is to just record it. Because when people have rooms that are not on replay, that's because they are ashamed of what they're doing. And they don't want a permanent record of it. Because they're recording trash. And I'm a trash collector. I collect trash for a living professionally with the Jewish Complaint Department. We will take your trash donation and we will gather up your trash and we will bring it to the wasteland, to the garbage dump of despair of your garbage. And we will grant you access for a fee into our garbage dump so you can carry something out and bring it to a room to exhibit it as evidence for more trash collection. It's a cyclical recycling and trash industrial complex, and I want to thank you all for being a part of it, especially on Valentine's Day.
It's unbelievable. Really,
It's a reservoir of stupid people. It really is Dinner for Schmucks. Have you seen Dinner for Schmucks, the movie?
no.
Oh my God, you have to. It's a collection of schmucks that get invited to a dinner but don't know that they got invited specifically because they're a schmuck. But the whole thing deals with hypnosis because the lead character believes that all communication is hypnosis. So you have to see this movie. Like, there's a scene where they're like battling, and it's the belief like whoever gets the last word in has the power of the hypnosis. So everybody wants to get the last word in. It's very funny.
But how are you getting to hear the room even though you're not in the room? Are you an anonymous in the room?
Yeah, I have another phone sitting in front of me with an anonymous account.
Oh, so you have an anon. They call
Correct.
it, right?
Yeah.
Is that who's in there? And they don't care that there's an anon in there?
No, they don't care. People want to talk. They will not be stopped. Doesn't matter if they know they're being recorded and put on some bald asshole's YouTube. They want to talk, and they will not stop. Nothing.
People can't, be whatever they want. We can't hear their voice, and they're just anons. I would kick them out, but they don't care. That's interesting.
Zen Welders called the FBI. How was your dinner?
Yeah.
Hey, the movie was great. It's called Solo Neo. Fantastic. Really, really cute rom-com.
Rom-com. I'm going out tonight, and I'm bringing a dozen roses with me. And, oh yeah, I'm gonna go up to a dozen girls and say, "You are the most beautiful rose I have ever seen."
You are too funny. I love it.
Thank you. What is your name? My name is Dr. Rose.
Have you guys ever seen the movie Nightcrawler?
I think so. Yeah. Yeah, I see it. That's a funny movie.
Oh, you are, John. You're a Nightcrawler. You're trying to capture the best content.
That was a good movie. It was pretty kind of scary, and there are people like that. But they're I don't know. They're making money. They must be.
That's right. I'm still trying to figure out how, but they are making money.
Paparazzi is kind of also like night crawlers, you know. That's basically what the paparazzi are.
That's right. That's how they get their best shot.
John, I really like, you know, like I've been like following you maybe for like 5 years now, and I always like appreciate like the sort of work that you've put into this.
Yeah.
Like I'm one of John's biggest supporters and fans.
He catches all these people and they're night owls.
I'm nothing special. There's a lot of people in the recycling industry. It's a huge industrial complex. The garbage collection.
Honestly, like,
every day.
You're the best. You're like one of the best. Like I'm not like trying to be like braggadocious. Like you're a pretty cool guy, man. Like I appreciate like the wisdom sometimes. You know, like with like the books that you read. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you. You know, there's critics and there's artists. And, you know, you're an artist too. Look at you. Hundreds and hundreds of YouTube recordings of garbage.
Thank you for the dopamine, John. I appreciate it.
Oh, man. There's, you know, you just can't let people get away with this. Because what they want to do is demand that their reality be the accepted reality. And I find that to be so annoying.
Yes, they're building their framework.
Yeah.
We need to build a counter framework that sort of takes up their framework.
Yeah, we need to reframe the framer.
Yes, exactly.
Yep, frame the framer. And I won't be a victim of their frame. I refuse. And they're so annoying and so stupid. They're just worthy of mockery. So, you know, it is essentially the roast. It is the roast show, you know. People have been doing this forever, just reframing. Successfully at that. But, you know, it's funny. They are Nazi accusers, and they are actually the Nazis, which is like,
That's correct.
I just don't see why they can't see that they're the fascist when they scream that somebody else is the fascist. They want to be replaced and become the fascists that they accuse people of being, even though they're not actually fascists. It's so crazy. If they were fascists, they wouldn't even be able to complain about the fascists. It's so stupid. It's essentially a show. And, you know, they hate the fact that I record it because it just makes them, you know, pretty popular at this point.
No, I know that, but do they know?
Yeah, I go into the room and I post a link. I say, you're all on my YouTube.
And they don't care?
They don't care. They don't care. Because they claim nobody watches me. But then they get paranoid and they say, but fuck, he's gathering up so many of our conversations. Like, they're, you know, they scream at me and say, they live in my head rent free. And then I start laughing. I go, no.
Oh, that's the best.
That's a projection. I'm living rent free in your head. I don't even want to live in your head rent free, but I am. Like, look at this room title. Look at the house. I'm just cloning them. You know, it's hilarious. And people come in here.
Miss Buttercup, she should have her own show.
She does. I'm recording her. She's on my YouTube excessive amounts because she's here every day of the week. This is her life now, you know. And I'm sure she's watched my YouTube and said, "Haha, that's me." Well, she's talked about how she was destitute, you know, at some points in her life.
Yeah, she's been on here like day and night.
Somebody said she was a kid.
Yes.
So she's not taking care of the kid? Is the kid like, did she like give the kid up or something?
I don't know. We heard the kid. Early on, we heard that like a year ago, we heard the kid. But she hasn't done that since, I don't think. I mean, I don't hear her a lot. I try to, you know, it's very annoying to me.
Well, that's the point is, part of this is annoying. So when you go into the real world, you are not annoyed by people like this in the real world because you can say to yourself, oh yeah, I've already met you on Clown House. Don't fuck with me. That's basically what happens.
Yeah, we just try to, you know, we don't repeat at all. Yeah, once you're annoying, you're annoying. But she's just, this is her life. That's all we have to say.
It's my life, and it's now or never. I'm gonna go to Shaboom.
60 or 60? 60. No, it's not 60.
I thought it was 30. 30%.
Why not Germany? With like 5
That's pretty good. But it's not 60. It's about 25.
Well, does she mean healthcare professionals or doctors?
She said healthcare professionals.
I think it's different. Doctors is 35, but I think healthcare professionals is higher.
Yeah, because the numbers are mostly
And also nurses, also EMTs.
It's not possible. It's not possible.
Yeah. Because
You can check the facts in ChatGPT.
I said medical professional, which includes pharmacists and nurses, not only doctors. When you take those into account, that amounts to roughly 60%. When we talk about doctors, it's about
I will check it.
when we talk about doctors, it's about 25%. Fine. Go ahead.
Well,
Check.
one out of four
You know why this is such because there was just a really big debate about this in Israel like 2 months ago, so we all checked the data, so we know about it. I just go ahead, check it. Sure.
And Eagle has not checked it.
Go ahead, that's Googled, he said.
I wanted to mention, by the way, after Oslo in the 90s, Israel and the Palestinians worked together to create the Palestinian police force. And Jinda, wouldn't you say it was a professional police force before it was sort of?
It's a professional police force.
It was. I'm saying
the civil police force, like
yes,
traffic police and so.
But in the 90s up to the early 2000s.
Yeah, what about them?
From what I know, they were well trained and it was a professional police force in Palestine.
I put down in the nest,
Where is Palestine again?
Moshe Saada, hold on, Egon. Moshe Saada, who is a Knesset member, I think it's from July 2025, and he has a speech on the Knesset floor where he complains about how horrible it is that 45% of, I don't know how you say it, like the positions for medics are Palestinians.
Did you know about the rumors that was passed in the
He also mentions that that's according to the Ministry of Health statistics data.
Right, and they want to disqualify teachers. Hold on, I just disqualified. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
60% is nonsense.
Hold on, Rashid. You got it.
Your ignorance levels.
Okay, 45%. I don't know. Whatever you want.
Absolutely not true.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Talking point.
I have the numbers.
Okay, we don't care. Tell you, was it 6 years? What is it? What's the number?
Wasn't the truth is clear?
95 for doctors, nurses, 27%.
Okay, fuck it. I'll give you a discount. Make it within 20%. Is that okay with you?
So if you add all those together, what do you get?
I am glad, but it's 60%.
Okay, I'll discount it for you. Make it 15%. Okay.
No, so Egon, add all those together then. What do you come with? You said 25% for doctors.
Oh my God, you're an accountant. You're an accountant. That's how percentages
Over 27%, 25%, 40%. I'm gonna give him a discount. 20%, okay?
The point is that yes, Palestinian population is educated enough to participate in a function. Yes, I don't think anybody disagrees with that. But there's a difference between having an educated population and building a state from the ground up. Right? These are two different things. It helps to have an educated population, but that's not all you need. That's not the only component required for building a functioning state. A really important component
anyways, we read this book together called Amor et Psyche. I just want to quickly read through the affirmations. I am patient. I am fulfilled. I am love. And manifest love in my life. Proclaiming love. Proclaiming love affirmation. I dream. I visualize. And I manifest what I long for. My life. I play the game of life and love with ease. I am light. Okay, I've been reading this book. We're on page 52. This is a clip for YouTube. I hope you enjoy. This is called the Equinox. Did Brutus save Roman liberty by killing Caesar? In killing Caligula, violence by violence is to justify it and to force it to reproduce itself. Over ferocity by pardon, that is the secret of Christianity. And it is that of. And on that place there ran a brook of tears. Under the guidance of the centuries, myriads of men moved on, letting fall their tears into the brook. And eternity, crouching mournful, gazed upon the tears which fell. She counted them one by one, and there were never enough of them to wash away one stain of blood. But between two multitudes and two ages came the Christ, a pale and radiant figure. And in the earth of blood and tears, he planted the vine of fraternity, and the tears and the blood sucked up by the roots of the divine tree became the delicious sap of the grape, which is destined to intoxicate with love the children of the future. Chapter 14, the number 14. This is a Christian Jewish Kabbalah book, by the way. It's called The Key of the Mysteries. 14 is the number of fusion, of association, and of universal unity. And it is in the name of what it represents that we shall here make an appeal to the nations, beginning with the most ancient and the most holy, children of Israel. Why, in midst of the movement of the nations, do you rest immobile, guardians of the tombs of your fathers? Your fathers are not here. They are risen. For the God of Abraham, of Isaac, and of Jacob is not the God of the dead. Why do you always impress upon your offspring the bloody sigil of the knife? God no longer wishes to separate you from other men. Be our brethren and eat with us the consecrated bread of peace on altars that blood stains never. The law of Moses is accomplished. Read your books and understand that you have been a blind and hard-hearted race, even as all your prophets said to you. You also have been a courageous race, a race that persevered in strife. God has wiped from your forehead the brand of Cain, and the people seeing you pass will no longer say, "There go the Jews." They will cry, "Room for our brethren, room for our elders in the faith." And we shall go every year to eat the Passover with you in the city of New Jerusalem. And we shall take our rest under your vine and under your fig tree. For you will be once more the friend of the traveler. He who receiveth the least of these my little ones receiveth me. For then you will no longer refuse an asylum in your house and in your heart to your brother Joseph, whom you sold to the Gentiles, because he has become powerful in the land of Egypt, where you sought bread in the days of famine. And he has remembered his father Jacob, and Benjamin his young brother, and he pardons you your jealousy and embraces you with tears. Children of true believers, we will sing with you. There is no God but God, and Muhammad is his prophet. Say with the children of Israel, there is no God but God, and Moses is his prophet. Say with the Christians, there is no God but God, and Jesus Christ is his prophet. Muhammad is the shadow of Moses. Moses is the forerunner of Jesus. What is a prophet? A representative of humanity, seeking God. God is God, and man is the prophet of God, when he causes us to believe in God. The Old Testament, the Quran, O ideal woman, O reward of the elect, art thou more beautiful than Mary? O Mary, daughter of the East, chaste as pure love, great as the desire of motherhood, come and teach the children of Islam the dance. There upon 3 thrones glittering with precious stones, 3 prophets will be seated. Will be white as the moon and scarlet as the smile of morning. All nations shall press forward to see her. His cross, come to stretch his hand to those who stumble, and to those who have fallen, the bride will stretch a perfumed veil and draw them to her. O ye people, clap your hands and praise the last triumph of love. Death alone will remain dead, and hell alone will be consumed. O nations of Europe, to whom the East stretches forth its hands, unite and push back the northern bear. Subnote. Written about the time of the Crimean War, this indicates Levi's attempt to use imperialism as his magical weapon, just as Ellen Bennett tried to use Buddhism. All these second-hand swords break, as Wagner saw when he wrote Siegfried, and invented a new music, a Nothung, which has shorn asunder more false scepters than Wotan's. Such will... Where did they leave off? Let the last war bring the triumph of intelligence and love. Let commerce interlace the gospel, unite all the flocks of the earth under the crook of the same shepherd. Such will be the conquests of progress, and movement is life. To deny progress is to affirm nothingness, and to deify death. Progress is the only reply that reason can give to the objections which the exalt well, but all will be well one day. God begins his work, and he will finish it. Without progress, evil would be immutable like God. Progress explains ruins and consoles the weeping of Jeremiah. nations succeed each other like men, and nothing is country, the fruit of his works. The great nation which becomes extinguished upon earth transforms itself into a star to enlighten the obscurities of history. What it has written by its actions remains graven in the eternal book. It has added a page to the Bible of the human race. Do not say that civilization is bad, for it resembles the damp heat which ripens the harvest. It rapidly develops the principles of life and the principles of death. It kills and it vivifies. It is like the angel of the judgment who separates the wicked from the good. Civilization transforms men of goodwill into angels of light and lowers the selfish man beneath the brute. It is the corruption of bodies and the emancipation of souls. Primitive Greece prizes the harmonious spirit of Orpheus. Socrates and Pythagoras, Plato and Aristotle resume in explaining them. Oh, the aspirations and all of Rome, but the immortal writings which the century of Augustus brought forth. Thus, perhaps, Rome only shook the world with the convulsions of war in order to bring forth Virgil. Christianity is the fruit of the meditations of all the sages of the East who live again in Jesus Christ. Thus the light of the spirits has risen where the sun of the world rises. Christ conquered the West, and the soft rays of the sun of the world, souls of dead people have shone upon rejuvenated races and enlarged in them the spirit of life. There is in the world. This nation has always been in some ways more Catholic than the Pope and more Protestant than Luther. The France of the Crusades, the France of the troubadours, the France of songs, the France of Rabelais and of Voltaire, the France of Bossuet and of Pascal. It is she who is the synthesis of all peoples. It is she who consecrates the alliance of reason and of faith, of revolution and of power, of the most tender belief and the proudest human dignity. And see how she marches, how she swings herself, how she struggles, how she grows great, often deceived and wounded, never cast down, enthusiastic over her triumphs, daring in her adversities. She laughs, she sings, she dies, and she teaches the world faith in immortality. The old God does not surrender, but neither does it die. The proof of it is the enthusiasm of our church. No more a man. He is the very genius of France. He is the second Savior of the world. And he also gave for a sign the cross to his apostles. St. Helena and Golgotha are the beacons of the new civilization. They are the two piles of an immense bridge made by the rainbow of the final deluge, and which throws a bridge between the two. How so great a future? Could you think that the spur of a Tartar might one day tear up the pact of our glories, the testament of our liberties? Say rather that we may again become children and enter again into our mother's womb. Go on! Go on! Said the voice of God to the wandering Jew. Advance! Advance! The destiny of the world cries out to France. And where do we go? To the unknown, to the abyss perhaps, no matter. but to the past, to the cemeteries of oblivion, to the swaddling cloths which our childhood itself tore in shreds, towards the imbecility and ignorance of the earliest ages. Never. Never. Okay, good night. Happy Valentine's Day. It's 9/11. Buttercup and Emeralds.
And non-natives. America would never come to being. As a country, the natives have to be either eradicated, co-opted, killed, removed, anything. But just they have to be taken out. And this is what Israel has been doing. Consumption is unfortunate.
I have a question.
Hello?
Is Hamas I know the answer. Hamas is not in the West Bank. To those who support what Bibi Netanyahu is doing, wasn't people in the West Bank, weren't they cooperating? So it's like the Palestinians, you're damn if you do, you're damn if you don't. If you resist, you get slaughtered. A fast slaughter. If you don't resist, you get a slow slaughter. But either way, you're losing your fucking land through death or through ethnic cleansing. Well, so why are you guys doing this to the West Bank? What's the answer to that?
Because they can and they want to, and nobody's stopping them.
Go ahead, Daniel. Anyone else? Any Zionist Jew over here?
There's no Zionist on stage. There's no one on stage. You're talking to the choir.
What? Just want to understand this. Because in the beginning, it's Hamas. Destroy Hamas. We got Hamas. And
yes,
now what?
You saw through it. You see through it.
And now what? What did Palestinian and West Bank do?
Exactly.
You know what? Being an echo chamber that echoes.
That's crazy.
But being an echo chamber that echoes the end of atrocities is not a bad thing.
I could understand a Buddhist. I could understand a Christian Zionist, but a Buddhist Zionist, that's crazy.
You ever heard of that one Wednesday?
Never heard of Jew booze? Wednesday, there's a whole thing. Jew booze are a thing. Jewish Buddhists. Jew booze. Yeah. You never heard about the Jew booze? No, we're saying.
I've met a bunch of them.
Get the shop.
Except Jason's not even a Jew.
What was that again, Emerald?
Get the shop. I need to throw it on some people.
Kitover?
Shop.
Okay. Shop. Okay, which Maserati?
Not the wooden ones, the plastic ones.
The ones that are made in Hebron?
Daniel Zionist? Aren't you a Zionist, Daniel?
I have a question. How come, and this is a little bit biased, right? But why the fuck do people have, most of the people here are Palestinians or pro-Palestinian, right? Palestinians are extremely educated. I make fun of them that they are the new Ashkenazi Jews. If you come from a Palestinian family, you have three options: doctor, engineer, or lawyer. That's it. Anything else and you're outcasted. They're worse than Polish Jewish moms.
It's the pathology of the striving immigrant class.
Yeah, of course. But the perception is this amazes me how they manage to indoctrinate people to such an extent that it's completely detached from reality.
Why don't everyone's watching my kids in my kids' school? Oh no, this isn't like the delusion is within just a very few.
It's so out there. It's global. Yeah. This is why it's so weird. Everyone knows now. What's that? Sorry. Daddy, come close your mic, you boy.
Sorry, this is butter.
Yeah. Close your mic.
On TNA, guys.
Better.
Truth is hot next week.
We lost you.
You won't make it.
It's a account on Ericsson. He's one of the biggest Nazis. He runs anti-Jewish spaces. Oh, fuck's sake. Benny, there's literally memes about truth teller. Like the truth teller would. He's a white supremacist. No offense, Benny. I'm sorry. Very smart. Not always Nazi, but a Jew hater. He's Iranian and he's a midget. Yes, sorry, Marcus, he is.
It's short.
I know, it was
Did I just hear an Iranian and a midget? Is this like a stunt?
But a midget is like a 1 meter 50. He's like tiny.
May I know why
He's from Iranian descent. I'm sorry, Marcus.
It's Turkish, baby.
You called him an Iranian midget?
Trust me, they had like hours digging into it, trying to prove that he's not one of theirs.
Iranian is a bad word.
No. What? Nobody said Iranian is a bad word.
Getting up close.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's like
Benny, you're
around yet.
we can't even hear you, which I don't know if it's a bad thing or a good thing. Yeah.
Great thing.
Why do we have BB on stage?
Fuck you.
You put a BB picture?
Yeah, it's like a GIF or GIF.
Ugh.
I think it's Jeff. I think it's
Oh no, he actually
There was
It's a Christian, damn it. It's a Christian. It's Bibi Netanyahu.
It's Jeff Epstein.
No, it's
You know what's the most popular EFP in liberal Zionist in Israelis and X? It's a picture of BB with a bloody hand on it.
Very visceral.
isn't that referred to?
Because they blame him for October 7th.
Is this better?
Yes.
The lefty Zionists in Israel call it the Netanyahu massacre.
Well, the thing is, he was not there that day, so I can't really blame him. So,
It's what's character, Mike.
I just
what happened to Eagle? We're so excited.
The seagulls?
I like Eagle.
He's actually really colorful. We're friends a little bit off the app. He's like an artist. He's very creative, avant-garde artist.
I thought so.
Yeah, he did
We exchange
documentary.
literature. We exchange creative writing sometimes.
Very nice. Even when he speaks, it's quite poetic, although, like,
He's not poetic. What do you
He's like a
mean?
visual artist.
yeah, he's chaotic in the way he speaks, have you observed?
Because it's a language issue, and he gets worked up to where he can't get the words out in English.
It's
He's very sincere and earnest, you know? He's like in touch with himself.
sincere to his Kool-Aid. He's
He's
sincere
in touch with himself.
to his Kool-Aid. He's sincere about his intentions and his
He does
justification.
believe in ending the occupation.
When it comes to Israel, it's not any perspective, it's half the country.
No, but he was actually born
Should
there.
we
You know,
kill
he's
the
in,
gun
like, born right
if
after
it
the
doesn't
Holocaust.
There's about 100,000 Holocaust survivors still alive in Israel. Now, it's not that unique in Israel.
Yeah.
He
I don't think he's a survivor. His parents, but
If he was born in Krakow, then he is a survivor.
but
no, he was born after the war in Krakow.
he does say that he's for a two-state solution. He does say the settlements have to go. He does say that the violence is bad. He falls short of calling it a genocide. He does say it is way too much and it should have ended much
Sure,
sooner.
it's much better than what you call polite occupation.
Yeah.
It might be better than full-on genocide and ethical cleansing, but let's not confuse that with something else.
I don't think he doesn't have the, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't feel like he has the
hateful knives, yeah.
You're right that with people like him, it's not because of hate, it's because of fear. But the problem is that fear is, the majority of that fear is manufactured. They tell you you can't live in Gaza and then get on top of something. Then tell you you did Gaza, it was under there. So you see that the end of the fear is real. Fear is real. Every day and the brainwashing is very strong. These are intelligent people. And when you tell them put under education, the violence goes away. That's it. And that's what we get to start. The most simple thing becomes years of complicated. It's not.
He won't back down. He doesn't give a fuck. I'll just be like, no, this happened. This is like, he doesn't back down. He's really
Holding on to what your life to fake reality is literally the definition of psychosis.
Yeah, the toes are the mustache. He's so liberal. He's from this old generation of like.
with him and give him,
That's what they thought, Edward. They thought we could work with this. This is exactly what they say we can.
I'm not saying I would agree with him.
You can't work with him, Edward. In the 90s, we got no. We have passed the point of no return. This is not October 6th. This is not Oslo. This is a society that has committed a Holocaust and still is. But this is not. There is no gray zone. This is a dichotomy. Enough. No more management. No more we can work with it, black or white. Because every time we try this half-ass way of we do it in stages, we can work with it, we end up in a worse situation than before, and this time it has gotten, it shouldn't have gotten to the place that there's a Holocaust. If this doesn't teach us that these tactics don't work, then we're fucking stupid, more stupid than we are. Enough doing the same thing.
I agree with you, Bruce. That's why I'm standing up against NATO and Ukraine.
Shut up, idiot.
Something we're getting at Russia. What? Did you see the position they put Russia in? Pakistan?
That's the thing we used to do next.
So what is this actual number for?
But it's not the current number, it's the current number of new licensed medicals that are given every year. And that is where you received 40%, 45% in 21, 52 in 22, and 60 in 2023. That's basically how it works.
It says like 10 years, 15 years ago, it was like 8% and now it's like 30%. It's really a big difference.
Well, when I was to redeem myself, what I was trying to get to do is, since we didn't have all that information to estimate by adding up all the three categories that we had, and then dividing it to get an average, which would have given us a rough estimate, which is around 26%. But I feel like that's only nurses. Sometimes you can't find it.
Really difficult to find when you do it.
But if you said, did you guys quote 60%?
I remember the number 60%, but what I misunderstood is that they were talking about the number of new medical licenses granted every year. So in 2021, 45% of the new medical licenses on all professions, right? From dentist to pharmacist to doctor, 45% of Palestinians. In 2022, it was 52%, and in 23, it was 60%. And that's what I was
60%? 60%?
of the new license given in 2023 were to Palestinians.
That's 60%. Yeah, we don't know what the number of total
can see a consistent rise, and you can see that rise, the article said manifested in 15 years, and from 9% it turned to 25 or 27%.
What I think is amazing, and it goes back to Palestinian ingenuity, and this is even difficult to do here in the U.S. We started a medical university to teach doctors, so a medical school. I think there's two of them, and I looked into this, and it is that they're very hard to start, and the Palestinians were able to start their own medical program to have Palestinian doctors, which I think is pretty amazing, being done under occupation.
That's what they said. But at the same time, it is not healthy. It's not healthy to think of us as an exception.
No, under occupation.
We are like any other people in this world.
Some of them under occupation, though.
I understand. But we are like any other people in this world. We are sheep. The occupation Palestinians are involved. You have to know, Palestinians, right after 1948, their status has changed a lot from that time to now. Palestinians, when they were kicked out of Palestine, they were the most educated people in the world. 50% at that time of Palestinians knew how to read and write, were educated, and 50% was
Sorry, go ahead. The mic is yours.
Okay, I mean, if it's quarantine is boring, I don't have to. So we have to stick. Dispersion, exile has taken its toll against the Palestinian people. And the situation now, the picture is this one. It's not like it used to be. I mean, at the same time, inside Israel, because of the apartheid measures that Israel has exacted upon the Palestinians in there, we see that of inmates, the highest per capita is amongst the Palestinian people. Palestinian people kill themselves at a very high rate inside Israel. Drug infestation and things of this nature. Lebanon also is very similar. Lebanon has administered severe forms of apartheid against the Palestinian people, and as a result, now the Palestinian camps in Lebanon are not doing well at all. Drug infestation, crime, all of that. We are just like any other people, we are subject, to all environmental factors, and we have to, it is not healthy at all to teach this. If we don't, things will never be reformed, things are going to keep getting worse and worse.
How do you balance between making sure you don't go down the road of exceptionalism, but at the same time, and not just Palestinians, right, but there are unique aspects, unique traumas that are unlike any other. So how do you still give the proper respect and understanding without devolving into exceptionalism?
Yeah, so we have to treat the root cause. For instance, Palestinians inside Israel, they are the people who are not wanted. The same way how African Americans, black people in America, they were the people who, right after either they are slaves or segregated, or they are not unwanted people. The system does not want to enfranchise them. So as a result, America here applied apartheid forms, measures against black people throughout the 60s, 70s, and 80s, to a point where, unfortunately, they have, I don't want to say succeeded, but they have broken the collective world against it, right? So this is one way.
I put up for somebody, I just don't have any emojis left.
What is that?
She doesn't have any more hearts or anything.
Yeah, but you see, I'm not sure if I did answer. And I mean, to honest, yeah, I mean, yeah,
Okay,
we do
take
have,
one each one.
yeah, you see, I mean, we do have, I mean, what is the word? So we have the means, we have the means, as a people, we have the history and all of that. It is being disrupted, but we have to, I mean, for us to keep going, we have to address the issues. The same thing in Lebanon, what is taking place in Lebanon. Jordan has a different case also. Jordan is very similar. As far as Jordan, actually, with all due respect to Jordanians, it's not easy what is happening in Jordan. Jordan is erasing the identity of the Palestinian people in Jordan. You have 5 million people in Jordan who are going to, I mean, well, this, I don't want to complicate the matter, but I mean, yeah, you get my point, right?
I do. Can I ask you a quick question? Edward, do you have a question? Do you want to go before me?
No, I just wanted to say you don't have good emoji discipline. That's all. Go ahead.
Thank you. The PLO and the PA announced elections, but can you explain to me a little bit about the rationale behind the PLO elections and how is it going to happen and what do you think about it in general?
I don't know much about it, to be honest with you. I haven't followed. They have,
I can answer a little bit about it.
The details, I wouldn't actually, I haven't really been following.
So this is a result of the Israeli narrative of we have nobody to negotiate with, and also the G7 nations, Canada, UK, and Australia. France has not put any conditions, but the conditions were reform are going to be holding elections and it's not the first time, but these are going to be more comprehensive elections to sit on the board for diaspora Palestinians.
How does that work technically? Like, where do you have
They're figuring that out. They're figuring out what the best way is to get them to vote. It has happened before in certain countries, so it was more controlled, and where they knew that these countries had the effort for them to be able to vote, and the countries were worked with them to get the voting done. So they want it extended as much as possible now. So they're working on that, and they're working on it very rapidly. It's an overhaul. It's a committee that was set up, and they have completed a draft of basically how to set up systems, including getting rid of corruption, digital checks and balances, which I don't think there was a decent amount in the draft. It was a long draft that was presented that is basically starting the process of modernizing the PA government into a Western, what the West would want to see for proper governance. Getting rid of corruption, but also having a way of dealing with corruption and accountability and compliance. It included reforms on the president that would be elected, how elections would be done to ensure that they're fair, and terms on the president position itself. All kinds of other stuff. I don't remember everything, but it was a complete overhaul. It's been
being drafted.
The Constitution was a part of this draft also.
Okay.
Yes.
And Rosa, if you're referring to local elections, there have been some.
No, I specifically was more curious about the PLO. Because I for some reason I think it's great. I'm just
Modifications on the laws, but the PLO or the PA or our Abbas signed into law some new things in which the you can accept the PLO as the the PLO program.
They want to prevent another like.
Right. They don't want anyone who does not recognize the does not recognize the PLO decision in any way, shape, or form. Meaning that sidelining anyone that does not recognize, the Oslo Accords or the decisions made at the PLO. Those things did not exist before, and I think they changed the quota system, and they lowered the age of people who want to run for office. It says the PLO is the the PLO decisions are binding, and those recognition of the state of Israel, renunciation of the armed resistance, and they accepted the idea of a two-state solution, and they need to abide by any PLO decisions.
Came out like a week ago, and this is the stuff that I was talking about. All these extensive actual government changes in the structure of how the government's set up and the accountability, including going digital for tax collecting purposes, the Constitution. This is all under the PA, and this is in draft mode right now.
So, my question was going to, I specifically mentioned the PLO because I saw the statement and they are specifically calling for every Palestinian if it's a trap. And second of all, if it's feasible, because the problem with PA elections is that Israel has and probably will again very easily derail it. But when it comes to PLO, if we're including diaspora and 48ers,
the PLO positions are on the board, Ambrose.
No, it's not about the positions. It's about I'm trying to figure out the strategy and move out disagreements. But and don't get me wrong, I love that idea, right? I love the idea of all Palestinians coming together. But I'm wondering what I'm missing here because I can't seem to find a reason that will make such a large-scale operation worthwhile. Even not as political theater. Something
the positions are up. I believe the positions are up. But what the PLO is the committee that oversees, like it's the aspirations of the Palestinian people. So it's the committee above the Palestinian government.
But Edward, if you need to have polling stations and data collected from pretty much everywhere across the globe, right? That's a huge operation to execute. And I've been the real.
The strategy is we were told if you want recognition on one side from the UK, Australia, Canada, which is important. UK is a veto nation, so is France. And that would only leave the US to veto, saying anything like that. But we are trying to negate or neutralize the Israeli narrative by doing what the Western countries want us to do. At the same time, it neutralizes the Israeli narrative, the Zionist narrative. We are building the government. We are building checks and balances. We have a draft constitution. The PLO sits above everything. So by allowing diaspora Palestinians to be voted in on the committee, that then represents more Palestinians. So not just Palestinians in the West Bank, but from Palestinians from as many parts of the world as possible, where there's a large percentage of Palestinians. So that we can say that we have, the majority. The board would represent the majority to make these changes, like a constitution and everything. And the PA is planning, after making these changes very rapidly, then going to elections, and that's the tricky part, who would actually run, okay? But having a president that represents all Palestinians, and then declaring, because we have not done so, declaring a Palestinian state with borders. So government, board first to include everybody, all Palestinians, PA reform, and then declaring a Palestinian state. It just strategically would align much, much better with Western, what would it be? Western thought. Western, Western audience.
For Western demands for reform of the
Yes.
All this is
It does. I don't think so. I think it is more than that. Now, would it accomplish a Palestinian state? At least by itself, no, it wouldn't. But it would give us more leverage and credibility. And that's what they're aiming for, is credibility. That, okay, we have done what you wanted us to do, and now since we've done so, well, what is now the obstacle for a Palestinian state? Is it us? If it's not us, who is it? That's the strategy behind it. So to build credibility, to build leverage through credibility. And would it work? That's the underlying question, But it is a step in the right direction, at the very least.
I don't disagree.
Jindy was very pessimistic about it actually working out, which I don't blame him. Because let's be honest, have things ever worked out for Palestinians? And unfortunately, this is the
we have a very we have an aging for a 4-year term.
What the same time as Netanyahu.
Yeah, his replacement is a bottom of the barrel kind of character that's coming in. That's I guess you know who he is. And those so-called local elections, I think they're pretty much political theater when they make you pledge. Meaning that basically the whole election thing is basically designed to make sure that no Islamist will come to office or be elected. Now keep an eye to join some government or
50 seats? Is it?
No, 15.
15. Oh, 15.
Yeah.
15 is still decent. It's enough to make a difference.
Yeah, so if they get 15 seats, it makes sure they want to make sure that Netanyahu and his cohorts are not back in power. But I don't think that's. I'm very pessimistic.
I want to ask you, Jindib, I wanted to ask you and Ambrose this question yesterday, but it was too hectic. Would it have been possible, and is it possible, for Palestinians to lobby? And sort of going like.
Did you say Palestinians as Palestinians?
Yeah, in the West Bank. In the West Bank, yeah.
Go to the Knesset?
Well, the Knesset people that are in the Knesset go to like coalition leader, reasonable, and getting a foothold in, maybe shaping Israeli policy on the ground. I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if
you're referring to the lobbying tactics that are used in America and so forth.
I don't know.
Yeah, but that's that's a far-fetched idea here in Palestine. When you go lobby Congress, you're lobbying your representative, the person who represents your.
Yeah.
And here we
are making an effort to these people, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know enough about the Israeli political. I know, we're under occupation. I know they don't think of as us as equals, but having Palestinians involved in elections.
Leadership of one kind, like a compassionate dictator.
What do you mean compassionate? Are you high? What are you talking about?
I like the idea of compassionate dictators. Don't get me wrong.
Dude,
listen, I'm not ready to become dictator.
I am.
I would agree.
Oh, you are, and you're compassionate. Put away the ropes and the.
I'm talking about
That's a form of compassion.
Bro, think about it for a minute. Like,
what are you talking about?
This leader, okay, I have to go in a bit.
because I have to go get jiggy with it. But what I wanted to say is that
What are you getting jiggy with?
it's not a chance to use this.
Look at you.
I'm talking about that one leadership with one freaking mind. Okay, that also has like a cabinet under it. I think it's called a bureaucracy or something. Dial, you there? What did Plato call it? Democracy.
I will look that up. For what? For the Palestinians?
Yeah.
We already have the
Listen, I wasn't just sitting there on the chair like.
It is not easy. We just got one foot in the grave.
That's what I'm saying. Therefore, a leadership of this one woman.
We have a guy named Abbas, and he sits, at his chair.
Abbas sitting on his chair.
He's sometimes short on diapers.
Okay. I will become your tyrant. Don't worry. I'm not taking
that's all we need. That's all we need.
I'm talking about a kind, passionate.
A tyrant. I like the whole notion. I want to become your
You guys are not taking my freaking political system seriously.
No,
But I
we're
think
not.
the idea is already piles.
We do. They're in our heads.
In our own heads.
Some of us manifest them, and that's where the problems start.
Like your friends, bro. With the
My friends.
Like, yeah.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
What's up? What's that, Jenna? That's it.
Huh?
Hearing my zipper.
Somebody gonna start slurping? All right. So we're leaving, closing the room.
Yeah, I have to go.
Okay.
Are you gonna go to Amity's room?
Probably for a little while, then I'll go to bed.
Never.
You're such a night owl, aren't you? Just like me.
Yes. The night is young, life begins.
For who? Nargis?
Yeah, she's a night owl.
No, she's 3 hours behind, so it's what, it's 8 o'clock, and she has a hot date. Just don't bring him to your house. I don't want him hurt by your artwork. So-called artwork.
Hello, how'd it go? Were you just coming? I'll come back in a couple of hours. I'll have to send you all pastas and man fur. Well, I'm young. I'll come back in 2 hours.
Hi, Ginger. Hi, Daniel. Hi, Jason. Hi, Shape.
Hi, Sarah.
Hey, what up, Sarah?
What's up, guys?
Taylor, you good?
I'm okay. I wasn't feeling very good earlier.
What happened? I was gonna ask.
I don't know. She kind of died in class. You know what? Walla is Walla. When I said Walla, it's Walla.
Yeah, those I understand.
This is one of the shows that I have fucking. I don't think you guys can see it.
Don't use my name in vain, Sailor.
Ginger.
He was talking to you too.
Don't say we. I said you.
Okay.
That's a right.
Okay. I can hardly speak English. I was talking to you. Okay.
He was talking royal we.
That is the gift of the century, right?
I know, I saw. There's another one.
You know, they did that only because she said that she doesn't want them to bomb her country. That's why they did that. She said she doesn't want, I don't know if she said, outside interference or, war. I think she doesn't want war or something. I don't know.
That was a mistake, sorry.
Their head almost exploded.
That's who are those people? This is from Iran.
Well, one of them is the Supreme Pizza of Iran, and the other one is a actress called Gulshifte. Oh my god.
You know who looks exactly? She's looking different. I have a friend, she looks exactly like Gulshifte. Her name's Maria. I mean, exactly. Like, she walks onto, these Persian stores, just in general places, and they're like, Gulshifte, is that you, Gulshifte?
Oh, like that? Or coming through like that?
That's how she looks like her.
lay in the bed and I want to eat snacks and watch Bridgerton. That's
I watched Bridgerton season 4.
Yeah, I haven't watched it.
Yeah, I haven't. I have watched 2 episodes. I haven't finished.
No, I feel like
I went for a long walk.
let's take a long walk around the park after dark. Something for us to start conversation. You don't know what song that is, Nice. You're not cool enough.
Let's make sure and get mocked.
Don't get mods.
Marketing. A little less conversation, a little more action, please. Obviously, you don't know the song. You're not cool then, is it?
Yeah. We could watch Bridgerton together. I just have to
watch it.
Okay.
I'll come back in a couple of hours.
Okay, tonight I'm gonna get caught up to, you said you're on episode 2 or episode 3?
But I can watch it again. If you want to watch the season again, I can watch it from.
I'm gonna watch episode 1 without you, so you don't have to watch it again.
Fine. So the fatty is doing really well in the whole setup. The one who's the writer.
Oh yeah.
She's so cute. She's so plump. Anyway.
She's adorable.
She is. She's having like the time of her life. But I'm not gonna spoil it for you.
Good, she deserves it. Just don't spoil it. Just because you weren't going to.
I still have.
Hold on. Syndrome. Offices.
So it's almost immediate for me. It's like a reflex reaction. It's like a knee-jerk reaction.
So, you have oppositional defiant disorder.
You know who recognizes this to me? Daniel. A long time ago. Some time ago. And then Daniel was like, we tell her something, she's not going to do it. She's going to do it the opposite way. It's like a reflex. You can't help it. Are you like that too?
I was reading about your disorder and I tuned out.
What is it called? Oppositional defiance?
Yeah, you have oppositional defiant disorder, ODD.
ODD. Oppositional defiant. Oh my god, it's really a disorder.
Behaviors are usually directed to parents, teachers, and other authority figures.
That's true. Bro, amongst the many.
I love it how you guys are laughing, reading that like you're just discovering that.
What the fuck did you know about it? Listen, I don't know.
But I
don't have angry irritable mood.
Yeah.
I don't have angry irritable mood. I don't have arguments to modify behavior.
Whatever.
So let me tell you what happens in the episode 2. You want episode 1 or 2?
No. Zippity doo da day.
No, I don't have this. Maybe I have like authority. My kid is the same way too. My sister is the same way.
Exactly. Honestly, my kiddo, I say, do you like the pink one or the red one? I like the pink one. Okay, the red one then.
Yeah. So
They're so clear.
Yeah, same. Like, and then I'm like, why did you ask me? If you knew exactly what you were going to say. She asked me so that she chooses the opposite.
Exactly. So then I learned that, and I would say the other one so I could get her to wear the other one.
Mine has gone for a Galentine night tonight. God, it's so cute. They're building some kind of chocolate house. Whatnot. Those kids were like, we want to go to Ryan's mommy's house so that we could all have fun because I have no restriction group. They can do basically anything they want. Like songs rules. And then I called up one of my moms and I said, she's Russian Jewish, very, very gorgeous woman and very lovely person. I called her up and I said, can you please deliver It's so judgmental.
I work out every day down
This is
here.
not judgment. What cardio are you doing?
I do kickboxing, I do boxing, I go walking.
Are you doing any moderate intensity or is it just high intensity?
Ooh, moderate. I do high intensity and then I slow it down again, and then I do high intensity and then I slow it down again.
I don't do high intensity. It's just too much work. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
I just
Yeah, if you're doing
my heart
boxing,
rate is chill.
that's mostly
With
high
boxing,
intensity.
I'm kind of focusing more on like kicks to do glutes and stuff. I get tired and then I do upper body, of course, like punching the bag and stuff. But really, like what I'm really focused on are kicks. What's the top of?
Do you know what your zone 2 heart rate is?
I think it's like 1.
Or you don't have to tell me what it is. Just, yeah. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. I guess if you're doing that, then maybe you should be looking specifically at zone 2 training.
Yeah, he's right. Zone 2 fasted cardio is the most effective way of burning visceral fat.
I'm trying to just build booty muscle. That's what I'm focused on.
Well, you gotta do resistance training, like squats.
Yeah, I do. When you talk to me and I'm like, I'm working out, what the hell do you think I'm doing? I'm doing sumo squats.
That's good.
Zone 2 cardio. And sustain for 69 minutes.
Well, you want to do up to 4 hours a week. Low and it's the low end, but it's very moderate intensity.
I think something like 10 minutes.
It's 16 to 70% at men. Yeah, the thing is that's like a different. How do you do zone 2?
Yeah.
You need a heart rate monitor, like your watch, and you need to stay in a zone 2 band rowing machine most of the time. And you stay in zone 2 for 20 to 40 minutes, so that's fine.
I love the rowing machine.
Yeah, so with rowing, zone 2 is a very slow rate of rowing, actually. So just keep that in mind. It will feel slower. It will feel slow.
It's raining outside. We were gonna go out to dinner. Don't feel like there's gonna be such pseudo lovers around.
Now is the way that like Pahlavi is gonna go meet with he's gone to meet with the Ukrainian Zelensky. The speech that he gave, he met with that senator. What the hell is that senator's name? Like I really think that it's going down.
Think so?
I really do. Yeah,
Not sure, Sarah.
I do. I think so.
Why they go meet?
If they co-sign it, it's halas. They're gonna do it.
Well, pretty soon you guys are going to have a country.
I hope so.
No, hold on. Like, in what way? What do you mean?
Say,
What? Say what? Guys, who made this poll? Oh my god, Daniel. Change your vote.
Please change your vote.
No, she was not. She was. Buttercup. She was not.
She my son, she's like, oh, it never occurred to me to could be.
Daniel was getting pretty much.
You know you pretty well, buddy.
how come everybody but me is sweater? Is it because I'm white? Is that what's going on?
Yes.
Because there was nice.
Because of that shit-eating grin on your face.
Precisely why.
Thinking racialism is not even. Well, Jason, who the fuck told you that restaurant is really way gone.
Where?
I don't know, yesterday or something.
What are you talking
I
about?
have a shoe problem.
No wonder where Nagas is going with
Shut
capital E.
up.
Where are you going?
We're not going. He's coming. I told you. And then he's leaving.
He's just coming
Sitting
over.
outside. Yeah.
Are you gonna order food?
Yeah.
What are y'all gonna order?
What do you want me to order? Thai food.
Thai food, you know.
What order?
How do you not eat Thai food?
I eat. He doesn't eat. He's a white boy.
What does he want? Like a burger?
Yeah, like pizza or.
Oh my god!
You gotta go to Georgia. It's such a beautiful restaurant at the beach.
Oh, dumb.
He's so weird. Like.
If Daniel was there, he'd order you oysters.
Daniel would order me pizza.
Daniel is such a foodie. He'll start with an appetizer that you never think of. He's never
Have you seen his dessert list?
he takes a picture of like his food. Like
Ask Daniel what he's eating tonight. Daniel, what are you eating tonight?
he does not fuck around when it comes to food.
Dude, he's so fine in his taste. Like he's so rich. Like exquisite. Why? You talking about each other? No, we're so not modesty.